Kropotkin and the Rise of Revolutionary Anarchism 1872–1886 Caroline Cahn. Part I Kropotkin and the Development of the Theory of Anarchist Communism 1 Bakuninism 17 From Reform to Revolution, 1872 Kropotkin's first contact with the 17 International and Bakuninism the Anti-Authoritarian International, statist/anti-statist polarization 28. 2 Anarchist Communism 36 The Origin of Anarchist Communist Ideas 36 1877–1886 44. Part 2 Kropotkin and the Development of Anarchist Ideas of Revolutionary Action by Individuals and Small Groups, 1872–1886, 3 Revolutionary Action and the Emergent Anarchist 71 Movement of the 70s 4 Propaganda by deed. The Development of the Idea 76 5 Kropotkin and Propaganda by deed 92 6 Kropotkin and Acts of Revolt 116 7 The Congress of London 1881 and the Spirit of Revolt 152 8 The Trial of Leon 1883 and Response to Persecution 178. Part 3 Kropotkin and the Development of Anarchist Views of Collective Revolutionary Action, 1872–1886, 9 Trade Unionism and the Emergent Anarchist Movement 213 of the 70s 10 Kropotkin and Collective Action in the Labor Movement 231 Early Hostility to Trade Unions, his denunciation of British trade 231 Unionism The Pittsburgh Strikes in the United States and the revival of the 242 Labor Movement in England and France The Strikers International 251. Anarchism, encompassing as it does such a broad spectrum of ideas, cannot be as precisely defined in ideological terms as Marxism, nor has it, outside Spain, made the same impact on 20th-century European history. It is perhaps not altogether surprising, therefore, that the anarchist movement which emerged from the struggles in the First International has tended to attract attention from scholars primarily in terms of its relevance to the development of Marxism. Interest has focused mainly on the life and work of Bakunin, whose quarrel with Marx was such an important feature of the early history of Marxism. Peter Kropotkin, however, was the chief exponent of the ideas of the European anarchist movement, which for the most part, only developed after Bakunin's death. The study of anarchism as a historical movement, in spite of notable exceptions such as Matron's work on the French anarchist movement, has tended until recent years to be neglected. It now evokes a much keener interest both amongst scholars and the public at large. This is perhaps partly because of an increasing skepticism about the efficacy of conventional politics and a tendency for the aggrieved to take to the streets, which have given a new point and relevance to the anarchist critique of the state. At the same time, there has been an upsurge of green and community politics which, in common with anarchism and particularly anarchist communism, focus on free association in community initiative and action and insist on the need for balance and harmony between humankind and the rest of the natural world. Nevertheless, the history of the European anarchist movement and the anarchist communist ideas which have tended to dominate its thinking and activity are only just beginning to receive the attention they deserve. There is still a dearth of modern general histories both of the movement itself and of the anti-authoritarian international out of which the anarchist movement developed. At the same time, biographies of leading anarchists usually lack that solid, informative, historical context which Stafford provided in his study of the career of Paul Brewis. 2. The first serious biographical study of Kropotkin, which was written by George Woodcock and Ivan Avakumovic, appeared only in 1950. 3. As well as lacking references and documentation, it also suffered from restrictions placed on the authors by the inaccessibility at that time of the important Kropotkin archives in Amsterdam and the Soviet Union. In 1972, a biography by the Soviet scholar, N.M. Pirumova, was published in Moscow, a study which, although not a comprehensive biography, did utilize the rich Russian archives to provide an informative and indeed even sympathetic account, particularly of Kropotkin's later life. 4. In 1976, Martin Miller produced a biography, which, in contrast with that of Woodcock and Avakumovic, did contain careful and valuable documentation and did benefit from the author's comprehensive study of archives both in the West and in the Soviet Union. 5. None of these studies, however, attempted any sort of in-depth examination of Kropotkin's development as a revolutionary in the historical context of the Western European anarchist movement, even though his life and work were such an integral and indeed vibrant part of it. Miller, in reaction to the tendency of Soviet historians to reduce biographies to negative or positive features in the Marxist historical landscape, actually seemed anxious to avoid doing so. I have attempted to supplement the general biographical works with a more searching study of Kropotkin's development situated firmly in the historical context of the development of the European anarchist movement. This is something that cannot really be done in a general biography of someone whose life and work were associated with the anarchist movement in so many countries over a period of almost 50 years. The present study, therefore, whilst endeavoring to show the continuity in the development of Kropotkin's life and career as a whole, concentrates on that period when he was most intimately and actively involved in the European anarchist movement, a period which began with his commitment to Bakuninism in 1872 and ended with his arrival in England in 1886 after some 12 years of energetic activity as a revolutionary agitator, first in Russia, then in Switzerland and France. In my treatment of sources I have devoted a good deal of attention to the anarchist press, particularly that with which Kropotkin was most closely associated, namely, he Revoke, a rich source of evidence which has remained largely untapped even by Matron. In the case of the anarchists, the main channel of communication between each other and with the masses, apart from personal contacts and public meetings, was provided by their newspapers. The very determination and persistence which Kropotkin, the Juristchians, and the anarchists of Lyon displayed in struggling to keep their newspapers going in the face of persecution bears eloquent testimony to this. Kropotkin himself actually stressed the importance of the study of the anarchist press in arriving at any real understanding of the anarchist movement and the ideas that have inspired it. Socialist literature has never been rich in books. It is written for workers, for whom one penny is money, and its main force lies in its small pamphlets and its newspapers. There remains nothing but to take collections of papers and read them all through, the news as well as the leading articles, the former perhaps even more than the latter. Quite a new world of social relations and methods of thought and action is revealed by this reading, which gives an insight into what cannot be found anywhere else, namely, the depth and the moral force of the movement, the degree to which men are involved with the new theories, their readiness to carry them out in their daily life and to suffer for them. 6. One final point: all the quotations, which are mainly from French sources, have been translated into English. This has presented a few problems with regard to some words which do not have a precise English equivalent. I have had particular difficulty, for example, with such words as corps de métier, syndicate, and société de résistance, because the term trade unions is so often used and understood to mean the reformist form of trade unionism with which the labor movement in Britain has so often been closely associated. Where the original French seems to be more precise than the translation, I have given the French term in brackets. Introduction. Peter Kropotkin is without doubt one of those who have contributed perhaps most, perhaps even more than Bakunin or Elisée Reclus, to the elaboration and propagation of anarchist ideas. One so wrote his contemporary, Malatesta, Italy's most famous militant and theorist of the time, who, if always a friend and comrade of Kropotkin, was also one of his sharpest critics. A prominent revolutionary agitator as well as distinguished geographer, Kropotkin had a remarkable capacity for communicating easily with both the educated bourgeoisie and the oppressed classes. If he lacked the dramatic presence of Michael Bakunin and the oratorical brilliance of such figures as Sebastian Faure and Louise Michel, there was nevertheless a compelling persuasiveness in his writing which few could match. This persuasiveness sprang partly from his passionate and uncompromising concern for social justice, but it was also due in no small part to the way he linked the development of anarchism to the development of science. Kropotkin shared the optimism of the positivists in the limitless possibilities of the inductive-deductive methods of scientific inquiry. In so doing he perhaps went further than Proudhon or even Reclus in rejecting as unscientific all metaphysics and the justification they gave to the power of church and state, whether emanating from the Christian belief in an all-powerful God or from the Hegelian concept of the universal spirit. In 1913 he went so far as to write a particularly savage attack on Bergson, the French philosopher, for denigrating science by arguing that intuition played an important part in scientific discovery. Too certainly he recognized the difficulties of attaining the same level of exactitude in sociological studies as in physics and chemistry. He did not share, for instance, Taine's sweeping assertions about history as a sort of exact science, and even in his youth, in a letter to his brother, 2. Alexander, had pointed out that the work of the historian was necessarily colored by his political beliefs. 3. He argued, however, that there was a special relationship between science and anarchism. Scientists of the past had always had some grand concept of social development which had given them the hypotheses or inspiration for their researches. Darwin's hypothesis regarding the role of the struggle for existence in the origin of species, for example, had been inspired by the conceptions of Malthus and bourgeois economy. In the contemporary world, this inspiration for scientific research came from anarchism. In a letter to Guillaume in 1903 he claimed that it was now necessary to be an anarchist to be able to write about history, political economy, or even biology. For moreover, inspired by the synthetic approach pioneered by Kant and Spencer, he envisaged the possibility of arriving at a synthetic philosophy based on the mechanical interpretation of phenomena and embracing the whole of nature, including the life of societies, which would provide an answer to the question of how progress could be achieved in terms of the well-being of the generality of mankind. Such a philosophy, he argued, was being elaborated partly by the study of the sciences and partly by anarchy. Anarchy, therefore, was no longer just a utopian theory, it represented the current of thought of the age. The philosophy which is being elaborated by study of the sciences on the one hand and anarchy on the other, are two branches of one and the same great movement of minds, two sisters walking hand in hand. And that is why we can affirm that anarchy is no longer a utopia, a theory, it is a philosophy which impresses itself on our age. 5. Kropotkin nevertheless rejected the ideas of absolute knowledge and truth which characterized both the rigid metaphysics of religion and the more dynamic dialectics of Hegel, and reflecting the less extreme positivist views of Claude Bernard, he actually envisaged the development of scientific knowledge in terms of an ever-changing approximation to truth. In his view, there was something in the essential nature of anarchism with its insistence on free association and interaction between individuals which echoed this basic feature of science, something entirely lacking in other forms of socialism, particularly Marxism. The latter, he claimed, was not in any case scientific at all. Marx and Engels, in confining themselves to the dialectical method in their study of human society and political economy, had failed to provide real scientific proof for any of their affirmations about so-called scientific socialism. Capital is a marvelous revolutionary pamphlet. 3. Kropotkin declared in a letter to Guillaume, but its scientific significance is nil. 6. The basic tenet of historical materialism that bourgeois society was going to give birth to socialism, apart from being essentially determinist and therefore exercising an inhibiting effect on the action of revolutionaries, was based on a false claim about the inevitable concentration of capital which had been discredited by the observations of Cherksov and others. Marx's theory of value was a naive formulation based on Ricardo's assertion of a direct relationship between labor and value, which, in the elaboration of the idea of surplus value, failed to recognize the real cost of labor measured in terms of poverty and deprivation, and the evil of the present system was not that there was a surplus value of production which went to the capitalist, but that there should be any surplus value at all. As regards his socialist ideas, Marx had simply used Hegelian dialectics to repeat what the utopian socialists had said so well before him. He had failed to break free from the old metaphysics, and his followers, the social democrats, bogged down in abstractions which hid careless analysis, had gone on repeating the formulas of progress their master had believed to be vaguely true 50 years before, without verifying or exploring them. Unlike the advocates of scientific materialism, who were less concerned with the relationship between humanity and the natural universe and focused their attention more narrowly on economics and history, Kropotkin clearly adopted an essentially holistic approach in his claim regarding the scientific basis of anarchism. In anarchism, its philosophy and ideal. He argued that advances in the natural sciences had demonstrated that the harmony observed in the universe was simply a temporary equilibrium established between all forces which could only last on the condition of being continually modified and representing at every instant the resultant of all conflicting actions. Making a direct comparison between the breakdown of harmony which produced eruptions of volcanoes in nature and revolutions in human society, he insisted that the process regarding the achievement of harmony applied as much to the evolution of human society as it did to anything else in the natural universe. And it was this process, which, in his view, found direct expression in the anarchist conception of society, where harmony was sought in a delicate balance resulting from the development of free associations which were constantly being modified to meet the multiple aspirations of all. Kropotkin was very much influenced in all this both by Darwin's work in producing scientific evidence to substantiate the idea of evol. 4. Evolution and the advances in biology, zoology, and anthropology which followed from it. He believed that in addition to making a clear break with the old metaphysics, they had made it possible to reconstruct not only the history of organisms but also the history of human institutions. But he had doubts about the importance Darwin attached to natural selection in the origin of species, particularly the idea of the struggle for existence associated with it, which, as developed first by Spencer and then Huxley, conflicted sharply with Kropotkin's idea of harmony achieved through a delicate balance between all the forces in society and actually provided justification for the capitalist system. In direct response to Huxley's essay, The Struggle for Existence in Human Society, 7, which delineated the struggle for existence as a pitiless combat of each against all where evolution could be either progressive or regressive, Kropotkin therefore elaborated his own ideas of evolution, which identified mutual aid as a major factor in the evolutionary process which, unlike combat between the members of the same species, always led to progressive evolution. He was convinced that Darwin himself in later life recognized that the associated struggle against the environment was more important in the struggle for life than the individual struggle within the species, and he maintained that the great scientist's ideas had been misrepresented by the social Darwinists. Kropotkin nevertheless actually derived the inspiration for his work on mutual aid from his own observations of animal behavior in Siberia and from a lecture given in 1879 by the Russian zoologist, Karl Kessler, who had suggested that in addition to the law of mutual struggle there was the law of mutual aid, which was more important in the struggle for life and progressive evolution. 8. To substantiate this law of mutual aid he brought together a mass of evidence drawn from the work of zoologists, anthropologists, sociologists, and historians. He concluded that this evidence showed that the vast majority of animal species lived in societies and found, in association, the best weapons for the struggle for life, understood in the wide Darwinian sense not as a struggle for the sheer means of existence but as a struggle against all natural conditions unfavorable to the species. And he declared that those animal species in which mutual aid had attained its greatest development were invariably the most numerous, prosperous, and open to further progress. In the case of human beings, the strength of the mutual aid had given mankind the possibility of developing those institutions which had enabled it to survive in its hard 5. Struggle against nature and to progress, whatever the misfortunes in its history. Against social Darwinism and in support of anarchism, Kropotkin was undoubtedly convinced that his survey of animal and human behavior had established the importance of the factor of mutual aid for progressive evolution. At the same time he was well aware of the limitations of that survey. In a letter to Landauer in 1903 about the German edition of his book, he firmly resisted any change to the title, Mutual Aid, a Factor of Evolution, 1902, which would give the erroneous impression that he had answered the question about how mutual aid affected evolution. 9. He went on to say that several years further work would be required to provide some sort of answer to such a question because, in response to the growing importance of Lamarckism, he would be obliged to show that species developed through the effect of direct accommodation to the environment, isolation etc., without an internal struggle for survival between its members. Clearly Kropotkin would have liked to carry his work on mutual aid further by enlisting the support of Lamarckian ideas against those Darwinists who insisted on a bitter struggle between members of the same species as the major factor in evolution. and in fact he contributed a number of articles to the 19th century and after on the subject of the inheritance of acquired characteristics which, although acknowledging the limitations of the research done so far and the difficulty of verifying its claims, were very sympathetic to Lamarckism. 10. Certainly Lamarckism was gaining ground in the first decades of the present century, but the rediscovery at this time of the experiments of Mendel, an obscure German scientist in the 1850s, was already laying the foundation of the study of modern genetics which ultimately would deprive Lamarckism of any real scientific validity. Meanwhile, such concessions about the need for further study did not prevent Kropotkin from going on to claim that mutual aid was the mainspring for the development of morality in human society. Again, although he insisted on the continuity between Darwin's ideas and his own, he took his inspiration from someone else, in this instance J.M. Guyot, who in his Esquisse d'une morale sans obligation ni sanction, 1884, had argued that the moral instinct in human beings required no coercion, compulsory obligation, or sanction from above but developed as a result of the very need they had to live a full, intensive, productive life. Kropotkin declared that it was in the mutual aid instinct which 6. Darwin had considered to be more permanently at work in social animals than even the purely egotistic instinct of direct self-preservation, that the origin was to be found of those feelings of benevolence and of that partial identification of the individual with the group which were the starting point of all the higher ethical feelings. And those ethical feelings, according to Kropotkin, developed into the general conceptions of right and wrong containing the fundamental principles of equity and mutual sympathy, which applied to all sentient beings, just as principles of mechanics derived from observation on the surface of the earth applied to matter in space. 11. Far from giving a lesson in amoralism, as had been argued by individualists like Stirner and Nietzsche and Darwinists like Spencer and Huxley, nature was the first ethical teacher of man. Society in the absence of authority as exercised through church and state would become neither the community of egotists celebrated by the former nor a community of warring individuals portrayed by the latter. In anarchist morality he contended that in fact it was the oppression and exploitation generated by the church and more particularly the capitalist state which had undermined the very social cohesion on which the development of morality depended. An anarchist society where the liberty of the individual would be constrained by nothing but the necessity of finding cooperation, support, and sympathy amongst his neighbors would actually foster that human solidarity out of which the higher ideals of justice and equity evolved. As for the individualists, he claimed that in their rejection of any conception of right and wrong and their exaltation of the individuality of the few without concern for the oppression of the many, they were advocating a foolish egoism which contained the negation of its own ideal regarding the attainment of a complete, broad, and more perfectly attainable individuality. 12. Although Kropotkin insisted on the importance of the development of morality out of the practice of mutual aid, he recognized that the self-assertiveness of the individual was also an important factor for progressive evolution because it helped break the bonds that society imposed on the individual when institutions began to petrify. At the same time, however, he argued, insofar as the same self-assertiveness also lead both individuals and groups to struggle with each other for supremacy, it militate against the development of morality and progressive evolution. There had been in fact two major tendencies at work throughout the history of human societies, he claimed, the one which was the popular creative tendency where people worked out for 7. themselves the institutions necessary to make life in society possible, and the other which was the authoritarian, oppressive tendency where priests, sorcerers, and military leaders endeavored to establish their power over everyone else. It was this latter tendency acting in conflict with the popular tendency which had been responsible for the development of those political and economic systems where the privileged few established and maintained their power over, and at the expense of, the majority. The social tensions created by these systems, of which the modern capitalist state was the most repressive example, inevitably led to revolutions which, in spite of their final defeat in the face of a resurgence of the forces of reaction, always resulted in some reassertion of popular initiative and progress towards a free society. Kropotkin of course associated anarchism with the popular creative tendency as he associated statism with its opposite. He saw evidence of free communalism, for example, in the assertion of independence from feudal authority by medieval cities whose social organization had been based on guild associations. It was only in the French Revolution, however, that he saw the beginnings of socialism and the divisions between authoritarian and anti-authoritarian within it, which were to produce state socialism on one hand and anarchism on the other. Kropotkin saw the beginnings of the ideas of state socialism partly in the Jacobinist communism of the Bobovist conspiracies of 1794-5, which had later re-emerged in the ideas of Weitling, Cabet and Blanqui, and partly in Saint-Simonism, the communism of Blanc and the collectivism of Pecker and Vidal, which had been associated with the 1848 revolution, all of which, in his view, to a greater or less degree advocated a form of socialism which transformed the individual into a mere functionary of the state. Anarchist ideas, by contrast, had originated amongst the enrages, the uncompromising agitators of the French Revolution, who had demanded popular control as well as real economic equality. These ideas had found expression in Godwin's idea of anti-statist social revolution and been developed in Fourier's proposals for socialistic communities based on free association, the cooperative socialism of Owen and the mutualism of Proudhon. But whilst Kropotkin associated the origins of the two currents of socialist ideas with particular thinkers and agitators and recognized the importance of the latter's role in helping to clarify the vague ideas of the masses, he nevertheless believed that socialism as a social movement, like all others, originated from among the people and maintained its vitality and creative force only so long as it remained a movement of the people. The ideas of Chalier and Lang, which foreshadowed the utopian vision of Fourier, had been associated with the communalist movement in Paris and the provinces in the French Revolution. The socialist ideas of both currents, in spite of the dismal failure of state socialist schemes in the Revolution of 1848, had gained a new strength and significance in the development of the International Workingmen's Association in the 60s. It was the popular insurrection sparked off by the Paris Commune of 1871 which had finally demonstrated the ineffectiveness of state socialism and the need for free and independent communes to carry through the social revolution. Latin peoples had been particularly responsive to the lesson of the Commune of Paris, hence their sympathetic response to the anarchism of Bakunin and the strength of the anti-authoritarian international in Latin countries. Germanic peoples with their authoritarian traditions, however, had taken a quite different lesson from the Commune and had supported the authoritarian socialism of Marx, hence the strength of social democracy in these countries. Historically speaking, in terms of progressive evolution, the Marxists had made a major error in Kropotkin's view by encouraging the persistence of the authoritarian tendency in the socialist movement. Only the masses themselves, he insisted, could carry through a social revolution. And one of his greatest anxieties was that unless anarchists helped the people define and clarify their ideals, they would go on, as they had done before, choosing methods which were political and parliamentary and therefore inconsistent with their realization. Even if the masses requires neither detailed programs nor blueprints to guide them in the building up of a free and just society, it was essential they understood the need to take political and economic control into their own hands from the very beginning if they were to be able to do it. For all its communalism and populism, the revolt of the Paris Commune had ended in such a terrible defeat because the people had clung onto the old governmental prejudice, abandoning popular power and initiative to an elected government which had failed to keep in touch with the creative energy of the people and to consolidate popular support by carrying through a social revolution. Kropotkin endeavored to substantiate his argument by an exploration of the possibilities of creating an anarchist communist society in The Conquest of Bread, 1892, and Fields, Factories, and Workshops, 1898, books in which he developed his economic ideas as well as his views concerning education which are associated with them. 9. In The Conquest of Bread, Kropotkin sought to demonstrate the importance and practicability of establishing everyone's right to well-being from the first day of the revolution, by the people themselves taking possession of all social wealth so that the exploiters could no longer appropriate the product of the labor of others and it could be distributed amongst all members of society according to need. There were already examples in contemporary society: the organization of national libraries, public water supplies, the lifeboat service, of the recognition of the principle to each according to his/her need. Attacking the collectivists and social democrats for seeking only the collectivization of the instruments of production, he argued that everything was so interdependent in modern society that it would be impossible to reform the part without the whole. Half measures would simply disrupt the system of production and spread discontent. For the worker, shelter, food, and clothing were as much instruments of production as tools and machines. Moreover, the wages system, which belonged to the capitalist system of production, had an inbuilt tendency to promote inequality and injustice. It was impossible to determine the value of the individual contribution to production accurately and fairly. There would always be those unable to earn sufficient for themselves and their dependents, whilst the Marxist distinction between qualified and simple work would inevitably reintroduce the inequalities of present society. To proclaim the abolition of private property with regard to the instruments of production and then to deny it with regard to everything else was to attempt to base society on two totally opposing principles. Such a society would either end up reverting back to the system of private property or transforming itself into a communist society. Kropotkin did not accept that problems of scarcity would make the abolition of the wages system and distribution according to need impossible except as a long-term aim, as the Marxists and Social Democrats claimed. Shortages occasioned by the disruption of production during the first days of the revolution would be solved by a system of rationing organized by local communities. Given the modern advances in scientific knowledge, the enthusiasm and commitment of the masses would soon ensure the production of goods sufficient to meet the needs of society. Indeed, he was convinced that production could be so improved and expanded in an anarchist communist society that each adult between the ages of 20 or 22 and 45 or 50 would only need to work a 5-hour day to provide for everyone's needs. In fields, factories, and workshops, he went on to discuss in 10. Some detail the defects of contemporary food production and how they could be eradicated in a system more appropriate to the development of natural resources and the satisfaction of human need. In so doing, he denounced the pernicious effects of the theory of Malthus, which, in declaring that population always presses on the means of subsistence, continued to provide a kind of scientific argument about the inevitability of poverty in support of the present system, even though it had been discredited by the enormous increase in man's productive powers during the 19th century. We have no right to complain of overpopulation, and no need to fear it in the future, he declared. Our means of obtaining from the soil whatever we want, under any climate and upon any soil, have lately been improved at such a rate that we cannot foresee yet what is the limit of productivity of a few acres of land. 13. The evidence for this claim was challenged by the proponents of neo-Malthusianism who, arguing that success in combating poverty depended on restricting population growth, had founded a movement in 1879 to promote and spread the knowledge of birth control. Kropotkin, however, who from the first had sharply criticized the movement as a diversion from the revolutionary struggle, whilst acknowledging the benefits to the poor of limiting the size of their families, did not think the arguments of neo-Malthusianism deserved serious consideration. 14. He claimed that the main problem about the modern system of production was that as a system organized purely to secure profits for the few, it could not function effectively and efficiently in providing for the needs of society as a whole. Preoccupation with the maximization of profit through the division of labor as extolled by bourgeois economists had led to over-specialization where industrialist countries had failed to develop their agricultural resources, preferring to concentrate on the production of manufactured goods at the expense of turning the workers into slaves of huge machines and having to face recurring economic crises as other nations became industrialist and the competition for markets intensified. Such a system, he warned, carried within it the seeds of its own decay. Taking a line which contrasted sharply with that of the Marxists who saw in specialization and the centralization of production an essential part of the historical process leading to socialism, Kropotkin argued that increasing specialization actually conflicted with the tendencies of human life where variety was the characteristic feature of a territory and its inhabitants. In place of over-specialization there would have to 11. b. An integration and combination of labor where every able-bodied human being in free association with others would do intellectual as well as manual labor and work in both field and workshop, whilst every region would produce and consume most of its own agricultural and manufactured produce. Inspired by Fourier's vision of free association in agreeable work, Kropotkin contended that in a society based on the integration of labor where the individual could achieve the fullest development of his/her capacities and interests, enjoy varied activity, and work in a healthy environment where the factory was no longer divorced from the countryside, work would no longer be a burden and the level and quality of production would be much higher than under the present system. A system of integrated labor implied a complete change in the system of education. Kropotkin, therefore, advocated integral education where everyone would be educated in the use of hand and brain to end the pernicious division between intellectual and manual work which depressed the achievement levels of everyone and slowed up scientific and technical progress. No other leading anarchist either before or since has associated anarchism as closely as Kropotkin did with the development of science. Critical though they were of metaphysics and dialectics, Proudhon and Bakunin were strongly influenced by both in their language and thought. Bakunin was anxious that science should be the property of all because it would point to the general causes of individual suffering and reveal the general conditions necessary for the real emancipation of individuals in society. But he was not prepared to go any further in recognizing close, positive links between free socialism and science. He denounced as monstrous any attempt to force practical life into strict conformity with the abstract data of science. Science should never interfere with the practical organization of society for, apart from always being imperfect, it concerned itself with abstraction and was forced therefore by its nature to ignore the lives of real individuals. He attacked the Marxists who wanted to accord a powerful position to savants not only because he believed they would be corrupted by power just as surely as everyone else in authority, but also because he was convinced that they could only be intellectual socialists since scientific thought was not directly related to practical experience. The workers, for all their ignorance and prejudice, were instinctively socialist as a result of their experience of oppression. The development of socialist thought which they lacked would be achieved through the 12. Meant of the practical action in fighting oppression. Reclus, as a scientist, made a much clearer break with the language and thought of metaphysics and dialectics. He was in fact much closer to Kropotkin than any other major figure in the anarchist movement. Nevertheless, there are clear differences between the two men in the way they related science to anarchism. Reclus saw revolution as the culmination of an evolutionary process where the final resistance to change was overcome, whereas Kropotkin saw it in the more elaborate terms of a breakdown in harmony to produce a new readjustment between all the forces in society. Even though he believed that a knowledge of natural laws and history was essential to enable the masses to define their ideals and discover the way to secure the realization of those ideals, Reclus did not share Kropotkin's preoccupation with the idea of anarchist communism as the basis of a synthetic philosophy, and rather like Bakunin he focused his attention on the democratization of science. Partly because he seems to have had much less structured and detailed views of history and evolution, and partly because he was more concerned to denounce the enslaving effect on men's minds of religion, Reclus was less inclined than Kropotkin to identify Marxism, social democracy, or even particular races with the authoritarian tendency of history and regressive evolution. He seems in fact to have been much more interested in the development of the individual than Kropotkin, seeing here the beginning of that evolutionary and revolutionary process which would culminate in the creation of a free and just society. Other leading anarchists were actually very critical of the way Kropotkin linked anarchism with science. Malatesta claimed that what he called scientific anarchism, like scientific socialism, had been derived from scientism, which, as a result of a belief in the unlimited possibilities of science, had equated scientific truth with human aspirations when it really only concerned the discovery of facts and the laws governing the inevitable occurrence and repetition of those facts. Not everything in the universe could be subjected to a mechanistic explanation. If it could, everything would be predestined and there would be no point in the struggle to create a better society. Kropotkin's idea of anarchism as a synthetic philosophy was, in Malatesta's view, a nonsense. Anarchy was an aspiration which could be achieved through the exercise of the human will. It could not be equated with a mechanical conception of the universe and should not be confused with either science or any given philosophical system, even though it could profit from advances in science and philosophic thought. He rejected 13. Kropotkin's view about the tendency to harmony in nature, declaring that it was more a question of struggling against the disharmonies of nature in human society. Such a view about harmony as a law of nature created undue optimism about the inevitable development of an anarchist communist society. Malatesta also argued that Kropotkin had underestimated the difficulties of producing sufficient goods to meet everyone's needs. It was, for example, by no means certain that the peasants would immediately adopt the new forms of cultivation which science indicated would be necessary to realize the great potentialities of agriculture outlined in fields, factories, and workshops. His approach was not truly scientific because he tended only to admit facts which supported his passionately held beliefs. Kropotkin, he declared, was too passionate to be an accurate observer. 15. This criticism of Kropotkin for a partial selection of evidence was reiterated by James Guillaume, who, as an anarchist and historian himself, had reservations about his friend's qualifications as a historian, even though he did not share Malatesta's reservations about his competence as a scientist. You have a theory and you look for facts to group together and interpret to support that theory. 16. Malatesta clearly believed that it was not possible to combine the cold objectivity of the scientist in any sort of satisfactory way with the passion and commitment of the revolutionist. Yet it was the eloquent combination of anarchism with science which, for all its weaknesses, enabled Kropotkin to secure a hearing for anarchist communism in all classes of society, as well as to assure it a place in both the intellectual and working class history of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. http://avaxhome.ws/blog/Chris Redfield 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 http://avaxhome.ws/blog/Chris Redfield. Part I. Kropotkin and the development of the theory of anarchist communism. http://avaxhome.ws/blog/Chris Redfield 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 http://avaxhome.ws/blog/Chris Redfield. Bakuninism. From Reform to Revolution, 1872. Kropotkin 9's first contact with the International and Bakuninism. I soon noticed that no revolution, whether peaceful or violent, had ever taken place without the new ideals having clearly penetrated into the very class whose economical and political privileges were to be assailed. One so Kropotkin observed when he first embarked on his career as a revolutionist. No one could have been more truly a member of the privileged class than Kropotkin himself. In 1862, when 20 years old, he graduated as an officer from the exclusive military academy, the Corps of Pages at St. Petersburg, after serving with some distinction as personal page to the Tsar himself. At this point his loyalty had not been in question. Indeed, just before the passing out ceremony he had taken a leading part in extinguishing a dangerous fire started by an arsonist in the center of St. Petersburg. Yet rather than pursue the possibility of a brilliant career at court, he elected to serve in a newly created and virtually unknown regiment in a remote region of Siberia. Revolted from his boyhood by a system where the nobility maintained an extravagant and useless existence based on serfdom, he had expected a radical improvement in the social system when the new Tsar liberated the serfs in 1861. By 1862 it was becoming clear to him that this was a vain hope. Signs of a coming reaction already began to manifest themselves in the behavior of Alexander II, particularly after the fire. Kropotkin later recalled how at the passing out ceremony itself the Tsar called the new officers to him and, after quietly congratulating them, roared threats of the most dire consequences should any of them prove disloyal. His voice failed, his face was peevish, full of that expression of blind rage which I saw in my childhood on the faces of landlords when they threatened their serfs, to 17. 18. Skin them under the rods. Reaction, full speed backwards, I said to myself as we made our way back to the corps. A few days later the Tsar questioned Kropotkin about his decision to go to the Amur. The latter explained his wish to work where there would be so much to do to apply the great reforms which were going to be made. The Tsar looked straight at me, he became pensive, at last he said, "Well, go, one can be useful everywhere," and his face took on such an expression of fatigue, such a character of complete surrender, that I thought at once, he is a used-up man, he is going to give it all up. Alexander II, for his part, must at the least have been disquieted by this young and promising officer who enthused so disconcertingly about reform and turned his back on the court. Kropotkin's disillusionment over the possibilities of reform under the Tsarist regime, however, did not lead him to an active involvement in the revolutionary movement until 1872, and Alexander II did not discover the measure of his erstwhile page's alienation and disloyalty until 1874 when Kropotkin was betrayed into the hands of the police. Needless to say, the Tsar, who by this time had retreated unequivocally into a policy of reaction and repression, did not hesitate to implement the threat he had made in 1862, and Kropotkin was promptly incarcerated in a damp and isolated cell in the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul. Alexander II, no less than Kropotkin, recognized the danger of the disaffection of a member of the aristocracy with such close associations with the court. But for all the importance of Kropotkin's disaffection and the drama of its discovery by the authorities, it is clear that the process whereby his abhorrence of the oppressive social system was transformed into a commitment to Bakuninism was a long and gradual one, a fact highlighted, perhaps unwittingly, in the cryptic conversation he had with the Tsar's brother who visited him in his cell. The Grand Duke wanted to know when and where he had got his revolutionary ideas. It was always the same, Kropotkin declared in an effort to be both evasive and truthful. "Why," exclaimed his distinguished visitor in terror, "were you such in the corps of pages?" "In the corps I was a boy, and what is indefinite in boyhood grows definite in manhood," was the cool reply. Kropotkin was actually already 30 years old when he established contact with the International and began his career as a revolutionist. It was only in 1867, when he left Siberia, he tells us, that he was ready to become an anarchist. Moreover, for all his preoccupation with the desperate need for radical change, we find him, as late as 9. June 1866, cautioning his brother against an impassioned commitment to revolution without careful reflection as to the likely benefits or harm for the majority. 5. For Kropotkin it was essential to seek out a rational and effective way whereby the prevailing oppressive system could be transformed, and a meaningful role for himself identified in effecting that transformation. He was not prepared to base his life and actions simply on a gut reaction of hatred for the regime combined with a theoretical study of radical literature. He had to explore all the possibilities systematically, for if one essential feature of his character was his passionate concern for the oppressed, the other was his preoccupation with rational reflection based on scientific investigation and inquiry. It therefore took him some time to arrive at a revolutionary position. But for all that, and no doubt because of it, Kropotkin, once he had arrived at his convictions about society and revolution, did not lightly accept any modification of them. James Guillaume, on one occasion exasperated by Kropotkin's response to criticism of his ideas about the French Revolution, exclaimed, you defend yourself like the very devil down to the last cartridge. 6. Kropotkin's passionate concern for the oppressed originated in the experiences of his childhood, experiences which by the time he was 12 had instilled in him such anxiety about his aristocratic position that he ceased to use the title of prince and adopted the plain signature P. Kropotkin for everything he wrote. In the old noble families of Russia, children were for the most part abandoned to the care of nurses and tutors or sent away to schools from where home visits were very severely restricted. Relations between parents and children tended to be stiff and formal at the best of times. The younger Kropotkin children, Peter and Alexander, whose mother died when they were very young, the two other children were much older and already away at school, would have had a particularly loveless childhood had it not been for the care and attention lavished on them by the household serfs. Their stepmother, whom their father, Prince Alexei, married soon after the death of his first wife, displayed a gross insensitivity in her behavior towards them. Not content with moving the family into a new home from which everything that reminded them of their mother had been removed, she also wrenched them from the care of their mother's servants and cut off all associations with their maternal relatives. The family serfs, however, who had found the prince's first wife an altogether more sympathetic personality, in devotion to her memory, now transferred their affection to her. 20. Children. I do not know what would have become of us, Kropotkin declared, if we had not found in our house, among the serf servants, that atmosphere of love which children must have around them. 7. In such circumstances, the children inevitably tended to sympathize with the plight of the serfs, all the more so as the treatment of the latter represented an extension of the oppressive authority exercised by the prince over the family itself. Alexander, for instance, even suffered a beating from his father when he was 21. Peter was profoundly distressed by what the serfs endured at the hands of his father. Forced marriages, young men handed over to the dreaded army recruiting board for having occasioned princely displeasure by some act of insubordination, beatings inflicted for some minor misdemeanor. Yet Alexei Kropotkin was regarded as a good master by his serfs. What happened in the Kropotkin home was, as the prince himself declared, nothing worth speaking of in comparison to what went on in other aristocratic households. And all this, Peter began to see as he grew up, served only to maintain the useless and often decadent existence of a class excluded by the Tsars from any constructive role in the running of the country. All members of the aristocracy were virtually obliged to pursue a military career where the obsession was with appearance, tradition, style. Nobody was a more dedicated soldier than Alexei Kropotkin in this sense, but his only claim to military distinction was a medal awarded him in consequence of the bravery of his personal serf. Kropotkin's growing alienation from his class and distaste for the social system was reinforced by his experiences as a student at the Corps of Pages. In this exclusive institution, the education provided was in many respects remarkably progressive for the time. Kropotkin praised the way in which the teaching was rendered as concrete as possible, but a tradition of bullying the younger boys by the senior students still prevailed when he first arrived, which was only exceeded in its brutality by the military discipline itself. In 1861 he found himself imprisoned in an unlighted room and fed on bread and water for several weeks for daring to criticize the behavior of the officer in charge. Finding little in common with his fellow students, Kropotkin, encouraged and stimulated by correspondence with his brother, devoted his time outside the classroom to the study of the problems that exercised the major thinkers and writers of the day. This led him to undertake his first project of scientific inquiry, a survey of the village. 21. Fair at Nikolskoye, where the family had their country estate, an exercise which he declares, brought me one step nearer to our peasants, making me see them under a new light and left on him a lasting impression of their serious good sense and sound judgment. 8 visits to the homes of fashionable relatives with an interest in liberal ideas enabled him, in spite of the vigorous censorship, to make the acquaintance of the writings of Herzen. And so impressed was he by what he read that he tried to start a secret revolutionary paper in the Corps, a dangerous venture which he only abandoned at the insistence of the very few sympathetic pages who had read the first copies. His views nonetheless remained very much those of a constitutionalist. It was not necessary for the Tsar totally to renounce his power, only to limit it, he declared in a letter to Alexander in 1858. 9. Moreover, because of the restricted social milieu in which he lived, he had no contact whatsoever with the radical movement of the day. When Kropotkin became the Tsar's personal page in June 1861, he still expected, as indeed did the liberals including even Herzen himself, that Alexander II as the liberator of the serfs would initiate reforms to eliminate the evils of the old order and limit the power of autocratic government. 10. But the Tsar's behavior, beginning with the savage repression of student disturbances in the autumn of that year, forced him to recognize the fragility of the royal commitment to liberal ideas. By the end of his year as page to Alexander II, he had become convinced that the latter was basically a despotic and vacillating character, who, surrounded as he was by a corrupt court and advisers who terrified him with suggestions that any radical change would produce a bloody uprising of the peasants, lacked the moral will to carry through a real program of reform. During adolescence, Kropotkin's anxiety about his aristocratic position had crystallized into a preoccupation with the need to be a useful member of society, so much so that his brother Alexander complained. "You speak of this future life for society as about a debt." 11. He now had to face the dilemma of whether or not this was possible under the Tsarist regime. Parental opposition had already virtually obliged him to abandon an initial plan of going to university in order to acquire what he regarded as a necessary basic education. Clearly he came to the conclusion that he could be useful to society as an officer in military service without further education, and that even now there remained some hope of reform, for he chose a posting in the recently annexed Amur region of Siberia in the belief that something could still be done. 22. In developing this area away from the immediate influence of the court. Questioned on his arrival, September 1862, about the reasons for his posting, he insisted he had chosen to come out of the desire to be useful, to find activity, the impossibility of going to the university. 12. Kropotkin, very much encouraged by the liberal views and sympathies he found amongst some of the leading administrators of the region, particularly the military governor of eastern Siberia, General Kukel, to whose staff he was assigned, applied himself with vigor and enthusiasm to work as secretary to committees concerned with developing proposals for prison and local government reform. But within a year Kukel had been dismissed for collusion in the escape of Bakunin and for his sympathetic treatment of Mikhailov, whilst the government in St. Petersburg now began to put a halt to any further development of proposals for reform. "The departure of Kukel, the consequences of which I wrote to you, has upset everything," he wrote in a disconsolate letter to his brother in March 1863, adding on a note of desperation, "I definitely do not know where I must take refuge now, probably I'll go with the barge." 13. And in the summer he obtained permission to lead a string of provision barges to remote towns along the Amur River. The barges were wrecked in a storm, but with characteristic energy and determination Kropotkin hastened to St. Petersburg to report the loss, and, after considerable persistence, managed to convince the authorities of the necessity of providing tugs to avert future disasters to the supply barges. With efforts at reform frustrated, he now tried to do what seemed possible in the existing circumstances, but soon became convinced of the utter futility of such efforts. He prepared, for example, a report on the economic condition of the usury Cossacks which actually earned him promotion, only to find the funds to implement his recommendation being misappropriated by the official responsible for their administration. Similarly, in the autumn of 1865 he discovered that the money for the ships to tow the barges had been used to pay for the construction of useless buildings for officials. Meanwhile he had been chosen to head a geographical expedition to explore Manchuria in the early summer of 1864. This expedition was followed by others. From now on he devoted his energy increasingly to scientific exploration, achieving distinction as a geographer. Nevertheless, he was gradually drawn to the irresistible conclusion that service in Siberia was no longer either beneficial or useful. One of his most notable achievements was the discovery in 1866 of the overland route. 23. Providing a more direct link than that afforded by the Lena River between Chita in eastern Siberia and the Lena gold fields in the north, yet the triumph of that discovery was fatally marred by the horror he felt in witnessing the atrocious working conditions of the salt workers at Lena. This is where one can gaze every day to one's heart's content upon the enslavement of the worker by capital, and at the manifestation of the great law of the reduction in reward with the increase in work, he wrote to his brother. 14 and, taking his inspiration from Proudhon, he declared that the present system had to be undermined by the direct road of aid associations, adding that only then would a revolution bring great benefit. That same year he attended the grim hearings of the military court which condemned 5 Poles to death for their part in a pathetic escape attempt by some 50 Polish exiles, who, armed with sticks and half a dozen rifles, revolted against their employment on the building of a road to connect Irkutsk with Chita, a task which had involved blasting a way along the most vertical cliffs of the side of Lake Baikal. Peter had been away on the Lena expedition at the time of this revolt, but his brother Alexander, who had joined him at Irkutsk in 1864, narrowly missed being sent with the troops against the Poles. This finally convinced the brothers of the necessity of leaving military service as soon as possible. To my brother and myself this insurrection was a great lesson. We realized what it meant to belong in any way to the army. We decided to leave the military service and return to Russia. 15 Kropotkin left Siberia in April 1867 totally alienated from the system and with any illusions he might have had about the possibilities of changing it, completely destroyed. He had witnessed the full extent of human misery generated by the Russian autocracy which dispatched an endless stream of political exiles and social rejects to Siberia where, even outside prisons, they endured the brutal excesses of a sort of primitive capitalism. At the same time he had discovered, he tells us, the absolute impossibility of doing anything really useful for the mass of the people by means of the administrative machinery where, even with senior administrators who were well-intentioned and enlightened, all progressive measures had been paralysed by a pyramidal, centralist administration which focused on its own interests instead of the good of the country. On the other hand, however, his experiences, particularly as an explorer, had inspired him with more positive and indeed revolutionary ideas about society. As a consequence of having to cope with the problems of dealing with hundreds of men in organizing diff. 24. Difficult and dangerous expeditions he had come to appreciate the value of acting on the principle of common understanding instead of military discipline. I soon understood that in serious work commanding and discipline are of little avail. Men of initiative are required everywhere, but once the impulse has been given, the enterprise must be conducted, especially in Russia, not in a military fashion, but in a sort of communal way, by means of common understanding. Observations of the social organization of the village communities he had encountered during his expeditions had convinced him of the great social creativity and historical importance of the masses. The constructive work of the unknown masses, which so seldom finds any mention in the growth in the forms of society, fully appeared before my eyes. On the one hand, he had observed how the Doukhobors with their semi-communistic brotherly organization had succeeded in colonizing the Amur region where state projects had failed. On the other, he had seen how remote native communities had elaborated complex forms of social organization far away from the influence of civilization. All of this led him to adopt ideas about leaders and the masses similar to those expressed by Tolstoy in War and Peace and, having lost whatever faith he had ever had in state discipline, he was now, he tells us, ready to become an anarchist although he had not yet formulated his observations into any specific political theory. 16. Once in St. Petersburg, Kropotkin entered the university to secure at last a thorough training in mathematics which he regarded as so essential to the furtherance of his studies. This, with his geographical work, absorbed all his time for the next 5 years. During this period he carried out the meticulous research which resulted in his discovery of the configuration of the mountains of Asia, a discovery which he regarded as his most significant contribution to science and which occasioned him immense excitement and satisfaction. There are not many joys in human life equal to the joy of the sudden birth of a generalization, illuminating the mind after a long period of patient research. He who has once in his life experienced this joy of scientific creation will never forget it. 17. But such pleasure in his geographical work served only to intensify his ever-present sense of guilt. But what right had I to these highest joys, when all around me was nothing but misery and struggle for a moldy bit of bread? when whatsoever I should spend to enable me to live in the world of higher emotions must needs be taken from the very mouths of those who grew the wheat and had not enough for their children. Hoping somehow to resolve the 25. conflict between his commitment as a distinguished geographer and his concern to help the people, he conceived the idea of writing a comprehensive physical geography of Russia which would provide basic information about the best way of cultivating the land. But what was the point, he asked himself, of providing this information when it could be of little practical use to the peasant until the whole social and economic system was changed? How dare I talk to him of American machines, when all that he can raise must be sold to pay rents and taxes? He needs me to live with him, to help him to become the owner or the free occupier of that land. Then he will read books with profit, but not now. 18 In the autumn of 1871 he therefore refused the offer of the coveted secretaryship of the Russian Geographical Society, which would have provided him with the opportunity and resources to write the physical geography of Russia. Two events at this time were important factors both in Kropotkin's decision to devote himself to the cause of the people and to his subsequent action in making contact with the IWA in Switzerland in 1872. One was the Paris Commune, the other was the death of his father in the autumn of 1871. The news of the Paris Commune generated in Kropotkin a new hope and excitement about the workers' movement in Western Europe. 19 The brave struggle of the communards, in spite of its tragic consequences, contrasted starkly with the situation in St. Petersburg, where the oppressed continued to endure their misery passively and the liberals of the 60s, if they were not already in prison, were now too afraid to say anything in the face of the engulfing tide of reaction. Kropotkin's concern for the proletariat in Western Europe had been aroused as early as 1861 by reading an exposition of Engels' book The Condition of the Working Class in England by Shelgunov. Since then he had read whatever articles he could find in the Russian press about the IWA. What he could find out from the biased and censored newspapers in Russia about either the IWA or the Paris Commune, however, failed to satisfy him. Consequently, when Sofia Nikolaevna Lavrova, the sister of his brother's wife who had close associations with the ex-communards and the International in Zurich, returned for a brief visit to St. Petersburg in the early autumn of 1871, he made a special point of meeting her. 20 The death of his father at this time meant that he could now afford to realize what seems to have been a cherished ambition to go to Western Europe to find out for himself about the developments there. In the early spring of 1872 he departed for Zurich. Through his sister-in-law he joined one of the local sections. 26. Of the International and set about reading everything he could about the IWA. I spent days and nights in reading, and received a deep impression which nothing will efface. 21 But his friends found difficulty in satisfying his demands for information and suggested he should visit groups in the Jura and Geneva, the main centers of the International. In Geneva he met the local leaders, Nikolai Yudin and Olga Levashova, who introduced him to leading members of the sections of the different trades and even invited him to be present at the committee meetings. But he preferred to be with the workers themselves so that he could get a real inside understanding of the movement. Taking a glass of sour wine at one of the tables in the hall, I used to sit there every evening amid the workers, and soon became friendly with several of them. I could thus follow the movement from the inside, and know the workers' view of it. He was deeply impressed by the workers' enthusiasm for the International. One must have lived among the workers of the time to realize the effect which the sudden growth of the association had upon their minds, the trust they put in it, the love with which they spoke it, the sacrifices they made for it. 22 And seeing in this a standing reproach to all those who had the education and leisure yet hesitated to give their much needed help to the workers in their efforts to build up the IWA, he became convinced that he had no alternative but to cast in his lot with them, to become a revolutionist. Unfortunately, Kropotkin soon had serious doubts about the sort of help the masses were getting in Geneva from the leadership of someone like Yudin, 23 involving as it did the political machinations associated with the pursuit of parliamentary ambitions. Declaring that he could not reconcile such wire-pulling by the leaders with the burning speeches he had heard them pronounce from the platform, He left after a few weeks to seek out the Bakuninists in the Jura. The encounter with these Jurassians had a profound effect on Kropotkin. Here in the Jura Federation, which he tells us had generated the first spark of anarchism in its opposition to the authoritarian behavior of the General Council of the IWA, where the workers thought things out for themselves and, if they took their inspiration from Bakunin, did so without regarding his words as some sort of incontrovertible law, here he finally felt at home. The theoretical aspects of anarchism, as they were beginning to be expressed in the Jura Federation, especially by Bakunin, the criticisms of state socialism, the fear of an economic despotism, far more dangerous than the merely political despotism, which I had heard formulated there, and the revolutionary character of the 27 agitation, appealed strongly to my mind. But the egalitarian relations which I found in the Jura Mountains, the independence of thought and expression which I saw developing among the workers, and their unlimited devotion to the cause appealed strongly to my feelings, and when I came away from the mountains, after a week's stay with the watchmakers, my views on socialism were settled. I was an anarchist. 24. Such was Kropotkin's account of his experience in the Jura, particularly the week he spent at Sunvilliers, and his commitment to Bakuninism, a commitment reinforced by a visit to the Bakuninists at Verviers in Belgium, where he discovered amongst the cloth workers one of the most sympathetic populations that I have ever met with in Western Europe. 25. For some reason, however, although he established close relations with leading militants such as Adhemar Schwitzgebel and James Guillaume, he never actually met Bakunin himself. Guillaume apparently advised against such a visit ostensibly because of Bakunin's age and his overwrought condition as a result of the quarrel in the International. However, he later told Nettelo that Bakunin himself did not want a meeting because he connected Kropotkin with the moderate views of his brother, who was associated with Peter Lavrov and had been offended by his stay with Yudin in Geneva. In point of fact, Guillaume was finding Bakunin's behavior with regard to the Jura Federation rather trying at this time, a circumstance about which he was always rather evasive and may well have had misgivings about the consequences of such a meeting. 26. Meanwhile, in spite of his enthusiasm, Kropotkin admits that there remained one point about which he had doubts, and only accepted after having given it a great deal of thinking and many hours of my nights, and that point concerned the revolution itself. If, having abandoned his earlier faith in liberal ideas, he now recognized that revolution might be the only way of securing the liberation of the oppressed, he continued, as Proudhon had done, to doubt the efficacy of such a revolution. He had been horrified by accounts of the terrible atrocities committed against the communards by the Versailles army. Given the strength of the middle classes backed up by the powerful machinery of the modern state, he was fearful of the destructive violence that might be engendered by the sort of revolution, a revolution far more profound than any of the revolutions which history had on record, which would be required to deliver everything into the hands of the people. Revolutions, he observed, only took place where there was already some disaffection amongst the privileged classes, and were in any case 28. An inevitable part of the evolutionary process. There are periods in human development when a conflict is unavoidable, and the civil war breaks out quite independently of the will of particular individuals. There was only one way of doing this, he concluded. The oppressed, in contrast with the unfortunate communards, must have a clear idea of what they wanted and how to achieve it, so that the struggle would be focused from the beginning on primary rather than secondary issues. With a higher and clearer vision inspiring the conflict, thereby winning the sympathy even of some of the class opposed to change, the force of social creativity would be more important than that of military strength. At the same time, without fighting over matters of secondary importance to give free play to men's lower instincts, the struggle would claim fewer victims on both sides. 27. Committed now to anti-authoritarian socialism and popular revolution, Kropotkin proposed to settle in the Jura to devote himself to the socialist cause. Guillaume, however, persuaded him that he should return home to help the people in his own country, pointing out that he was much more urgently needed there where helpers were so few, and he understood so much better the needs of the oppressed and how to communicate with them. 28. In May 1872, therefore, Kropotkin returned to Russia to take part in the revolutionary movement, and Guillaume received no further news of him until the newspapers reported his arrest and imprisonment in the spring of 1874. He only re-established contact with the International through correspondence with Guillaume after his escape from Russia in the summer of 1876. And his active involvement in the movement only really began with his arrival in Switzerland to settle at La Chaux-de-Fonds in 1877. By then the anti-authoritarian international had emerged, and conflicts within it were already leading anti-statists to define their position in opposition to other socialists. The anti-authoritarian international statist, anti-statist polarization at the time of Kropotkin's visit to the Jura, the IWA, was in the grip of the Marx-Bakunin quarrel. The Jura Federation, which had emerged from a split in the Fédération Romande in January 1869, had failed to secure recognition from the Marx-dominated General Council, in spite of being the majority faction, because of its close association with 29. Bakunin. Formally inaugurated at the Congress of Sonnevillers in 1871, it had adopted a firm anti-statist position from the start, and with the issue of the Sonnevillers circular had taken the initiative in attacking the General Council. The circular condemned the convocation of the Unrepresentative Council of London, which had accorded extra authority to the General Council and committed the IWA to the struggle for political power. At the same time it accused the General Council of trying to replace the free federation of autonomous sections of the International with a hierarchical authoritarian organization under its own control. 29. In September 1872, shortly after Kropotkin's return to Russia, the Jura Federation called together a Congress of the dissident federations and sections of St. a Congress which could be said to mark the beginning of the anti-authoritarian international, even though the latter was not formally established until the Congress of Geneva in 1873. The participants, representatives of the Spanish, Italian and Jura federations as well as the French and American sections who were Bakuninist in their sympathies, denounced the General Council. Reiterating and enlarging upon the points made in the Sonnevillers circular, they argued that its activities had shown it to be a threat to the autonomy and independence of the sections and federations, to the very liberty which constituted the first condition of the emancipation of the workers. Indeed, they went too far as to assert that the General Council by its very nature had inevitably become a violation of that liberty which was the fundamental basis of the IWA. They therefore agreed on a pact of solidarity to preserve both the liberty of the sections and federations and the unity of the International against the General Council. And not content simply to condemn the authoritarian behavior of the latter, they went on to denounce the preoccupation with political power it represented. They insisted that a uniform policy of action for social emancipation could and should not be imposed on the proletariat. Only the free spontaneous action of the masses themselves could liberate society from class oppression, and that action, they claimed, would be directed towards the creation of a free economic federation based on the work and equality of all, and independent of political government which only sustained class oppression. The first duty of the working class was the destruction of all political power without recourse to revolutionary or provisional government, which was more dangerous than any existing government. Proletarians of all countries, eschewing any compromise to accomplish social revel. 30. Yushin, had to establish working class solidarity in revolutionary action outside bourgeois politics. 30. In spite of the clearly anti-statist implications of these resolutions, the St. Declaration gathered broad support among members of the IWA, for the tactics adopted by the General Council in order to discredit and defeat Bakunin and his sympathizers, both at the Conference of London in 1871 and the Congress of The Hague in 1872, had aroused widespread hostility. The Anti-Authoritarian Congress at Geneva in 1873, therefore, included participants from the Dutch, Belgian, and English federations drawn into an alliance with the Bakuninists by commitment to the autonomy and independence of the sections and federations as a basic principle of the International. 31. In 1874 even the Germans sent representatives to the Congress of Brussels. The alliance between Bakuninists and the other internationalists was, however, an uneasy one, for the division between statists and anti-statists remained. The letter of support from the English Federation made this clear from the outset. It declared that the latter disagreed with the Jura Federation on the question of action, but, according primacy to the federal principle in the IWA, they were prepared to cooperate with the Bakuninists on the clear understanding that this meant they continued to follow quite different methods of struggle. 32. It would of course be a mistake to exaggerate the degree of polarization at this point. The Bakuninists had not adopted the uncompromising position that was to characterize the anarchist position later on. Bakunin himself in 1870 had conceded that the representative system could work at the commune level, and in 1871 had even suggested the possibility of cooperating with the political parties in Spain. 33. On the other side, de Pepy of Belgium, even though he warned that the lack of general direction in an anarchist revolution might allow it to be taken over and diverted from the objective of workers' emancipation, was prepared to concede that the anti-statist approach might seem to be more obviously appropriate to somewhere like Spain, where the state had been reduced to chaos. 34. But the tension between the statists and anti-statists undoubtedly persisted, and the division between them sharpened in the debates of the anti-authoritarian international. Even the discussion about creating some form of general committee at the First Congress at Geneva in 1873 was punctuated by sharp exchanges between Bruce and Hales, one of the English delegates, about 31. Anarchy, in spite of Guillaume's efforts to steer discussion away from contentious theoretical issues. 35. The disagreements manifested themselves very clearly at the Congress of Brussels in 1874 in debates about political action and the organization of a socialist society. 36. As regards the latter, the disagreement came to a head over de Pepy's proposals for a federative state to run public services with political functions being handed over to the communes. De Pepy seems to have felt he was putting forward something that struck a balance between the notion of the workers' state of the English and Germans, and that of anarchy advocated by the Bakuninists. 37. But in fact the Bakuninists argued that the Belgian proposals would lead to a reconstitution of the state, and insisted on the necessity of creating a free federation of communes based not on law but on free agreement. On the other side, the German delegates stuck firmly to their commitment to the workers' state, whilst the English, somewhat adrift in all this talk of revolution, dismissed the whole discussion with a reiteration of their immediate concern with agitation to reduce working hours so that the workers could learn to understand social questions. There were equally divisive discussions about political action, even though all were agreed that each country should follow its own policy of action. The Germans, with the avowed aim of transforming the bourgeois state into a socialist one, declared that they needed a strong Central-East organization to combat the powerful Central-East German state and, whilst recognizing that they could not achieve their aim without violence, maintained they had no alternative but to use legal methods of action and propaganda to avoid suppression in the present situation. On their side, however, the Belgians argued that there was no question of them adopting political action since they did not have the vote and had no intention of agitating for it because they knew they could get nothing from parliaments. The Jurassians also argued for the abstentionist position, maintaining that experience had demonstrated to them the uselessness of parliamentary politics and led them to organize outside and in opposition to bourgeois parties in parliament. 38. Farga, the Spanish delegate, took a perhaps even more uncompromising anti-statist position. He argued that the situation was so revolutionary in Spain that the workers had to concentrate on revolutionary, not political action, and warning that a similar situation was developing in Italy and France and would develop as a result of govern. 32. Mental persecution in Germany. He insisted that the workers must concern themselves with revolutionary, not political action. The tension and divisions revealed in these debates underline the fragility of the anti-authoritarian international, and by the time of the next Congress at Bern in 1876, it was clear that the earlier semblance of unity had been seriously undermined. 39. Increasing polarization between the statist and anti-statist positions had manifested itself in disunity within the federations themselves. In Switzerland, the Jurassians at the Congress of Olten in June 1873 had failed to reach any sort of agreement about organization with the German-speaking socialists, whose approach remained essentially parliamentary and reformist. 40 In Belgium there was hostility between the anti-statists of French-speaking Wallonia and the Flemish sections who now favored the approach of the Social Democrats. 41 But it was not just a question of discord within the federations. Some support had melted away. The English Federation did not send a delegate to the Congress of 1876. 42 And in fact the Congress of Bern was dominated by the anti-statists, including as it did only de PP for the Belgians and 18 delegates for the Juristans. De PP, however, did come along with a conciliatory proposal from the Belgian Federation to the effect that a Universal Socialist Congress should be called to bring together all socialists to discuss a closer association between them. The object of the conference would be to cement as firm an understanding as possible between the different socialist organizations and to discuss questions of general interest for the emancipation of the proletariat. 43 The statists, indeed, did not want to sever relations with the anti-authoritarian International, and both the German-Swiss of the Schweizerischer Arbeiterbund and the German Socialist Party sent representatives to Bern. Quite clearly the former did not come in an altogether conciliatory mood, for one of the representatives, Grulich, began his report to the Congress with the declaration, "The International is dead." 44 The German representative, Walteich, a socialist deputy in the Reichstag, however, adopted an unequivocally conciliatory stand. The German Socialist Party had no sympathy for the Bakuninist position, but with the recent healing of the rift between Eisenachers and Lassalleans at Gotha in the face of increasing persecution, it was concerned to re-establish links of solidarity between socialist movements, and obviously at this stage the last thing German socialists wanted was to exacerbate divisions in the International, particularly after the demise of the authoritarian. 33. Section 45 Walteich came to Bern, therefore, expressly to affirm the internal unity of the German socialist movement and to establish links of solidarity between it and the members of the anti-authoritarian International, even going so far as to call upon the Swiss socialists to reach some sort of tolerant understanding with each other. He kept aloof from discussion of the controversial issue of relationships between individuals and groups in the Reorganist Society, leaving Franz, one of the Swiss-German delegates, without support in presenting the pure statist argument. Guillaume, for his part, bent over backwards to smooth over tensions by suggesting that differences on tactics between statists and anti-statists related to the different situations facing socialists in each region, even though he went on to reject the idea of the Volksstaat in discussion relating to the society of the future. All but one of the delegates finally agreed to the Belgian proposal for a Universal Socialist Congress at Ghent in 1877, with a proviso from the Italian delegation that this should involve no move to replace the International by a new organization. 46 But in the midst of all these efforts at conciliation, Malatesta had given a blunt no-nonsense speech about the fundamental divergence of view between the statists and anti-statists. Insisting that rapprochement between the two sides did not mean any compromise of principles for the Italians, he had reiterated their complete rejection of the statist position in any form, whether it involved the Volksstaat of the German Social Democrats or the decentralist État d'Armes of de PP and the Belgian moderates. Anarchy, the struggle against all authority, against maintaining or establishing any constituted power, still remains the banner around which the whole of revolutionary Italy rallies. I shall not follow some of the preceding speakers in their philological digressions. For us, the state is the organization of authority. It is a power, which, whatever its origins, exists outside the people and is therefore necessarily against the people. It is any organization whatever which does not arise spontaneously, naturally, progressively from within society itself, but is imposed on it from above. For us, the state does not depend on the geographical extension of a given social organism but on its essence. We believe a state can also exist within a commune or association. Our aim is to destroy the state. 47. Such a speech must have left little doubt in anyone's mind about the widening gulf between the two sides. There were no statists of any sort at the final Congress of the Anti-Authoritarian International at Verviers in 1877. 48. As for the Universal Socialist Congress at Ghent, in spite of the high hopes engendered amongst the Belgian workers, it failed to 34. Re-establish unity in the socialist movement. From the beginning, the delegates divided into two hostile camps on questions concerning principles, and the proceedings ended with the Social Democrats holding a secret meeting to work out a declaration of solidarity which excluded the anti-statists. 49. Meanwhile, as the unity of the anti-authoritarian international collapsed in the face of the polarization between the views of the Bakuninists and the Social Democrats, the state socialist movements, whose position and indeed credibility had been undermined by the repression that followed the defeat of the Paris Commune, had begun to revive. In Germany, the newly unified party which emerged from the Congress of Gotha in 1875 was able to survive repression, and in spite of the anti-socialist laws which Bismarck was able to initiate as a result of attempts on the life of the Kaiser in 1878, the Social Democratic Party, availing itself of freedom of election to the Reichstag, continued to develop on legal political lines. Repression in the long run served only to strengthen centralist party organization and belief in the necessity of capturing control of the state machine to effect social change. In the recently developed movements of the Low Countries, de Pepy's moderate position prevailed, and the Belgians drew closer to the Social Democrats in spite of persistent criticism and opposition from the anti-statists of Wallonia, particularly in the Venders area. In France, the first Workers' Congress was held openly in Paris, but the group which rapidly gained ascendancy in the reviving movement was the one led by Guesde, which was committed to a more Marxist approach. In Italy, where the Bakuninists were suffering the effects of persecution, the Lombard Federation was founded in 1876, a development which, according to one historian, marked the beginning of a fairly coherent revisionist movement on Italian soil. 54. Although not committed to the Marxist view of the primacy of political action, it did reject insurrectionary tactics. The state socialists were in a stronger position by the second half of the 70s than they had been at the time of the original schism in the International 1872-73. Certainly, they seem to have dominated the proceedings at Ghent. 51. Leading Social Democrats were in fact quite pleased with the Universal Socialist Congress in spite of the lack of achievement, because they felt state socialists had been able to counteract the influence of the anti-statists. Liebknecht assured Engels that the Congress had gone better than expected in spite of the anarchists, the babblers of nonsense, whilst Marx wrote to Zarga, the Congress of 35. Ghent, by the way, although it leaves so much to be desired, at least has had the virtue that Guillaume and co. have been totally abandoned by their former camp followers. 52. It was, therefore, in opposition to the increasing influence of the state socialists, whether Marxist-inspired Social Democrats or parliamentary socialists, that the anti-statists now began to define and develop both their theoretical position and practical policy of action. Anarchist communism. The origin of anarchist communist ideas. In 1868, Bakunin, in defining his anti-statist position, had declared himself to be a collectivism. I am not a communist because communism concentrates and absorbs all the powers of society into the state, because it necessarily ends in the centralization of property in the hands of the state, when I for my part want the abolition of the state. I want society and collective property to be organized from the bottom upwards by means of free association and not from the top downwards by means of some sort of authority. It is in this sense that I am a collectivist. 1. At this stage, according to Kropotkin, the term collectivist was preferred to that of anarchist because anarchy was associated with the economic ideas of the Proudhonians. The word anarchy, this was how it was then written, seemed to associate the party too closely with the Proudhonians, whose ideas of economic reform the International was at that moment combating too. But all those who finally disassociated themselves from the authoritarianism of the sympathizers of Marx and called themselves collectivists were not anti-statists. And during the arguments that developed in the anti-authoritarian International, the latter came to be identified as anarchists. At first the word anarchy was used by the statists as a term of abuse to discredit the anti-statists. In Les Prétendues de l'Internationale, March 1872, Marx accused the Bakuninists of wanting to destroy the International in order to replace it with anarchy. 3. Hales, the English delegate at the Congress of Geneva in 1873, actually argued that the Bakuninists were advocates of anarchy which was incompatible with collectivism. I oppose anarchy because this word and what it represents are synonymous with dissolution. Anarchy signifies individualism, and individualism is the basis of the present social SYS 36. 37. Turn that we want to overthrow. Anarchy is incompatible with collectivism for Bruce, France, and Vinas, Spain, countered this by protesting that Hales had misrepresented the meaning of the word anarchy by identifying it with individualism and disorder. Anarchy, in fact, they claimed, meant the negation of authority, and there was nothing in this that conflicted with collectivism. Experience in combating authoritarianism in the International had actually demonstrated the advantages of anarchic organization. At this point the Bakuninists were still perhaps anxious to avoid being described as anarchists, although it is clear they were more concerned to denounce Hales's interpretation of the meaning of the word anarchy than to reject its application to their own proposals that there should be no centralizing authority of any sort in the International. The argument about anarchy was reenacted at the Congress of Brussels in 1874, but this time the term was used more intelligently to indicate the difference between the statist and anti-statist views which emerged from the debate over de Pepy's proposals concerning the organization of public services. It is significant that at this time efforts were made to focus attention on the true meaning of the word anarchy by writing it in a hyphenated form, anarchi, to underline the Greek derivation meaning without government, in opposition to the notion of disorder with which anarchy was usually associated. 5. And, understood in its anti-authoritarian sense, the Bakuninists accepted the word anarchy as a term to describe their position with regard to the state. Schwitzgebel declared, "It is now clear that the issue lies between the workers' state and anarchy." Gomez actually made a firm statement in favor of anarchy on behalf of the Spanish Federation. The Spanish anarchists in general and a long time ago declared for anarchy in such a way that they were opposed to any reorganization of public services leading to the reconstitution of the state. 6. At the Congress of Bern in 1876, although Guillaume was still complaining about the use of the term anarchist as an excuse to denounce the anti-statists as the apostles of disorder and chaos, Malatesta declared, "Anarchy, the struggle against all authority, against all power constituted or to be constituted, always remains the banner around which the whole of revolutionary Italy rallies." 7. Clearly, Spanish and Italian Bakuninists had no reservations about anarchy, even though, if we are to believe Guillaume, some distaste for the word persisted in the Jura. As well as protesting at the Congress, Guillaume, commenting on a letter of Malin, March 18, 1876, which 3/8 had criticized certain anarchists, namely the Spanish and Juraschian anti-statists, for their anarchist program, had insisted in May 1876 that the Juraschians and many of their friends still avoided the terms anarchy and anarchist. He had also declared that there was no anarchist program. The words anarchy and anarchists are, in our eyes and in those of many of our friends, terms that should no longer be used because they only express a negative idea without indicating any positive theory, and lend themselves to unfortunate misunderstandings. To my knowledge, no anarchist program has ever been formulated. 8. In his History of the International, Guillaume in fact claimed that the first indication of the adoption of the term anarchist by the Juraschians was in an article in the Bulletin on April 29, 1877. This is the first time I think that the Bulletin itself took up again the term anarchist, which had been applied to us by the hostile press to identify the members of the International opposed to electoral and parliamentary politics. It did not frighten us, but we habitually put it in italics to show that it was not our usual language. 9. In March, however, the Bulletin had published a speech given at St. Emir by Elise Reclus, which, as Fleming has pointed out, was one of the first clear expositions and statements of anarchy as the socialist ideal. 10. The fact that the adoption by the Juraschians of the terms anarchy and anarchist followed closely upon this speech does suggest some connection between the two events. It may be that Reclus had argued away any reservations the Juraschians may still have had about anarchy, or it could be that he had simply given clear and eloquent expression to conclusions they had already arrived at themselves. Be that as it may, it seems that by the spring of 1877 the Bakuninists called themselves anarchists and recognized the term anarchy as an accurate representation of their commitment to the overthrow of the state and its replacement by a free federation of autonomous communes. The Jurassians, according to Guillaume, actually declared for an anarchist collectivist program for the first time at their annual Congress of 1877 at St. His account of the proceedings of the Congress in the bulletin concluded with the enthusiastic declaration, "At the Congress of St. all the points the anarchist and collectivist program were fully expounded in public for the first time." 11 Strangely enough, the term anarchist-collectivist does not actually appear elsewhere in Guillaume's account of the Congress. Nevertheless, the Congress declaration with regard to the approach of the Jura. 39. Federation to the Universal Socialist Congress at Ghent certainly does contain a clear, unequivocal statement of the anti-parliamentary position. 12 In 1878 at the annual Congress at Fribourg the Jurassians declared that there was a need for a publication to give a comprehensive exposition of the theoretical and practical program of anarchist, collectivist and revolutionary socialism. 13 Such a declaration suggests that the term anarchist had now been firmly established in Swiss Bakuninist circles. But it was not just a question of adopting the terms anarchy and anarchist to define the position of the anti-statists in opposition to the statists. The Bakuninists now began to argue in favor of replacing the collectivist concept of from each according to his ability, to each according to his work by that of from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. The discussion which led to the emergence of this anarchist-communist precept seems to have been stimulated by an essay written by Guillaume in 1874 entitled Idées sur organisation sociale, in which he had expressed preference for such an idea. However, we thought the principle which should be approached as closely as possible is this one, from each according to his strength, to each according to his needs. Once production has increased thanks to mechanical processes and the progress in industrial and agricultural sciences, so as to greatly exceed the needs of society, and this result will be obtained in the space of a few years after the revolution, once we have reached this point, we say, the share of each worker will no longer be measured with a scrupulous hand, each will be able to draw from the abundant social reserve, to the full extent of his needs without exhausting it. Meanwhile, during the period of transition, it is up to each community to determine for itself the method it believes most suitable for the sharing of the product of labor between its members. 14. Guillaume of course here envisaged the collectivization of consumption as an ultimate rather than an immediate aim, rather as Marx was to do in his critique of the Gotha program in 1875. Moreover, he himself did not see any radical departure from the original collectivist view in his essay. Many years later, in a somewhat heated exchange of letters with Kropotkin in 1912, Guillaume insisted that the majority of participants who had declared for collectivism at Basel in 1869 had not adopted a doctrine characterized by the precept, la propriété individuelle des products. To some extent Nettelo corroborates Guillaume's claim here. 15 But Guillaume went further. Quoting from a letter from Varlin in 1870, which described the socialist line of the Cahn. 40. Gress as that of collectivism or non-authoritarian communism, he declared, we and Varlin gave the word collectivism the meaning of non-authoritarian communism in opposition to the state communists of the Marxists. 16 However, as Kropotkin pointed out, there is no hard evidence of this apart from Varlin's letter. Guillaume conceded that not all members of the International at that time were thinking of the community of products, but still insisted that he, Varlin and Bakunin had publicly proposed the idea of products sociaux as a complement to the idea of travail social. Certainly Bakunin's anti-statist argument about collectivism could be developed along anarchist-communist lines. There has never been any such thing as private property, only individual appropriation of the labor of the community. He Bakunin is for the collective ownership of land in particular, and, in general, for collective wealth as the means of social liquidation. By social liquidation, he means the abolition of the political and legal state, which is the sanction and guarantee of the means whereby a small number of men appropriate for themselves the product of the labor of everyone else. All productive labor is above all social labor, production only being possible through the combined labor of generations past and present. There has never been labor which can be called individual labor. 17. Kropotkin, however, did not think there was any real evidence to prove that Bakunin accepted the anti-statist communist idea. As he discovered, apart from Guillaume's writings, there was in fact no elaboration of what the Bakuninist collectivists thought about the distribution of the product of labor. Guillaume explained that this was because they believed that groups and associations should decide the question for themselves. For us, consumption has appeared as a natural function which, in the nature of things, will organize itself once the question of property has been resolved, once the organization has been completed, once production has been put on a new basis. One single point has seemed essential to us in regard to consumption, that is, not to lay down that society should be enclosed in advance in a rigid framework. We have insisted that we are the enemies of imposed rules and that we want the greatest latitude kept for associated groups on this point. 18. The truth of the matter seems to have been that they did not have a very clear idea about how the socialization of wealth would apply to consumption. It seems likely that Guillaume's essay of 1874 actually focused attention on the precept to each according to his need in a situation where the anti-statists were beginning to feel the need to define and clarify their ideas. It had originally been written for circulation among Italian comrades, 19, and it was the Italian Federation which first declared for anarchist communism. According to Malatesta, by the summer or autumn of 1876, leading Italian militants had decided to abandon collectivism and to persuade delegates at the forthcoming Congress of the Italian Federation to declare for communism. In Italy there were a few of us, Cafiero, Covelli, Costa, the undersigned, and perhaps one or two others that I forget, who decided to abandon collectivism then professed by all the international and got communism accepted by the delegates of the Congress of Florence, 1876, and thence by all the Italian Federation of the International. 20. Nettolo seems to have thought that the Italians had reached their decision either because of their familiarity with Guillaume's essay or as a result of a discussion in the Bulletin in May where a correspondent had argued that, since there could be no clear distinction between capital and the product of labor, the latter would need to be collectivist to prevent the private accumulation of wealth and the resultant injustice. 21. Malatesta, Cafiero, Covelli, and Costa were successful in their efforts to persuade their comrades to declare for the anarchist communist idea at the secret Congress of the Italian Federation held at a tiny country place Tosti, not far from Florence, on October 21, 1876. 22. Arbeiterzeitung of Bern, founded by the lively militant Paul Broos to develop revolutionary propaganda amongst the German-speaking Swiss, immediately hailed the Italian decision as an important step. An important act is the adoption of the common ownership of the product of labor by Italian socialism. 23. Generally speaking, however, not a great deal of attention was paid to the decision of anyone else. Indeed, according to Nettolo, other reports of the Italian Congress did not mention it, a fact which, he argues, supports the idea that it was not regarded as a major change or development of the Bakuninist position. The reports of the Congress do not mention this change, and the omission shows, in every case, that although the development was mentioned, no one took any account of it. 24. The Italian militants themselves certainly regarded the adoption of the communist idea as an important step for the Italian Federation, for it featured prominently in a letter explaining the Italian position from Cafiero and Malatesta to the Bulletin published on December 3. But the declaration for the socialization of the product of labor is presented in the letter as a complement to the collectivist program, and the Italians express their commitment, not to an anarchist communist 42. program, but to a program which is anarchist, collectivist, and revolutionary. The great majority of Italian socialists is grouped around the anarchist, collectivist, and revolutionary program of the Italian Federation. The Italian Federation considers the collective ownership of the products of labor as the necessary complement of the collectivist program, the cooperation of all for the satisfaction of the needs of each being the only rule of production and consumption which corresponds to the principle of solidarity. 25. It would appear that the Italian Federation had declared for the anarchist communist idea as a natural development of the original collectivist position, so it is not entirely surprising that their decision evoked little interest or comment at this time when, in any case, the quarrel with social democrats and reformists, particularly in Italy, was tending to focus on the issue of revolutionary tactics. 26. Meanwhile, as the discussion in the bulletin and the reaction of Arbeiterzeitung suggest, the question of the socialization of consumption had already been raised among the anti-statist collectivists of Switzerland. In February 1876, a pamphlet, Auxiliary Travailleurs Manuels Partisans d'Action Politique, had appeared in Geneva which spoke of anarchist communism for the first time, announcing the forthcoming publication of a special pamphlet to explain the meaning of it. The author of this piece was Dumartheray, who was a member of UAvenir, a group of refugees mainly from the Lyon area whose rejection of the limitations of collectivism and advocacy of anarchist communism may have been due to the influence of the old Lyonnaise communism. 27. It is difficult to know to what extent Dumartheray and the Avenir group had arrived at their conclusions independently, for it was Elisée Reclus who actually first gave an expose of anarchist communism at Lausanne in March 1876. No copy of the address has survived, but Guillaume describes it as a magnificent speech. It must have made quite an impression, particularly on Dumartheray, who, many years later in conversation with Nettelo, recalled the event. In the meetings of the Internationalists and Communalists, 18 and March 19, 1876 at Lausanne, Elisée Reclus made a speech in which he recognized anarchist communism, and that must have been such a novel event that it was still remembered many years later, although the speech has not been preserved. 28. The importance Dumartheray attached to the Lausanne speech, added to the fact that Reclus had close links with the refugee groups in Geneva, suggests that there must have been a close association between the distinguished Communard and the Swiss. 43. Working-class militant in fostering an interest and commitment to the anarchist-communist idea amongst the Bakuninists in Switzerland. 29. Ironically, unlike Reclus' speech, the letter from Malin favoring de Pepy's idea of a federative state which had been read out at the Lausanne meeting, was actually published in the bulletin. And it was this letter which actually prompted the correspondence about anarchist communism in May, which Nettelo seems to have thought influenced the Italian Federation. Interest in anarchist communism in fact was not so easily transformed into a commitment of the movement in Switzerland as it had been in Italy. In August 1876, after consultation with his comrades, Guillaume finally published his Idées sur l'organisation. But as we have seen, the essay presented the anarchist communist idea as an aim rather than the method of organizing the distribution of the product of labor immediately after the revolution. In fact, Guillaume tended to argue that at the outset consumption was a matter for local groups to decide for themselves. Certainly Bruce now campaigned vigorously for the adoption of the anarchist communist idea. In February 1877, he gave a speech on the subject at St. Emir, and in the spring established an anarchist communist party in Bern. Costa, now in exile in Switzerland, may have supported Bruce's efforts. 30. But there still seems to have been little enthusiastic support for anarchist communism when the question of the collectivization of property was discussed at the Congress of the International at Vendors in September 1877. The report of the debate is not very clear, but it does seem that Costa and Bruce argued that, since it was impossible either to differentiate clearly between the means of production and the product of labor or to evaluate the contribution of each individual worker, there had to be collectivization of consumption as well as of production. Guillaume, however, saw no reason to mix the question of consumption with that of production, declaring that the only possible solution today is to share as they wish. Different solutions can be found together within the same groups. And he was supported in his proposal that the question of the socialization of production should be left on one side by Montels and Werner, both of whom worked closely with Bruce. 31. Obviously, there was still no strong sympathy for anarchist communism among the internationalists in Switzerland. The first tentative step in this direction was only taken by the Jura Federation at their annual congress at La Chaux-de-Fonds in 1879, when Kropotkin put forward a proposal clearly based on Guillaume's ideas. 44. 1877 to 1886. On his return to Russia, Kropotkin had been introduced to the Tchaikovsky circle by his friend Dmitry Clements, a gifted scholar who, like him, had felt obliged to abandon a scientific career to devote himself to the cause of the people. 32. The Tchaikovsky circle, which had sprung up in the main cities in the late 60s, had developed an approach which was both populist and socialist by the spring of 1872. The Tchaikovskists, however, were for the most part neither anti-statists nor insurrectionists, and, in so far as they had any defined political position at all, tended to be Lavrovist rather than Bakuninist in their sympathies. 33. Kropotkin, therefore, had not fitted easily into such a group, all the more so because his age and elevated position in society had created initial suspicion amongst the other members. For all that, however, he had become a highly regarded member of the circle and had taken a leading part in its activities, basically because of his sympathy for a socialism which, for all its limitations, had been born of total commitment to the cause of the people. Our youth were not theorists about socialism, but had become socialists by living no better than the workers live, by making no distinction between mine and thine in their circle, and by refusing to enjoy for their own satisfaction the riches they had inherited from their fathers. 34. The experience of working with the Tchaikovskists had inspired and exhilarated Kropotkin as nothing had ever done before or perhaps ever would again. The 2 years that I worked for the circle of Tchaikovsky, before I was arrested, left a deep impression upon all my subsequent life and thought. During these 2 years it was life under pressure, that exuberance of life when one feels at every moment the full throbbing of all the fibers of the inner self, and when life is really worth living. 35. His main work for the circle had involved the dangerous and exacting task of developing secret propaganda among the peasants and workers whilst maintaining social contacts in aristocratic circles, and completing his work for the Geographical Society in order to avert suspicion. He had also been involved, however, with the attempt to produce a manifesto for the movement. The draft which he had produced is important in providing an indication of his views at this time, views which seem to have been essentially Bakuninist with no sign of any nascent anarchist communism. 36. There is an overriding concern with popular revolution. In this document, post-revolutionary society is envisaged as being organized in free federations of workers' associations with the means of production collectivist, and everyone receiving an equal share in the product of communal labor in return for an agreed contribution to production. It is asserted that everyone should be obliged to earn his living through his own labor, and that this would be possible without entailing any hardship for anyone because, in a better organized society, no worker would ever have to support more than 2 dependents. Clearly, on the economic issue, Kropotkin had adopted a more narrowly collectivist line than even Bakunin himself. After the grim period of his imprisonment, Kropotkin had escaped in the summer of 1876. The first months of exile had been spent in establishing a livelihood for himself in scientific journalism whilst living an anonymous and isolated existence, first in Edinburgh and then in London, in order to evade discovery by Tsarist agents. He had finally rejoined his friends in the Jura in January 1877. It took time not only for him to recuperate from the strain and trauma of his recent experiences, but also to adjust to a situation which had changed a good deal since his first visit to Europe in 1872. On the one hand, there was the threat from the Social Democrats, which later that year was to culminate in the confrontation between statists and anti-statists at the Universal Socialist Congress at Ghent. On the other, there was the decline of the Belgian and the Jura federations which had so inspired him in 1872. 37. Very distressed by it all, his immediate reaction was to become involved in agitation, particularly against the Social Democrats, rather than to pay much attention to the development of the ideas of anarchist communism. In April 1877, he involved himself with Bruce in the setting up of the new party in Bern, to be clearly distinct from the German Sozialdemokratische Arbeiterpartei. In spite of the fact that this party was actually anarchist communist, The statutes drafted by Kropotkin contain no definition of anarchist communism. 38. His preoccupation with action rather than theory is very clear in a vigorous attack on parliamentarism he made in articles for the Bulletin in July 1877, in which he denounced the argument that the masses needed to be instructed in socialism by means of parliamentarism. He defined socialism simply as the conviction that everyone had the right to the product of his own labor, that society could and must be changed, and that a development of the people's will to revolt was necessary to achieve this. Socialism, he insisted, was only an expression of the aspirations of the masses which was hindered rather than helped by parliamentary savants. Insistent on the necessity of a revolution. 46. Carried through by the people themselves, he declared that although popular ideas about the future society might be vague, it was only through popular revolutions that they could be developed, and that the popular will to revolt would emerge through practical acts of protest and revolt. Propaganda was needed, not to reach the ideals of socialism, but to spread the conviction that these ideals could only be realized through popular revolution. What we lack is socialist revolutionary propaganda, the dissemination of these convictions: 1. That the people once under arms will only obtain what they win for themselves; 2. That expropriation being what is wanted, they must carry it through for themselves; 3. That the revolution must be maintained without interruption for a certain time. 39. Clearly at this stage Kropotkin still subscribed to a narrowly Bakuninist view, and being preoccupied as Bakunin had been in 1872 with the need for action, did not appreciate the importance of the question of the development of anarchist communist ideas. This was perhaps not altogether surprising after his long separation from fellow Bakuninists and developments in the anti-authoritarian international, and the intensity of his experience as an agitator in the especially desperate situation in Russia. It was only after he had acquired solid experience as an activist in the Western European movement that he began to concern himself with the issue of anarchist theory by taking part in discussions about the clarification of the ideological position of the Jura Federation at the Congress of Fribourg in 1878. The discussion of anarchist ideas on this occasion began with the reading of a letter from Elisee Reclus. 40. Reclus posed three questions: why are we revolutionaries? Why are we anarchists? Why are we collectivists? They were revolutionaries, he explained, because peaceful evolution had to culminate in revolution if social justice was to be established. They were anarchists, he argued, because they could only struggle effectively for freedom by rejecting the hierarchical ways of the bourgeoisie and acting in accordance with personal rights and duties as free, responsible individuals. A free society could only develop after the suppression of the state. Nevertheless, recognizing the need for and strength of cooperative action, they were collectivists committed to the collectivization of property, production, and consumption. But if we are anarchists, the enemies of any master, we are also international collectivists, for we understand that life is impossible without social grouping. Where in isolation we can do nothing, in close association we can change the world. We associate ourselves one with another as free and equal men, working on a common 47. Task with mutual relations regulated by reciprocal justice and benevolence. The land will become collective property, barriers will be removed, and the land, henceforth belonging to all, will be developed for the pleasure and well-being of everyone. The products required will be precisely those that the land can best provide, and production will exactly meet needs, without anything ever being lost, as is the case with the disorganized labor of today. In the same way, the distribution of all wealth between men will be taken away from the private exploiter and carried on through the normal functioning of the whole of society. Reclus concluded by refusing to give a precise vision of the liberated society, declaring that it was the spontaneous action of free men which would create the society of the future and give it its form, a form which, like all natural phenomena, would always be changing. The only certainty was that so long as the present iniquity continued, the anarchist collectivists would remain in a state of permanent revolt. This exposition of anarchist collectivism clearly foreshadowed the uncompromising anarchist communist position of 1880, but Reclus appears to have been content to describe distribution according to need in terms of a spontaneous communal response. It was Bruce who, during the ensuing debate, put forward the case for distribution according to need clearly and primarily in terms of the individual, and declared unequivocally for communism. The product, he argued, as the result of human labor was endowed like property with a social character, and therefore justice indicated communism as the economic basis for future social organization. And since it was clear that with no more idlers there would soon be a situation of abundance as a result of considerable economic development, it would be possible for each person to work according to his ability and consume according to his need. The product itself, made up of matter and shaped by man's labor, which is a social product, must itself have a social character. Justice, by its very nature, therefore points to communism as the economic basis for the social organization of the future. We therefore already perceive very clearly a society where there will no longer be any idlers, where industrial development will be more extensive, and in which, thanks to these two conditions, each one working according to strength, that is to say as long as the work remains attractive for him, there will be such an increase of wealth that without depriving his neighbors, each one will be able to take from it whatever he needs. Bruce nevertheless, even though denouncing the worker state and the law of majorities, envisaged the possibility of opposing the state by gradual change at the level of the commune, proceeding through collectivism to communism, a process that did not exclude participation in 48. The voting procedure. He declared that if they waited until everyone was convinced of the justice of anarchist ideas to establish a new society, they would wait a very long time, and stressing the importance of the autonomy of the communes, he argued that at least something could be achieved on a local basis to oppose the state and the oppressive economic and social organization it sustained. 41. Kropotkin, in response to Reclus and Bruce, declared that it was essential to define collectivism as opposed to authoritarian communism of other schools, but collectivism as he expressed it was simply a reiteration of the original Bakuninist position. Leviskov summarizes as follows the essential points that would have to be brought out in the anarchist program we are planning to draw up: collectivism compared to the authoritarian communism of other schools, that is to say the collective ownership of the land, houses, raw materials, capital, and the instruments of labor, and the sharing of the products of labor according to the method found most appropriate by the communes and associations. In fact, he focused his speech on what he regarded as the main point responsible for the schism between anarchists and statists, namely that social revolution could only be produced by a vast popular uprising and the violent expropriation of all capital. During the debate, he warmly supported Bruce in his preoccupation with the autonomy of the communes as a vital factor in the development of the popular struggle. Leviskov insists on the importance for anarchists of the claim to communal autonomy. The coming revolutions will have to be carried out under the flag of the municipal and agricultural communes. It is also within the independent communes that the socialist tendencies of the masses will necessarily manifest themselves. It is there on the basis of collectivism that the beginnings of the new society will be sketched out. To work for the free communes, therefore, means to work for the historic phase through which we shall pass to a better future. 42. He even went so far as to endorse Bruce's suggestion about the vote in this context. But, echoing the uncompromising revolutionary anarchist line of Reclus, he made it clear that his approach was much more anti-statist and insurrectionary than that of Bruce. As an inevitable consequence of the negation of the state and this manner of envisaging the revolution, the anarchists refuse not only to put into action any tactic which could lead to the strengthening of the already tottering idea of the state, they also seek to awaken in the people by theoretical propaganda and above all insurrectional acts, the popular sentiment and initiative, from the point of view both of violent expropriation and the disorganization of the state. 49. All this was little more than a reiteration of the ideas he had expressed in 1877. In fact, Kropotkin does not seem to have taken an entirely clear-cut position at Fribourg. For all his association with the German-speaking anarchist Communist Party of Bern, he had still not been prepared to consider the question of anarchist communism at the Congress of the Jura Federation in 1878. Perhaps he still had reservations about the idea. Perhaps Guillaume and Schwitzgebel had warned him that the workers of the movement were not ready to accept it and, anxious to avoid a possibly divisive issue when his primary concern had been to foster popular revolutionary action, Kropotkin had refrained from joining Bruce in pressing the argument for anarchist communism. 43. Undoubtedly he regarded the main point of difference dividing the anarchists from the socialists as that of popular revolution. Kropotkin's almost obsessive preoccupation with action at this stage, however, meant that in general he had supported the dynamic Bruce in spite of all the telltale signs of gradualism and even reformism which had begun to appear in his speeches. The Congress finally ended with the ideological position still not clearly defined. Participants contented themselves with referring the issues of the destructivist vote and an exposition of anarchist collectivist and revolutionary socialism to the sections for further study, and simply declared for the principles of the collectivization of all wealth and the abolition of the state, for collective appropriation of social wealth, the abolition of the state in all its forms, including the would-be Central Office of Public Services. By the time of the Congress at La Chaux-de-Fonds in 1879, with Guillaume having left for France and Bruce expelled, Kropotkin had emerged as the leading figure in what remained of the Jura Federation and played a dominating role in the proceedings. On this occasion, he asserted that it was now generally understood what anarchists wanted for the future, namely anarchist communism as the aim with collectivism as a transitory form of property, the abolition of all forms of government and the free federation of producer and consumer groups. He called for 1. Anarchist communism as an aim, and collectivism as a transitory form of property. 2. The abolition of all forms of government and the free federation of producer and consumer groups. 44. This would seem to suggest a compromise position over the communist issue based on Bruce's proposals of 1878. Kropotkin himself declared in a letter to the plebe in November, "I had to produce a general formulation which best summarized the shades of anarchist." 50. Opinion 45. But there was no further discussion or elaboration of the point, for his main preoccupation was still action rather than theory. Indeed, as a prelude to putting forward the basis for a program of action, he argued, echoing Bakunin, that there was now a greater need to define practice than theory, for the theoretical part of the anarchist program had already been quite well developed and expounded. And although there remains an immense amount for us to do to spread our ideas and to elaborate the details of them, nevertheless the essential part of the work, the theoretical elaboration which above all gives moral strength to a party, is for the most part accomplished. Met with a sceptical smile at its beginnings, our party has obliged its adversaries to avow that anarchy is the most splendid idea ever conceived by the human spirit. But if the theoretical part of our program has been well elaborated and expounded, one could not say as much of the practical part. In his paper Idée anarchiste au point de vue de sa réalisation pratique, he certainly made it quite clear that the reformist implications of Bruce's suggestions had definitely been abandoned, but the lack of discussion about theory left the ideological position relating to consumption in a future society vague. The decisions of the Congress at La Chaux-de-Fonds did nothing to rectify the situation, for they simply declared that Kropotkin's paper should be published and presented to all sections, socialist groups, and anyone interested, as the basis for the elaboration of a program. Nevertheless, for all this continued preoccupation with action rather than theory, Kropotkin's polemical exchange with Costa in the pages of the plebe in November made it clear, not only that he himself now preferred communism to collectivism, but that he believed the masses would immediately find the latter a more practical and advantageous way of organizing society, once expropriation had been accomplished, than was generally imagined. And during the year that followed his approach to the theoretical position changed perhaps primarily as a result of discussions with Reclus and the Genevan anarchists Dumartheray and Herzog, with whom he became much more closely associated in the setting up of l'Irrévoque. 46. In March 1880, although still holding firm to the idea of autonomous communes as the focal point of revolution and basis for the future organization, it is the communes, absolutely independent, freed from the tutelage of the state, which alone will be able to give us the necessary milieu for the revolution and the means of accomplishing it. He made it clear that he had abandoned a narrow preoccupation with 5.1. The territorial commune for a broader concept of communal organization based on the concept of the associations advocated by Reclus. For us, commune is no longer a territorial agglomeration, it is rather a generic name, a synonym for the grouping of equals, knowing neither frontiers nor barriers. The social commune will cease very quickly to be a clearly defined whole. Each group of the commune will be necessarily drawn to other similar groups in other communes. It will be grouped, federated with them, by links at least as solid as those which attach it to its fellow citizens. It will constitute a commune of interests whose members are spread out in 1,000 cities and villages. Any individual will only find satisfaction for his needs by grouping himself with other individuals having the same tastes and living in 100 other communes. 47. It seems likely that Kropotkin was responding here to warnings from Reclus and Herzig that revolution based exclusively on existing communes would only produce a new form of authority vested in the commune instead of the centralist state. Reclus in fact was hostile to the communalist position favored by the Jurists. At the Congress at La Chaux-de-Fonds in the autumn, he was to declare, up to now, the communes have only been little states, and even the Paris Commune, though insurrectional at the base, was governmental at the top, maintaining the whole hierarchy of officials and employees. We are no more communalists than statists, we are anarchists. Let us not forget that. 48. Kropotkin, however, in his article on the Paris Commune in March 1880, argued that, given time, it would have become anarchist, that indeed the next revolution in France and Spain would be communalist and would take up again the work of the Commune cut short by the assassins of Versailles. At the same time, Kropotkin was actually becoming anxious about criticism of the inadequacies of anarchist theory. In the same article, insisting that the anarchist idea was emerging among the people as a result of the experience of the Commune, it was born of the collective spirit, it originated from the heart of an entire people. He quoted the critical comments of sympathetic statists. A few statists, those least imbued with governmental prejudices, were saying that the anarchist ideal is so far away from us that we should not preoccupy ourselves unduly with it at the moment. The anarchist theory also lacks a formula both simple and concrete to define its starting point, to give substance to its conceptions, and demonstrate that they are based on a tendency having a real existence among the people. We needed to find a clearer, more distinguishable formula which had its basic elements in the reality of things. 49. In the summer of 1880, Kropotkin wrote to Reclus and Cafiero to tell them that he had become convinced of the necessity of the Jura-Feder. 52. Asian adopting an uncompromising anarchist communist position. After long discussions with Dumartheray and Herzig, and correspondence with Reclus, it was agreed to put a proposal to this effect to the Congress of the Jura Federation in October, even though there was no certainty that it would be accepted. In fact, there was still resistance to the communist idea among the delegates, and the resolution in favor of anarchist communism was only finally accepted because of the effect on the younger element of an eloquent speech by Cafiero. Kropotkin recalled all this in a letter written to Nettelo in 1895. In your preface to Bakunin you mention the step made to declare ourselves communists. For us in the Jura Federation, it was a concerted action on behalf of us in the section of Geneva, in company with Elie Reclus, to bring the question before the Congress of Chaux-de-Fonds in October 1880, and to induce the Jura Federation to declare themselves communists. I thought it an absolutely necessary step and wrote in this sense to Reclus and Cafiero. It was accepted, but reluctantly, especially by Schwitzgebel, the program socialist he has just published summed up the views which prevailed in the Jura, and Pindy. He was especially afraid of the impression it would produce in France where communism and monastery were so often associated. It was very deliberately that we took that step of great importance, as it appeared later on after long discussions among Dumartheray, Herzig, and myself, and correspondence with Elie Reclus, who greeted the step at once and gave it full support at the Congress. The admirable paper of Cafiero was a charming surprise to us, the partisans of abandoning the word collectivism. He promised support, but we did not foresee that he would come with such an excellent paper. The Jura youth gave full support, and so it passed. This speech of Cafiero carried the situation. The result was immediately felt. I write you that as you seem to have overlooked the Chaz Défense Congress. We, in Geneva, looked at it as a very important stage and attached just weight to its decision, as we were not sure at all that the decision would be in favor of communism. 50. Discussion at the Congress centered on the program drawn up by Schwytz-Goebel expressing the views of the workers of the Federation of the Korteleri District, to which Kropotkin made reference in his letter, a program which was communalist and collectivism. 51. The program began by urging the necessity of anarchist socialists defining their position in opposition to the authoritarian socialists. The more or less intelligent and appropriate intervention of the party which possesses the theoretical conception of this revolution, is an important factor. From this flows the necessity of not waiting for the revolution to fall from the sky but preparing for it. The program 53 went on to explain how the transformation of the property system could only be achieved by society itself freed from the power and authority of the state, a revolutionary process which, it argued, would center on the commune. The latter would be the starting point of revolution and the means of effecting revolutionary change because of the development, in the wake of the Paris Commune, of a new revolutionary tradition associated with the idea of communal autonomy and federation. It denounced the authoritarian socialist idea of the communist state. The communist state, even more than the bourgeois state, would nullify the individual and govern by force. For us, the solution of the social problem includes not only the most complete realization possible of material well-being for the masses, but also the broadest conquest of liberty for everyone. Having thus so closely associated the idea of communism with state socialism, the document reiterated the Juristchian preference for collectivism as the general form of a new society with some idea of working towards the socialization of consumption. Collectivism appears to us to be the general form of a new society, but we will work with all our strength so that its organization and functioning may be free. What will be the functions of the commune? Looking after all local wealth, control of the use by the trade unions of the various assets, subsoil, land, buildings, tools, and raw materials, control of the organization of labor insofar as concerns the general interest, the organization of exchange and possibly the distribution and consumption of products. This was, of course, the position which Kropotkin claimed had been reached in the Jura in 1879, and clearly the Korteleri section was not prepared to go beyond it. Kropotkin opened the discussion at the Congress. He endorsed the Korteleri section's preoccupation with the need to define the anarchist position. But, referring derisively to the current fashion whereby anybody who recognized the necessity for any change in the relations between labor and capital claimed to be a socialist, he argued that, whilst there was no call for anarchists to concern themselves with people who call themselves socialists simply to check the development of socialism, there was a need to bring out more clearly in any published resume of the program the essential difference that existed between the anarchists and the evolutionist schools of socialism. He insisted that the anarchist socialists had quite a different view from other socialists about how the work of the revolution had to be accomplished. The latter, and this even included some revolutionary 54 socialists, maintained that the people were not ready for a fundamental change in the property system and therefore urged the necessity of a political revolution to prepare for social revolution. The former, however, insisted that expropriation carried out by the people themselves will be the aim and motor of the next European struggle, and we have to make every effort to ensure that this expropriation becomes an accomplished fact as the outcome of the battle which we all feel approaching. It is this expropriation, carried out by the people and followed by the immense movement of ideas to which it will give rise, which alone will be able to give the next revolution the strength needed to overcome the obstacles which rise up before it. 52. Kropotkin had never before expressed himself so forcefully about the need to differentiate the theoretical position of the anarchists from that of other socialists, a clear reflection of his anxiety about the development of parliamentary forms of socialism, particularly in France where efforts were being made to rally all socialist workers around a minimum program for the elections of 1881. 53 Kropotkin made no criticism of the communalist approach of the Korteleri program, but he did go on to insist that the word collectivism should be abandoned and that the jurists should declare themselves frankly communist. The internationalists had originally preferred the term collectivism because communism had been associated with monastic socialism, but by collectivism, he explained, they had meant the socialization of capital and the liberty of groups to introduce whatever form of distribution of the products of labor they thought most appropriate to their situation. However, collectivism was now being given quite a different meaning. Evolutionists used it to mean the individual enjoyment of products, whilst others used it to mean only a limited collectivization of capital. It is time to put an end to this misunderstanding, he declared, and there is only one way to do that: to abandon the word collectivism and declare ourselves frankly communist, whilst bringing out the difference which exists between our conception of anarchist communism and that which was spread by the mystical, authoritarian schools before 1848. 54 Reclus, speaking in support of Kropotkin's proposal, elaborated the positive argument in favor of communism. He declared that once the means of production had been collectivist, the product would be the result of communal efforts, so that it would be impossible to provide an accurate assessment of the value of the individual contribution on which to base an equitable distribution of the products of labor. Decisions about consumption inevitably decided by accident or caprice. 55. Would destroy the collectivist society. Convinced that the free individual would learn spontaneously to act in association with others for the common good, he declared that everyone should be free to take whatever they thought necessary for consumption, limited by no other rule than that which proceeds from the solidarity of interests and mutual support amongst associates. The fear of scarcity was groundless because of the enormous waste which would end with the destruction of the capitalist system. Common sense dictated that the appropriation of land and factories must lead to the socialization of the product of labor. If the great factory, that is to say, the earth, and all the secondary factories which are found there, are put into social ownership, if work is done by all and the quantity and quality of what is produced result precisely from the solidarity of effort, to whom must it legitimately belong if not to the whole indivisible workforce? What rule could guide the accountants who work out the shares and enable them to recognize what should be assigned to each individual from the manna produced by the labor of the whole of humanity, including previous generations? This distribution made by chance or caprice can have no other result than to deposit in collectivist society the germ of dissensions, struggles and death. What is true and just is that the products resulting from the labor of all belong to all, and that each should freely take his share to consume as he pleases, without any other rule than that arising from the solidarity of interests and the mutual respect of associates. It would be absurd moreover to fear scarcity, since the enormous loss of products caused by the current wastefulness of commerce and private appropriation will have finally ceased. Universal good sense has understood that the expropriation of the land and factories necessarily leads to the community of products. Reclus went on to express reservations about the importance given to communes in the Korteleri program. He pointed out that until now communes, including even the Commune of Paris, had only been small states, and declared that groupings of revolutionary forces would establish themselves freely outside all communal organization. The groupings of revolutionary forces will be made freely, outside any communal organization. Schwitzgebel responded to Reclus and Kropotkin's advocacy of communism by declaring that, although an anarchist communist himself, he believed that popular resistance to collectivist ideas indicated that a frankly communist program would only increase the difficulty of securing working-class support, particularly whilst the communist idea was still regarded as a system excluding all liberty. In his view, a great deal of preparatory work would be required to lead the people to accept communism. 56. Herzig, obviously wishing to draw attention to the heresies which had emerged from Brust's preoccupation with municipal agitation, then intervened to support and expand on Reclus' anti-communalist view. He declared that the Korteleri program, in attributing so much importance to the commune, simply envisaged replacing the authority of the state by the decentralist authority of the communes, and he went on to condemn involvement in political struggles at the communal level, even to overthrow the state, insisting that this meant a readoption of the legal approach in direct conflict with anarchist principles. At this point, Cafiero made his particularly persuasive contribution to the discussion. It was an impressive and eloquent speech in which he refuted an allegation, apparently made by a hostile orator at the Congress du Centre, to the effect that communism and anarchy scream at finding themselves together, arguing that, on the contrary, anarchy and communism were complementary concepts which could not be separated one from the other, these two terms anarchy and communism being synonyms of liberty and equality, and the two necessary and indivisible terms of the revolution. 55 He declared that the socialization of capital without the socialization of the products of labor would entail the preservation of the monetary system and thence the accumulation of wealth which, once associated with the right of inheritance, would ensure the disappearance of all equality. The individual apportionment of products, moreover, would result not only in the re-establishment of inequality among men, but also of inequality between different types of work, with non-manual labor for the better off and manual labor for the poorest, a system bringing with it a rebirth of the system of reward and punishment. As regards collective work, it was in any case impossible to evaluate the individual contribution even in terms of labor as the socialists had suggested, for, as they themselves had conceded, everyone was not capable of producing the same amount in a given time. He went on to condemn a new socialist nuance which had appeared as a result of attempts at clarification of this question, a nuance which, reviving the errors of the past, based the limited concept of collectivization on a distinction between what was required for cooperative production, les valeurs de production, and what was necessary for consumption, les valeurs d'usage. Such a distinction, Cafiero argued, simply could not be applied in real life, if coal and oil were valeurs de production because they were necessary to keep machines in working order. Why deny this? 57. Ascription to the food and light necessary for the well-being of man, the finest machine of all. Cafiero concluded with a discussion of the problem of scarcity. The only serious objection to communism, he declared, came from those who, whilst accepting it as an ultimate aim, argued that the shortage of products at the beginning would necessitate a rationing in distribution which would be best worked out on the basis of the amount of labor each individual contributed to production. Rationing, however, he insisted, must be organized on the basis of needs and not merits. There was no reason why the great human family of the future could not function as the ordinary family did now, sharing out resources according to need in times of scarcity. But now let us start considering the one and only serious objection that our enemies have advanced against communism. All are agreed that we should go in the direction of communism, but they make the observation to us that at the beginning, products not being sufficiently abundant, it will be necessary to establish rationing, sharing, and that the best way to share the products of labor would be that based on the quantity of work that each has done. To this we shall reply that, in the future society, even if obliged to adopt rationing, we would remain communists, that is to say, rationing would be carried out not according to merit, but according to need. Even during scarcity, this principle of rationing according to need is applied in the family. Would it be otherwise in the great family of the future? 56. It was not possible to be an anarchist without being a communist, Cafiero declared, because the least idea of limitation contained already within it the germs of authoritarianism. They had to be communists because it was only in communism that true equality would be realized. One cannot be anarchist without being communist. For the least idea of limitation contains already in itself the germs of authoritarianism. It could not manifest itself without immediately engendering the law, the judge, the policeman. We must be communists, for it is in communism that we realize true equality. The debate concluded with Pindy expressing anxiety about the reaction of the French working class who, although instinctively communist, recoiled from a term they associated with the ideas of 1848. But after Cafiero's speech, he seems to have accepted the necessity of giving things their true name in order to unmask the pseudo-progressive socialists. The Congress then adopted resolutions to be added to the Cortellerie program, which rejected its view of the commune and insisted on the socialization of the product as well as the collectivization of the means of production. 5-8. Ideas expressed about the commune may give the impression that we have to substitute for the present form of the state a more limited form which will be the commune. We want the disappearance of any statist form, general or restricted, and the commune is for us only the synthetic expression of the organic form of free human groupings. The idea of collectivism has given rise to dubious interpretations that it is important to erase. We want collectivism with all its logical consequences, not only from the point of view of the collective appropriation of the means of production, but also the enjoyment of the collective consumption of products. Anarchist communism will thus be the necessary and inevitable consequence of the social revolution and the expression of the new civilization that will be inaugurated by that revolution. Quite clearly the anarchists at the Congress of La Chaux-de-Fonds had adopted an uncompromisingly radical position which left no doubt as to the difference between them and the rest of the socialist movement. On the one hand, they had finally rejected the Juraschian preoccupation with communal autonomy as the means of effecting revolutionary change and the commune as the basis of future social organization, thus making a clean break with the ideas of Bruce which developed into municipal socialism, and those of trade unionists like Schwitzgebel which were later to emerge as revolutionary syndicalism. 57. On the other hand, they had finally declared for communism in spite of the anxieties of leading militants like Guillaume, Schwitzgebel and Pindy about the effects such a commitment would have on working class support, a step which served to reinforce the division between themselves and the Social Democrats and even to separate them to some extent from the anarchist movement in Spain, which clung obstinately to collectivism. Kropotkin was delighted and always attached a vital significance to the decisions taken at La Chaux-de-Fonds in 1880. In the letter of 1895 to Nettelo, he recalled that the Genevan group had regarded the Congress as a very important stage and went on to declare that although Guillaume had later described it as a mistake, he himself now thought it had been very good indeed. He insisted that it had had an immediate and important impact, particularly on the decisions of the Le Havre Congress in France. The result was immediately felt. Several Blanquists approved us very much, saying that they always had been communists. But the chief result was the Le Havre Congress where Cahn went from Switzerland and carried the Congress for Communisme Libertaire. The word sprang up there. Bourdat, Gautier, Mollin joined anarchism at once and the separation from the collectivists was achieved. 51 *. 59. Certainly Pindy's anxieties do seem to have been confounded by the response of French workers' representatives at the Congress of Le Havre in voting by a large majority for a resolution which declared for libertarian communism as a final aim. The National Labour Socialist Congress of Le Havre, 4th session, proclaims the necessity for the collective appropriation, with all possible speed, and by all possible means, of the land, subsoil, and instruments of labor, this period being regarded as the transitory phase on the way to libertarian communism. 59 was also accepted by the Italian socialists at the Congress of Chiasso in December 1880. Subsequent events in Switzerland, however, demonstrated the soundness of Schwitzgebel's warnings about the difficulty of getting the anarchist-communist message across to the workers of the Jura, for the early 80s saw the virtual disappearance of the Swiss anarchist movement, a point that Kropotkin does not mention here, presumably because he regarded France as a more favorable environment for the development of anarchism. Kropotkin's comment also ignores the problems presented to the Spanish anarchist movement by the adoption of anarchist communism at this stage. At the Congress of the Anti-Authoritarian International at Venders in 1877, the Spanish delegates had firmly rejected the communist idea. It was too closely connected, in their view, with German state socialism. We want the common ownership of the instruments of labor as well as the land for the community. But this gives autonomy to each community of producers and each receives according to his production. This conception, however, is not that of the German communists. For them it is the state which, like Providence, distributes to each according to his needs. This is a big difference. We cannot say that we agree with the German communists about the community. 60. When Costa had responded by insisting that communism meant that each person should decide for himself what he needed, not the state, a chacun selon sa volonté, Venus had declared that he was simply offering a license to idlers, to each according to his will, that is the wish to do nothing. Everyone must work to eat. The Spanish Federation had remained firmly committed to collectivism, and there was consequently no immediate positive response to the decision of the Jurisdicciones et Lojas de Fonds. Indeed, at their Congress at Barcelona in September 1881 they reiterated their earlier commitment. Miguel Rubio first. 60. Appeared as advocate of the communist idea at the Congress of Seville in 1882, having come to the conclusion, he later claimed, that it was a logical development of the collectivist ideal, all for one and one for all in the program of the alliance. 61. His proposal was rejected after an important speech by José Leones Pujols, the Federation's leading exponent of collectivism. 62. Libertarian communism only began to make a real impact in Spain in 1883 in Barcelona, partly perhaps because of the proximity of the anarchist communist movement in the Leon area and the publicity surrounding the Leon trial, and partly because of the influence of a circle of Italian anarchists in the city. In 1884, Georges Herzog spent some time in Barcelona expounding anarchist communist ideas, and in 1885 a manifesto was issued by Los Grupos Comunistas Anarquistas de Barcelona. According to Netelo, these first communists unfortunately nourished a great contempt for collectivism, and the collectivists adopted an inflexible, hostile attitude in response. 63. The tensions which developed in the movement as a result of the arguments between collectivists and communists were only resolved in September 1888, when the Congress of Valencia set up the organization Anarquista de la Región Española, which included in its membership all revolutionary anarchists without distinction between methods or economic schools. 64. It was with the help of Kropotkin's writings as well as those of Reclus, Grave and Malatesta, that the anarchist communists endeavored to bring about the triumph of their ideas in the Spanish movement. 65. Kropotkin seems to have been fairly insensitive in his failure to appreciate the divisive effect of trying to secure an uncompromising commitment of the Spanish movement to anarchist communism. Nevertheless, anxiety about the intransigent position adopted on either side finally constrained him to call for support for the accord at Valencia in 1888, even though he insisted that communism would be victorious in the end. 66. Undoubtedly, Kropotkin was unhappy about the damage the movement may have sustained as a result of internal controversy, but for him the triumph of anarchist ideas was so important that it ultimately outweighed any anxieties he may have felt about tensions generated by the collectivist-communist debate. In this, his approach differed markedly from that of Malatesta. The latter, for all his commitment to anarchist communism, was always anxious to draw revolutionary socialists of all tendencies to work in closer association with each other for the common aim of revolution, and he was dismayed at the hardline attitudes generated by the cahn. 61. Controversy in Spain. Malatesta, in fact, had doubts as to whether it would be possible in all cases to proceed straight to communism in the immediate wake of the revolution. In an outline program he drew up for discussion in the Italian anarchist movement in 1884, he suggested that, important as it was to implement the principles of anarchist communism without delay to avoid the bad effects associated with collectivism, the solidarity of the working class might not be sufficiently developed, particularly in conditions of scarcity, to allow this at the beginning, and a brief cojunctivist phase might be necessary in some places. 67. In contrast with this, Kropotkin, like Reclus and Cafiero, being convinced that scientific evidence indicated there would be no serious problems of scarcity, insisted that it was that very freedom for the individual in anarchist communism which was so essential to the development of solidarity in the new society. 68. Kropotkin now began to emerge as the leading exponent of an uncompromising anarchist communism. But he did not really begin to discuss the question in any depth until some 18 months after the Congress at Lojas de Fonds. As we have seen, it had been Reclus and above all Cafiero rather than Kropotkin who had played the most significant roles in the Congress debate relating to anarchist communism. This had not occurred as the result of any prior arrangement. Kropotkin, it seems, had been content to argue in general terms that the communist idea was essential to a clear differentiation between socialists genuinely committed to popular expropriation and those who wanted to limit it to a greater or lesser extent. It was in March 1882, in an editorial on the Commune of Paris for Le Revoque, that he again discussed the communist idea. In this article, he argued that the doctrinaire collectivism, which had sought to establish a distinction between capital and wealth and envisaged only the collectivization of the means of production, was now being rejected by the workers. Realizing that consumer goods which sustained life were just as necessary to production as machines, fuel, and so forth, and that without the socialization of all wealth injustices would continue, they were abandoning the collectivism of the theoreticians for the more simple and practical form of anti-authoritarian communism, namely, anarchist communism. Revolutionary proletarians, with the unanimous support of those who attended their meetings, were calling for the socialization of all wealth and distribution according to need. 69 Apart from his insistence on the popularization of the communist idea, Kropotkin was doing little more than reiterate points made at the 62 Congress of La Chaux-de-Fonds in 1880. In November and December 1882 he published his first articles on expropriation. The argument, however, focused on the importance of not compromising the ideal of popular expropriation, and again he did not make much attempt to explore the problem of consumption in any depth. He insisted that the revolution would not succeed unless everything that could be used to exploit the people was collectivist. Expropriation, that then absolutely is the command that must be followed on the pain of it the revolution failing in its historic mission. He called for the complete expropriation of all those who have the means of exploiting human beings, and the return to the national community of all that can be used by anyone to exploit others. 70. With partial expropriation, the old order would soon re-establish itself. If social wealth remains in the hands of the few who own it now, the insurrection will not be a revolution, and everything will have to begin again. Similarly, expropriation had to be general, had to be carried out on a large scale, otherwise it would not be possible to ensure that immediate improvement in the lot of the oppressed which was essential to give the people a real commitment to defend the revolution against reaction. So that the revolution may be more than a word, so that reaction does not take us back the next day to the position we were in before, the conquest of each day must be worth the trouble of being defended. The destitute man of yesterday must no longer be destitute today. General expropriation alone can satisfy the multitude of the suffering and oppressed. We must take it from the realm of theory into that of practice. But in order that expropriation should correspond to the principle that private property should be abolished and given to all, that expropriation must be accomplished on a massive scale. On a small scale, it will only be seen as vulgar pillage; on a large scale, it is the beginning of social reorganization, when a whole region, and large towns with their suburbs get rid of their rulers. Our task is completely clearly delineated, the entire means of production must revert to the community, social property held by private individuals must go back to its true master, every one, so that each may have his broad share in consumption. Thus production may continue in all that is necessary and useful, and social life, far from being interrupted, be taken up again with the greatest energy. In general terms, the articles did not really add anything to what Cafiero had said earlier, except with regard to the point Kropotkin made about the first priority of providing for the needs of the people during a revolution to ensure enthusiastic popular support. But this was a point which, in fact, Ricla seems to have touched on as early as 63. 1877. In an article for Le Travailleur he had argued that popular support for the great railway strikes in the USA had been lost because of the hardship suffered by ordinary consumers. Instead of stopping the trains running, the strikers should have taken over the system and operated it themselves for their own and everyone's benefit. The great question is always that of bread. The hunger of the producers caused the strike, that of the consumers put an end to it, he had declared. 71. Kropotkin himself only developed this point after his release from Clairvaux, when he wrote the articles on expropriation which were to provide the basis for his important work, The Conquest of Bread. 72 Nevertheless, by 1883 Kropotkin had emerged as the leading exponent of anarchist communism, partly because of the success of Le Revoque and partly because of the leading role he played at the anarchist trials at Lyon. Certainly, it seems very likely that he was principally responsible for the anarchist declaration read out to the court on January 12, 1883 by Tres Saud of Marseille, which contained a summary of the ideals of the accused. We want liberty, that is to say we demand for every human being the right and the means to do whatever pleases him, and only what pleases him, and to satisfy entirely all his needs without any restriction other than what is naturally impossible and the needs of his neighbors which are equally worthy of respect. We want liberty, and we believe its existence to be incompatible with the existence of any power, no matter what its origin and form, whether it be elected or imposed, monarchical or republican, whether inspired by divine right or popular right, holy ampulla or universal suffrage. In a word, the substitution, in human relations, of free contract, which can always be modified and cancelled, for administrative and legal control, for an imposed discipline, such is our ideal. Anarchists purpose therefore to teach the people how to do without government as they have started to learn how to do without God. Equally they will learn to dispense with property owners. We ourselves believe that capital, the common inheritance of humanity, since it is the fruit of the collaboration of generations past and present, must be at the disposal of all, in such a way that no one can be excluded, and that no one, on the other hand, can seize any part to the detriment of the rest. We want, in a word, equality, real equality, as a corollary or rather a prime condition of liberty. From each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs, no prescription can prevail against claims which are both legitimate and necessary. 73. Quite clearly this was a much more succinct and eloquent statement of the basic principles of anarchist communism than that which had emerged from the Congress of La Chaux-de-Fonds, in spite of a 64. Tendency to oversimplify the notion of expropriation by using the word capital to denote social wealth rather than just the means of production. The declaration was, moreover, much more widely publicized because of the trial, than the discussions and resolutions of the 1880 Congress. It would appear, therefore, that Kropotkin certainly played an important part in the development of anarchist communism, and indeed by 1883 had emerged as its chief exponent. For all that, however, the ideas themselves evolved spontaneously out of the Bakuninist collectivism in Italy, Switzerland, and Spain, largely independently of each other, at least in the early stages. In fact, although he always insisted on the necessarily intimate connection between theory and practice, Kropotkin was mainly concerned with action at this stage of his career, and it was in this area that he probably exercised most influence prior to 1886. As far as any elaboration of anarchist communist ideas was concerned, Kropotkin did not begin to make any substantial contribution until 1886, when convinced that effective action demanded a further clarification of the anarchist communist view regarding the socialization of wealth. He wrote the articles on expropriation which were to provide the basis for the conquest of bread, 1892. As early as 1881, when he rejected the pleas for a united front of socialists of different streams, he had insisted on the need for anarchist communists both to identify with the struggles of the people and to present a clear exposition of their ideals to help the masses elaborate their common aim and the methods needed to achieve it. From 1886, haunted by misgivings about the success of the coming revolution in the face of the growing influence of parliamentary socialism and the failure of the anarchists effectively to challenge that influence, Kropotkin focused his attention, with his usual thoroughness, on the task of promoting the clarification of popular ideals. On the one hand, he continually urged anarchists to get involved in popular struggles, on the other he expounded the necessity for, as well as the practical possibility of, creating an anarchist communist society in works such as the conquest of bread and fields, factories, and workshops. Whilst very much opposed to the provision of blueprints for the transformation of society, he did think discussion of how the society of the future might be organized constituted a major factor in the revel. 65. Evolutionary process. It is often said that plans ought not to be drawn up for a future society. On the other hand, it is necessary to have a clear idea of the actual concrete results that our communist, collectivist or other aspirations might have on society. For this purpose we must picture to ourselves these various institutions at work. Where do we want to get to by means of the revolution? We need to know this. There must, therefore, be books which will enable the mass of the people to form for themselves a more or less exact idea of what it is they desire to see realized in a new future. 74. In 1891, he criticized Grave and other purists in the French movement who, during the 80s and early 90s, opposed the very idea of holding congresses because it was thought to be evocative of parliamentary politics where decisions emanated from the center instead of from the base. Although he did not think delegates should make decisions binding on their local groups, Kropotkin had come to see meetings and congresses as an opportunity for overcoming disunity and developing solidarity through frank, direct discussion. At the end of the day, of course, he expected everyone to agree on the principle of consumption according to need. La Prise de Tas 75. Although impressed by the way the Spanish and Italian federations, in contrast with the French, had established effective revolutionary organizations amongst the masses, he did not agree with leading anarchists in those movements who urged the avoidance of precise formulas regarding either tactics or the form of distribution of the products of labor. Believing as he did that the coming revolution had no hope of success unless it was an anarchist-communist one, he clearly could not go along with Mella, who argued that to want to establish in advance of the victory of anarchy how the people should organize distribution was to dogmatize blindly and, worse still, both to destroy the anarchist principle and to deny the revolution. By the same token he looked for a full commitment to anarchist communism rather than the anarchy sans objectives advocated by Teresa del Marmol. With regard to Italy, he was critical of the efforts of Malatesta and Merlino which resulted in the anarchists and their sympathizers at the Congress of Capolago in 1891 deciding to establish an anarchist socialist revolutionary party organized along libertarian lines and committed to an essentially anarchist, though not specifically anarchist communist program. For all that, it was this very Congress which encouraged him to make a plea for more congresses and meetings at which anarchists and anarchist sympathizers like Cipriani could meet to discuss their ideas, in the belief that such occasions afforded a much better opportunity. 66. Opportunity for a frank and constructive discussion than that provided by the columns of a journal. Kropotkin, however, did not take kindly to criticism of his ideas. When Merlino wrote Individualisme dans Panarchie in La Société Nouvelle of Brussels in November 1893, an article which contained a critical examination of the ideas of anarchist communists as well as those of individualist anarchists, Kropotkin responded with a short, rather general discussion of objections to anarchist communism without giving any detailed consideration to the points raised by Merlino. Indeed, he actually refused the latter's request to continue the debate with him in the pages of Le Revoque. 76. Nevertheless, in 1910, convinced that only after the destruction of the state would the majority of the people adopt anarchist communist ideas and be able to find the means of solving the great problems of economic equality, he was less optimistic about the realization of anarchist communism in the first 24 hours of revolution in the wake of the difficulties faced by insurrectionists in Russia in 1905 and in Spain in 1909. 77. There was perhaps a certain moderation evident in Kropotkin's position during this latter part of his life in his response to developments in England. Dismissive like all anarchists of anything that smacked of palliation and always critical of the idea of trying to establish anarchist communities in the midst of a capitalist society, he nevertheless saw in the cooperative movement evidence of a growing idea amongst the workers that they should take the organization of industry into their own hands. The aims of many people in the movement, he argued, were not to have a few shillings during the year but to take over all industry from the capitalists. Similarly, adopting what looks very like a return to the communalist ideas of Bruce in the late 70s, He argued that popular expropriation of all wealth by local communities was the logical and necessary outcome of the attempt of cities to organize such things as tramways and gas and water supplies. The skill and eloquence with which Kropotkin developed his ideas certainly seem to have secured a general acceptance for anarchist communism in the anarchist movement during the 90s. And Nettolo, if he found little sympathy for his advocacy of a less rigid approach in the 1890s, found everyone against him when he raised the issue for the last time at the beginning of 1914. By now, however, interest and debate centered on revolutionary syndicalism, a movement with which Kropotkin sympathized but which evoked his criticism because it envisaged trade union groupings as the basis of organization in the free 67 society of the future. In his opinion, the vision of Poget and Pataudet, even though it reflected anarchism in ideas regarding both production and exchange as well as anti-hierarchical forms of organization, was not truly anti-statist because it involved the syndicalist movement taking over the functions of the state. As regards government and authority, Kropotkin, in response to the situation in Russia, did adopt a less extreme position. For example, at a meeting of Russian anarchists in 1904 we find him, in spite of his criticism of the constitutionalist agitation in Russia, arguing that anarchists should not be diverted from pursuing their own revolutionary goals by trying to sabotage the activities of the liberals. In 1917, after his return to Russia, he went so far as to make a speech proposing the setting up of a republic modeled on the American federal system, at a national conference called by Kerensky. For all that, his position generally speaking remained uncompromisingly anti-statist. Totally committed to the communist ideal and convinced that it could only be realized through the destruction of the state, his position had actually hardened in the face of the growing influence of the German Social Democratic Party and the congresses of the Second International, which widened the gulf and created increasingly bitter relations between anarchists and state socialists. In 1891, in a pamphlet La Mort de la Nouvelle Internationale, he accused the Social Democrats of betraying the ideas of the First International as expressed by Marx as well as Bakunin, by abandoning the economic struggle and entering into collusion with the bourgeoisie as a result of their preoccupation with the conquest of political power. At the same time, in revolutionary studies, he dismissed the attempt of the German Social Democratic Party in the Erfurt program to clear themselves of such an accusation. In his view, the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat was simply a rather nasty variation of the authoritarian theme of the Blanquists. 7. Registered in the years leading up to the Great War, we find him accusing the social democratic movement both of helping to corrupt the minds of a whole generation in Germany and of undermining the idea of a genuine international socialism in Europe since 1870. In contrast with the anti-war position adopted by the main body of the anarchist movement, he ended up by urging support for the Allies against Germany in 1914 to halt the spread of the canker of German imperialism, which, he claimed, had infected virtually the whole nation and would destroy the prospect of revolution in Europe for generations. Part 2. Kropotkin and the development of anarchist ideas of revolutionary action by individuals and small groups. Revolutionary action and the emergent anarchist movement of the 70s. Manifestly, the anarchists, in denouncing the idea of the formation of a workers' party committed to involvement with parliamentary politics and political action, had to have a real alternative beyond pure abstentionism and revolutionary rhetoric about popular revolutionary action. In the 70s, they faced two major threats to the credibility of the anti-statist, anti-political position, when it came to transforming theory into action. On the one hand, there was the increasing influence on the European socialist movements of the German Social Democrats, arising out of the latter's success in building up enough popular response to secure an increasing number of seats in the Reichstag under, and in spite of, a repressive regime. On the other, there was the disillusionment of revolutionary socialists like Malin, Bruce, and Costa who, disheartened by the failure of their efforts to provoke popular revolt, gradually abandoned anarchism for parliamentary forms of socialism, partly because they shared the Guesdist fear that bourgeois radicals would use the political platform to draw workers away from socialism, and partly because they began to believe that some progress towards socialism could be made through parliamentary institutions. The policy the anarchists developed in response to all this tended to alternate between revolutionary trade unionism and acts of revolt by individuals and small groups. The two types of action and Kropotkin's role in their development will be examined and followed through in two separate sections. The present section will deal primarily with the latter forms of action which were associated with the notion of propaganda by deed and developed out of the failure of insurrectionary action in the first half of the 70s. In 1873, after the bitter debates that had rent the First International, Bakunin was particularly insistent on the need for revolutionary action. 71. 72. Rather than any further theoretical discussion, and he saw that action in terms of organizing practical and militant working-class solidarity in the labor movement in preparation for revolution. Very well. It is my conviction that the time for major theoretical statements, written or spoken, is past. Over the last 9 years, more ideas have been developed in the International than would be needed to save the world if ideas alone could save it, and I defy anyone whatever to invent a new one. The time for ideas has passed, it is now time for deeds. What matters above all today is the organization of the forces of the proletariat. You must build up, ever increasingly, the international, practical and militant solidarity of the workers in every trade of all countries, and remember that, however infinitely feeble you may be as individuals, localities, and isolated countries, you will find an immense, irresistible power in this world community. 1. It is significant that this exhortation to action appeared in Bakunin's farewell message to the internationalists of the Jura. The Jura Federation, which had successfully initiated the development of the anti-authoritarian international, had now emerged as the most important center of the libertarian socialist movement, yet Guillaume and his supporters, whilst denouncing statism and political action, played a moderating role between conflicting groups in the international and remained essentially nonviolent in their tactics, preferring to concentrate on oral and written propaganda. Bakunin had to look elsewhere to Spain and Italy for the sort of development of revolutionary action he thought was needed. He seems to have been particularly optimistic about the possibility of revolution in Spain. Prior to 1873, the Federal Council of the Spanish Federation, in their anxiety to avoid premature confrontation with authority, had actually opposed militant strike action. Anarchists in Andalusia, however, had established a firm base in an aggressive trade unionism, and at the beginning of 1873 initiated militant strikes in the Jerez region which escalated into insurrectionary outbreaks. Meanwhile a series of cantonalist risings shook Spain and, as even Guillaume was constrained to point out, the International could not afford to stand aside from such a ferment. The International cannot stand idly by watching the people's enemies contending for power. There comes a moment when the people join in and when the International, that section of the people already organized, becomes the lever of revolutionary action. 3 In July, Bakuninists at Sanlúcar de Barrameda managed to establish a popular government which, even though it only survived for 30. The anarchist movement of the 70s 73 days, according to Tema Kaplan, stood as a beacon for Cadiz anarchists, just as the Paris Commune remained as a symbol for all European anarchists of what revolutionary community might be. For about the same time the anarchists led by Bruce and Virius tried to do much the same thing in Barcelona when they attempted to turn a local general strike of textile workers into a popular takeover of the city government. Unfortunately the strikers, unlike those of Sanlúcar, had no stomach for insurrection and the whole thing failed dismally through lack of support. At Alcoy near Valencia, Albarracin, a leading member of the Federal Council, led a successful revolt to take over the city when striking paper workers clashed with police. In this case the internationalists were only in control until government troops arrived 3 days later, when a surrender was negotiated. The initiative in the cantonalist risings elsewhere was taken by intransigent Republicans, but in some places Bakuninists did ally themselves with the latter on the grounds that, although the risings were not internationalist, they did have a true socialist character. Such cooperation undoubtedly had been rejected at the outset by the Federal Council and the question remained a matter of controversy in the movement. Bakunin himself seems to have envisaged the necessity of cooperation with sympathetic bourgeois elements in a revolutionary situation. What must revolutionary authorities do? We should endeavor to keep them as few as possible. What must they do to spread and organize the revolution? They must not do it themselves by decrees, they must not impose it on the masses but provoke it in their midst. They must not impose any organization whatever on the masses, but, promoting their organization, which is self-governing from the bottom upwards, work, by means of individual influence on the most intelligent men in each locality to make it conform as closely as possible to true principles. 5. The action of the Spanish Bakuninists, therefore, seems to have been very much in keeping with Bakunin's own approach. The cantonalist movement, however, ended in disaster. Alliance with the intransigents did nothing to advance the internationalists' cause, whilst the military government established at the beginning of 1874 crushed the revolts and directed a program of savage repression against the International. Bakunin was bitterly disappointed, declaring, "These events in France and Spain had been a blow to our hopes and expectations." 6. The movement now could only survive as a clandestine organization. A secret congress was held in Madrid in June 1874 which responded to repression with a call for terrorist tactics. 74. From this day forth, and until our rights are recognized or the social revolution has triumphed, every exploiter, every idler, living by unearned income, every capitalist parasite and hedonist who, confident in the impunity promised him by the state, commits a grave offense against us or violates our rights will fall under the blow of invisible arms, and his property will be set on fire to prevent the legal heirs profiting from our justice. 7. There does not seem to be any clear evidence that these words of the Federal Commission were ever more than anguished and angry rhetoric. In fact, the rank and file of the movement concentrated their efforts on maintaining their organization in the face of repression. The terrorism which developed at this period, where it was not a spontaneous popular response to oppression, probably owed more to the activity of independent groups than to that of Bakuninists in the International. Meanwhile, Bakuninists elsewhere were convinced that a revolutionary situation existed in Italy. Bakunin in fact directed his attention to Italy rather than to the Jura or Spain during the last years of his life. In 1873, he wrote enthusiastically about the revolutionary potential of the Italian proletariat in statism and anarchy. He argued that in Italy a social revolution was imminent against which there could be no resistance because of the existence there of a really poor proletariat which, united in desperation and inspired by a passionate idealism, knew what it wanted and what had to be done to achieve emancipation. 8. Economic conditions for both workers and peasants were very bad at this time. The people were disillusioned with the failure of Victor Emmanuel's government to improve the conditions of the poor, and the winter of 1873–74 was marked by strikes and hunger demonstrations. In such a situation, the Bakuninists regarded their identification with the people's struggles as imperative. At the Congress of Bern in 1876, Malatesta described the situation in Italy and the Internationalists' reaction to it. In the spring of 1874, a very lively agitation developed in various places in Italy as a result of the fall in wages and the exorbitant increase in the cost of consumer goods. In a great number of places, the shops were attacked and pillaged. The International found itself in the position of having to reject these acts carried out by the people or declare solidarity with them. The latter course was followed. The International could not have acted otherwise, firstly because it would have lost all the practical supporters of the revolution if it had rejected these acts carried out by the people, secondly because the revolution consists far more of deeds than words, and each time the workers rise up in the name of their rights and their dignity, it is the anarchist movement of the 70s–75. The duty of every revolutionary socialist to declare solidarity with the movement which develops. 9. During 1874, a secret committee for the Italian Revolution established in the autumn of 1873, made 3 appeals for popular revolt in its secret journal Bollettino del Comitato Italiano per la Rivoluzione Sociale. This culminated in August in the attempts of Costa, with the help of Bakunin, at Bologna, and Malatesta at Castel del Monte, Puglia, to set off a popular insurrection in southern Italy. The attempts failed, and their defeat resulted in government action to suppress the International. The Italian internationalists, however, were unrepentant. They actually refused to attend the Congress of the International at Brussels in September 1874, declaring that for them the time for congresses was past, and that revolutionary Italy was now concentrating its efforts on following the path it had adopted as the only one which would lead to the triumph of the social revolution. 10. This statement evoked a savage denunciation from the socialists of Zurich, who claimed that the exploits of the Italian Bakuninists, like those of their colleagues in Spain, had gravely compromised the cause of labor and the revolution. 11. In fact, there was considerable sympathy in Italy for the rebels who had defied an unpopular government on behalf of the poor and oppressed, and no jury would convict them. The trials of 1875 and 1876 had provided a splendid opportunity for making propaganda speeches, and according to Mazzini, this preaching from the dock proved more effective than any subsequent propaganda for many years after, even though the International had been unable to function as an organization for almost 2 years because of the persecution. 12. Once released from prison, the anarchists, apparently with increased popular support, were able to re-establish the organization of the International, and during 1876 there was a series of regional congresses followed by a national congress near Florence in October in spite of police efforts to prevent it. It was at this Congress that the Italians committed themselves to the form of revolutionary action known as propaganda by deed. Propaganda by deed, the development of the idea. Propaganda by deed is a political slogan which today tends to be associated specifically with isolated terrorist acts carried out by a few anarchists in the 1890s. In fact, the concept developed in Bakuninist circles in the 1870s and from the beginning tended to mean different things to different people. 1. It is possible that the original inspiration, certainly in the case of the Italians, came from the Neapolitan revolutionary Carlo Pisacin, 1818–57. In his Testamento Politico, 1857, he had written, "The propaganda by the idea is a chimera, the education of the people is an absurdity. Ideas result from deeds, not the latter from the former, and the people will not be free when they are educated, but will be educated when they are free. The only work a citizen can undertake for the good of the country is that of cooperating with the material revolution, therefore, conspiracies, plots, attempts, etc., are that series of deeds by which Italy proceeds to her goal." 2. The concept of propaganda by deed which developed in the 70s, however, did not go quite as far as this in rejecting oral and written propaganda. Perhaps, therefore, it can be traced back more directly to Bakunin, who in 1870 declared, "Now we all have to embark together on the revolutionary ocean, and henceforth spread our principles no longer by words but by deeds, for this is the most popular, the most powerful and the most irresistible form of propaganda." 3. In Spain, Bakuninists involved in the risings of 1873 developed this idea. The following extract on revolutionary propaganda, written by Bruce, appeared in La Solidaridad Revolucionaire in Barcelona in July 1873. Revolutionary propaganda is made not only by the pen and the spoken word, by books, pamphlets, public meetings, and newspapers, it is above all made in the 76. 77. Open, in the midst of the piled-up paving stones of the barricades, on days when the exasperated people make war on the mercenary forces of reaction. From a socialist point of view, we have arrived at the point of action. Let us act, if only from the point of view of propaganda. Perhaps victory will crown our efforts, and if it is martyrdom, let us remember that the idea does not perish by the sword, does not fall beneath bullets. Let us never forget that it is the blood of the people which nourishes and makes fertile the ground of revolutions. 4. Francisco Tomás, one of the leading internationalists at Alcoy, made a statement very much in the same spirit in his letter published in the Bulletin August 17, 1873, the cantonalist movement having failed, and the bourgeois believing that our association has been the soul of it, it is very probable that the persecutions against the International will take on an increasingly relentless character. I do not think that anything is lost. On the contrary, our hopes are higher than ever. The revolutionary idea makes new progress every day, and what has just happened will serve as education to strengthen our organization and prepare us better for the coming struggle. 5. Quite clearly, Bakunin's idea, which had been essentially that of rousing the masses into action by example, had been modified by the sharp experience of Bakuninist involvement in the cantonalist risings in Spain. 6. Bruce and Tomasz had had to face up to the question of the effectiveness of acts of rebellion which had actually been crushed. Tomasz simply seems to have thought that the internationalists were succeeding in getting over their idea of popular revolt and that they would do better next time. Bruce, on the other hand, went further. He seems to have been much more preoccupied with the notion that revolts which did not have much immediate hope of success might well be very effective in propagandizing socialist principles. In his article, he also pointed out that people had to react to revolutionary action in a way they did not to a book or a paper, and he cited the Commune of Paris as an illustration of how revolutionary action had publicized an ideal in spite of defeat. A social upheaval like that of the Paris Commune does not leave any worker indifferent. You have to hunt around for a book, you have to buy a newspaper, but revolutionary action comes right into your own home, into the midst of the family, and forces itself on your attention. Who is not forced to reflect when faced with the terrible questions raised in the public arena? It was in 1848 that Proudhon started his propaganda revolving round the federal idea. Who in France knew what the communalist republic was, who wanted it, when the March 18th movement broke out? A few men only. Who today, now that the communalist question has been raised in the full glare of daylight, has reached 78. The Hôtel de Ville, and has its heroes and martyrs, would dare to admit that he does not know about it? Everyone has taken sides for or against. 2 months of fighting have done more than 23 years of propaganda. Meanwhile, there was a similar development of the concept of revolutionary action in the Italian Federation. An article in the first number of a clandestine journal, the Bollettino del Comitato Italiano per la Rivoluzione Sociale, which appeared in January 1874, declared, "The time for peaceful propaganda has passed, it must be replaced by resounding solemn propaganda of insurrection and barricades." 7. This of course was simply an echo of Bakunin's earlier statement. But experience of insurrectionary activity that year at Bologna and the government repression that followed led the Italians, in 1876, at the Secret Congress of Florence, to adopt a view of revolutionary action very similar to that which Bruce had already outlined in 1873. 8. Malatesta and Cafiero sent a letter to the Jura Federation at the end of the year in which they declared, "The Italian Federation believes that the insurrectional act, which is intended to affirm socialist principles by deeds, is the most effective means of propaganda and the only one which, without deceiving and corrupting the masses, can penetrate down to the deepest levels of society, attracting the living forces of humanity into the struggle carried on by the International." Guillaume has given the following explanation of this statement in his History of the International. Our friends in Italy came to the conclusion that, in their country at last, oral and written propaganda were not enough, and that, to be clearly understood by the popular masses, especially the peasants, it was necessary to show them what could not be made living and real in any theoretical teaching. They had to be taught socialism through deeds so that they could see, feel, and touch it. A plan was formed for teaching the Italian peasants, by means of a practical lesson, what society would be like if it got rid of government and property owners. For this, it would be enough to organize an armed band, large enough to control the countryside for a brief time and go from one commune to another, carrying into effect socialism through action before the very eyes of the people. 9. Much like Bruce after the defeat of the cantonalist movement in Spain, the Italians were asserting for socialism the propaganda value of the insurrectionary act. But unlike him, they were less preoccupied with the idea of defeat and martyrdom. After all, they had transformed their defeat into a limited victory. The popular sympathy they had managed to evoke at their trials had secured their acquittal and enabled them to re-establish their organization in the face of 79. Repression. Moreover, the Italians, for all their advocacy of insurrectional acts as a method of propagandizing socialist ideas, still expected to stimulate a general uprising by such acts. And, in fact, the rising of Benevento in April 1877, which followed the adoption of propaganda by deed at the Secret Congress of Florence in 1876, was planned as a revolt which, even in defeat, would hopefully inspire a popular revolution. Ciccarelli, one of the leaders with Cafiero and Malatesta, pointed this out in a letter to Cipriani. We could not hope to win, since we knew that a few tens of individuals armed with almost unserviceable rifles cannot win battles against regiments armed with veterlies. Partisans of the propaganda of deeds, we wanted to commit an act of propaganda. Persuaded that the revolution must be provoked, we committed an act of provocation. We were a band of rebels destined to provoke an insurrection, a band that cannot and must not count on anything but the echo it might find in the populations. 10. They were apparently convinced that sympathy evoked after their defeat at Bologna meant that their acts of revolt, even if suppressed, could both teach socialist ideals to the people and lead to a popular revolt. For all that, they did claim afterwards that a revolution could have developed out of their efforts. We had faith in popular instincts and in the development of the revolution, and our hopes would not have been deceived, if we had succeeded in holding the countryside for a few months. 11. However, neither the revolt, which involved the occupation of 2 communes and the destruction of their tax records in the name of the social revolution, nor its defeat at Benevento turned popular sympathy into socialist conviction and revolutionary action. The people in general reacted in the same way as the peasants at Benevento, who had admired the action of the insurgents but had been too afraid to follow their example. The savage repression of the International which followed the defeat of Benevento evoked severe criticism from the legalist socialists of the north. Malin, a communard who enjoyed considerable influence in the Lombard Federation, even accused the anarchists of being agents provocateurs, for to act in such a manner one must be downright insane, he declared. No one will question how much harm these parasites of labor masquerading as internationalists have done. 12. This condemnation did not deter the Italians, and they decided on a general insurrection of the whole Italian Federation at their Congress, which met secretly at Pisa in 1878. This decision seems to mark a return 80. To insurrectionary tactics without propaganda by deed, but the movement was actually too preoccupied with resisting suppression to start a popular revolution. Meanwhile, the publication of the Italian idea of propaganda by deed in the Bulletin of the Jura Federation on December 3, 1876 had attracted the attention of Paul Bruce. The latter, who had settled in Switzerland after government repression had obliged him to leave Spain in 1873, had succeeded in creating a lively propaganda section of the International at German-speaking Bern. The Arbeiterzeitung, the newly established journal of the group, published an article on December 16, that is, barely 2 weeks after the Italian statement had appeared in the Bulletin, which advocated propaganda by deed as the principal method of propaganda. We are primarily supporters of propaganda by the deed, of propaganda through action, always provided of course that this be treated seriously and not in an infantile fashion. 13. Quite clearly, the Italians had reminded Bruce of the idea he had expressed in 1873, and he now looked to ways of developing it to apply to the situation in Switzerland. But for all the liveliness of the group in Bern, enthusiasm for the International had faded and the Jura Federation was in decline. There was little hope of initiating any real insurrectionary action, and Bruce hardly wanted a repetition of the fiasco at Barcelona. He seems, therefore, to have abandoned the notion of the insurrectionary deed and advocated another form of action, namely a demonstration which, even though provocative, was not insurrectionary. And in doing this he was probably influenced more by recent developments in Russia than by the Italians. Indeed, it is significant that Costa, the Italian with whom Bruce was to become most closely associated in advocating propaganda by deed later in 1877, had already begun to waver in his commitment to the insurrectionary deed. In an open letter to Nicotera in January, Costa declared that a vast propaganda of socialist principles among the masses to promote a popular revolution, was an idea that could not be reconciled with the necessarily restricted circle of conspiracy, and although his sympathies remained very much with Malatesta, Cafiero, and Ciccarelli, he was to avoid taking an active part in the Benevento Rising. 14. But we must now return to the question of Russian influence on the evolution of Brust's concept of propaganda by deed. At a private meeting in February 1877, Brust persuaded the juristicians of the Cortellerie section to call on the support of the Jura Federation for a 81 demonstration at Bern on March 18 on the occasion of the anniversary of the Paris Commune. The previous year's demonstration by the Social Democrats had been attacked and dispersed and the red flag torn up. Brust, therefore, argued passionately in favor of a special demonstration at Bern in 1877 in revenge for this, where the red flag would be carried and defended against all attacks. Declaring that a similar demonstration would have a major importance for the future of the International in the federal capital, he angrily dismissed Guillaume's contention that it was wrong to run the risk of losing any human life for the sake of a simple demonstration. There are obvious similarities between the projected demonstration in Bern and events which took place at St. Petersburg in December 1876. In Russia, the repression of the loosely organized Tchaikovskist Go to the People movement of the early 70s had been followed by the emergence of a new type of secret organization. The Zemlya I Volya, as it was called, was made up of dedicated revolutionaries carefully organized in small disciplined groups to propagandize the masses by word and above all by deed. Our demands can only be secured by means of a violent revolution. The methods to prepare this and bring it about are, according to us, agitation to be carried out both by word and above all by deed aimed at organizing the revolutionary forces and developing revolutionary feelings. 15. As a part of this program of agitation, the Zemlya I Volya had been trying to organize the workers of the towns, and this had been done with some success in St. Petersburg. In the spring of 1876, a spontaneous demonstration in the city on behalf of one of the revolutionaries who had died in prison, had encouraged the revolutionaries to think in terms of organizing some sort of public demonstration. On December 6, students and workers had gathered to demonstrate outside Our Lady of Kazan Cathedral. One of the students, displaying the red flag of land and liberty for the first time, had spoken in memory of those who had suffered for the people's cause and proclaimed the solidarity of the demonstrators with them. Many participants had been arrested. The savagely repressive measures that followed this demonstration had aroused considerable public sympathy for the revolutionaries. Meanwhile, feeling among the juristicians in favor of the Russian demonstrators was strong, particularly in view of the fact that the St. Petersburg demonstration had been condemned by the German Social Democrats. Moreover, a protest signed by 12 Russian exiles which appeared in the bulletin on 82 March 25 ended with the following statement: "We know that the demonstration of St. Petersburg has not been without results, and that, organized at the express demand of many workers, it has drawn new revolutionaries into the socialist ranks who, coming from within the working class, will double and treble the number who will be called to replace those who have succumbed heroically in this affair." 16. Evidently the demonstration was seen as a successful example of propaganda by deed, an example that Brust thought the juristicians could emulate. He hoped that the Bern demonstration would show the workers that freedom of expression for socialists had little more reality in ostensibly free Switzerland than it did in autocratic Russia. Certainly, he afterwards declared that the demonstration had been an act to prove to the Swiss workers that they do not have the freedom to demonstrate. 17. Moreover, he seems to have expected an echo of the repressive response of the Tsarist regime in the behavior of the Bernese authorities, which would inspire sympathy and support for the International among the workers. This came out clearly in his argument with Guillaume and, indeed, after the assault on the red flag at Bern in 1876 he had declared, "The workers' flag has to win its place in the sun, and for that we know that it may be necessary for it to be torn and perhaps, alas, hold by bullets." 18. Nevertheless, Preoccupied though Brousse seems to have been with provoking a violent response from the authorities, there was nothing insurrectionary about the demonstration he envisaged and, in fact, demonstrators on March 18 came armed with sticks not guns. To this extent it may be that he was more moderate than the Russians, for some of the organizers of the St. Petersburg demonstration half hoped they might spark off some sort of popular revolt. But the one personal link between the Russian and Swiss demonstrations was Plekhanov, the student revolutionary who had played such a dramatic role in Our Lady of Kazan Square in December 1876 had managed to escape from Russia, and actually arrived in Switzerland in time to take an active part in the Bern demonstration. And he was too preoccupied with the creation of an organized movement of the workers that he had never liked the idea of the insurrectionary deed. Moreover, he was later to break away from the Zemlya I Volya movement rather than involve himself in the policy of terror which developed out of the concept of propaganda by deed in the later 70s. It is perhaps not entirely without significance that Plekhanov identified himself with the Bern demonstration where his fellow revolutionary in exile Kravkinsky, whose successful assassin 83. Ation of Mazantsov in 1878 was to pave the way for the terrorist policy of Narodnaya Volya played an important part in the Benevento Rising. And this brings us to Brousse's response to the Benevento affair. In a manifesto to the French Federation he made it quite clear that there was nothing really insurrectionary for him in this act of propaganda by deed. He maintained in fact that the Benevento Rising had been simply a demonstration to teach socialist principles by practical action, since the people were not ready for revolution. Why this parade under arms? Did they expect the people to be ready for revolution, and did they think revolution possible? Far from it. The aim of the demonstration of Benevento was simply propaganda. 19 Nevertheless his language remained uncompromisingly revolutionary. The first issue of U Avant-Garde, the journal of the newly revived French Federation launched by Brousse and Kropotkin in June 1877, called for violent action. Experience has spoken. Far be it from us to go for the way which is pacific and legal. We are for the violent way which has proved itself. Let us leave the radicals to the pacific twaddle, let us go for the guns hanging on the walls of our attics. 20 The sort of language, however, was pure rhetoric. The secret Congress of the French International at St-Imier, 19–20 August, actually placed propaganda by deed fairly low on its list of propaganda methods. And Brousse, in the same month, wrote an article which reiterated the view he had expressed in the spring. 21 This piece, actually entitled La Propaganda Parle Fate, was prompted by socialist condemnation of the demonstrations of Our Lady of Kazan, Benevento, and Bern. Brousse recalled how the radicals in France had condemned the insurrectionary attempts of Flourens, Barbes, and Blanqui during the last days of the Empire, yet had been glad to share the cake when the Republic had been established, thanks to the popularization of the Republican idea by the first attempts at revolt. Modern socialists were behaving just as shamefully as the radicals had done in the past. He insisted that those revolutionaries who had taken part in the acts of St. Petersburg, Benevento, and Bern had been trying to arouse popular consciousness, and in this they had succeeded. They had had no illusions that they could succeed in making a revolution. He repeated his earlier declaration that the acts were purely acts of propaganda. Did the men who took part in these movements hope to make a revolution? Did they have enough illusions to believe in success? Evidently not. To say that such was their thinking would be not to know them. 84. Well, or to know them and to slander them. The acts of St. Petersburg, Benevento, and Bern, were quite simply acts of propaganda. He then went on to discuss the difficulties of getting the socialist message across to the masses who were not really in a position to learn a great deal from the written or spoken word. They peasants and workers go back to their homes so worn out and tired, that they have little desire to read pamphlets or socialist newspapers. They sleep, go for walks, or devote their evenings to the family. Like the Italians, he declared that it was necessary to show what socialism was in action. He recalled that the communalist ideal had made much more headway among the masses as a result of the Commune of Paris than through the writings of Proudhon. The demonstrators in St. Petersburg had succeeded in arousing popular attention and sympathy. But something more than this was needed. There had to be some sort of teaching to sustain the popular interest that had been aroused. The demonstrators at Bern had succeeded in doing this. Their action had shown the people of that city that they had none of the freedom they had believed they had, and they now understood that there could be no real liberty in the face of economic inequality upheld by the state. The insurgents at Benevento had done even better. By taking over 2 communes they had demonstrated to the people how to treat property and government. He suggested the possibility of doing more than this by starting the collectivization of both production and consumption in a commune, even though the whole enterprise might be crushed. This would be a living act of propaganda. The idea will not be written down, put in a newspaper or picture, any more than it will be sculptured in marble, carved in stone or cast in bronze. It will walk in flesh and blood, living before the people. Obviously the acts Broos envisaged were not genuinely insurrectionary in the sense of actually starting a general uprising, and do not really seem to be consistent with the notion of an insurrection to establish free communes advocated in New Avant-Garde. This is underlined by his lack of enthusiasm for the Spanish advocacy of propaganda by deed at the international congresses in August 1877. Undoubtedly, Broos was not anxious for a real confrontation with the power of the state, and this became increasingly clear in the development of his views during 1878. The Bern demonstration had been very successful in showing that socialism was a force to be reckoned with, even if it had frightened away more timorous working-class support. Even 85. Guillaume recognized this. 22 But prosecutions against participants virtually destroyed the group in Bern, and after serving a month's prison sentence, Broos began to express some reservations about such action. In a speech of December 24, 1877, he stressed the need for serious conditions for propaganda by deed. 23 At the annual Congress of the Jura Federation at Fribourg in August 1878, he seems to have come to the conclusion that propaganda by deed in the form of what he now described, in the words of the Spaniards, as insurrectional agitation, might no longer be practicable, and urged the use of the vote as a propaganda tactic. 24 He maintained that the situation in France over the pressure to grant amnesty to imprisoned communards already provided an opportunity for this type of action. As part of their agitation, the socialists were mounting a campaign in favor of Blanqui's candidature for parliament, a candidature which was illegal. Broos thought that if a constituency could be found where Blanqui would be likely to secure a majority, the anarchists should vote for him, because once elected, the government would invalidate the election, thus revealing the reactionary nature of the state. 25 More surprisingly, he also suggested that where there was a commune with a working-class majority, the anarchists should try to get elected in order to create a revolutionary situation by handing over the arable land to the peasants and the communal buildings to the worker. This was obviously a development of his earlier suggestion about taking over a commune as an act of propaganda by deed. In September we find New Avant-Garde applauding the action of Guesde and his friends in pushing ahead with preparations for the Paris Internationalist Congress in the face of a government prohibition, as a form of propaganda by deed in a situation where no insurrectionary action was possible. We entirely approve the Congress delegates' behavior. In view of the absolute impossibility of insurrectionary resistance, the firmness with which this legal resistance has been conducted deserves all our sympathy. What they have just accomplished, may we say to them, is plainly and simply, an act of propaganda by deed against the state. 26. Manifestly the view of propaganda by deed that Broos was now advocating was symptomatic of his gradual abandonment of the anarchist, abstentionist and insurrectionist position. Even so, the Jurassians tentatively accepted Brous's idea of what was described as the destructivist vote, and indeed Cafiero and Michel later embraced the idea of dead candidatures as a form of uncompromising revolutionary action. 27. In fact, Brous's concept of propaganda by deed, even 86. Though it marked an abandonment of any real insurrectionist approach and even a flirtation with the electoral system, was not necessarily reformist. Being born of frustration about not being able to start a revolution, it could, particularly in the face of savage government repression, develop into terrorism. And this explains why even Bruce himself showed sympathy for the rash of assassination attempts of the late 1870s. As a matter of fact, it appears that he actually regretted that the attempt on the life of Alfonso XII of Spain by Juan Moncasi, a Tarragonese cooper, October 25, 1878 had not succeeded. 28 In the article Hodel, Nobling, et la propaganda parle fate, which appeared in U Avant-Garde in June 1878 in the wake of attempts on the life of the German emperor, by Hodel in May and Nobling in June, Bruce repeated his argument in favor of action as a powerful form of propaganda and declared the attempts to be examples of propaganda by deed. In his view, however, they were not the most effective form of such propaganda, since as individual acts they could be easily misrepresented and forgotten, unlike a collective act like that of the Commune, where any child who knew how to read could see his future in the bloody reflections of the words Commune of Paris. Above all, regicide was not a socialist but republican act of propaganda. We did not load Hodel's pistol or slide the pellet into Nobling's carbine, because we knew at the outset that regicide is a purely republican act of propaganda, where afterwards it is too easy to misrepresent the intentions of the perpetrators. 29 By the end of 1878 U Avant-Garde had been suppressed for its sympathetic attitude to assassination, and Bruce was facing trial as the paper's chief editor. Speaking in his own defense, he admitted that the paper had expressed regret at the failure of the attempt against the King of Spain and approval of the executions carried out by the Russian Narodniks, Zasulich's shooting of General Trepov in January and Kravkinsky's stabbing of General Mizantsov in August 1876. He insisted, however, that it had not recommended regicide to any of its readers. What Bruce asserted was, for the most part, true enough. On the other hand, Kropotkin, in a discussion of this period many years later, declared that U Avant-Garde had applauded the acts of Moncasi, Passanante and Hodel as Republican socialist acts of propaganda by deed which could promote a political revolution which would soon take on a socialist character. 30 In fact, there had been articles in the paper which could have been interpreted as incitement to regicide. For instance, in response to Moncasi's attempt on the life of the King of 87. Spain, U Avant-Garde declared that whilst it was neither an aim nor a method of the International to kill tyrants, the assassination of Alfonso XII could have rendered a great service to the revolution. 31 Similarly, when its press was closed down in December 1878, it was printing an article Les Regicides which Kropotkin tells us contained a paragraph which governments could not forgive. The offending paragraph pointed out that the attempts at regicide had failed because the would-be assassins had been unable to force a way through the royal entourage, and went on to declare that anyone in future who thought that the way to revolution was regicide would throw a bomb into the midst of the courtiers surrounding the king. Neither of these articles was written by Bruce, and it may be that they emanated from a more extremist element involved with U Avant-Garde. Certainly there were dissensions in Swiss anarchist circles over the approach of the paper to the question of assassination. As a consequence of the Bern trial in August 1879, Bruce, Rinck and Werner faced short prison sentences followed by expulsion from the canton of Bern. This meant that the Arbeiterzeitung could no longer survive, for these three had borne the main responsibility for producing the paper. With the demise of the Arbeiterzeitung, those associated with it inevitably became more closely involved with U Avant-Garde, particularly when the latter became an organ of the Swiss as well as of the French Federation. Rinck and Werner were developing an aggressive propaganda campaign in Germany along with another former member of the Bern group, Reinsdorf, and it seems likely that they were becoming more extreme in their views than Bruce. 32 A few months later, when the Bulletin ceased publication on Guillaume's departure for France at the end of March 1878, those associated with this paper also became more closely involved with U Avant-Garde. In fact, in June the paper merged with Le Travailleur of Geneva to replace the Bulletin. 33 It is difficult to know who they might have been apart from Spichiger. 34 Undoubtedly, however, the editorial group such as it was tended to reflect the moderate approach of what remained of grassroots support from the Jura watchmakers. 35 They obviously had doubts about Bruce's flamboyant and aggressive propaganda tactics, and Guillaume had voiced these doubts in his comment about the Bern demonstration. I doubt that with a population like ours, demonstrations of this sort help propaganda. 36 In July 1877, Bruce himself had referred to the disagreement between the anti-8 authoritarians over the question of propaganda tactics. Even groups of the same party fight amongst themselves. War between the anti-authoritarian, partisans of theoretical propaganda, and the anti-authoritarians, partisans of propaganda by deed. 37 Bruce had replaced Guillaume as the dominating figure in the Jura Federation by the end of 1877, but the Swiss Bakuninist still seems to have been able to prevent any resolution of the jurisdictions at the congresses in the autumn of that year from actually recommending propaganda by deed. Meanwhile, in June 1878, U Avant-Garde merged with L.E. Travailer to replace L.E. Bulletin. Bruce and Kropotkin had originally been sharply critical of L.E. Travailer because of its eclectic approach, and the relationship between the Jura Federation and the Genevan group of French exiles who produced the paper had not been good. 38 Now, however, the difficult situation facing the whole movement had drawn the groups closer together, and at a meeting on June 9 they appear to have established a better relationship with each other. 39 Inevitably, U Avant-Garde had difficulty in coping with such disparate elements, and a statement at the June meeting called for a direction of the paper in keeping with the wishes of the sections. It seems likely that Bruce's article on propaganda by deed, which appeared soon after the meeting, may well have caused some dissension. By the end of the year there appears to have been some confusion in anarchist ranks over the question of assassination. The more explicitly favorable responses to such action in U Avant-Garde, possibly inspired by the German element, finally provoked a forceful protest from Pindy, a French exile closely involved with Bruce in the revival of the French Federation and the setting up of the paper. 40 The regicide article was actually written by Schwitzguebel. He was something of a revolutionary syndicalist, so his position was rather different from either that of Guillaume or Bruce. But like them, he was committed to collective rather than individual action, and does not seem to have advocated either regicide or assassination in general as a viable tactic. On the other hand, his discussion in the article of how such a tactic might be carried out more effectively in the future does suggest a positive interest in the idea. His enthusiasm quickly evaporated, however, in the face of the suppression of U Avant-Garde and the trial and imprisonment of Bruce, for he had already experienced considerable difficulty during the year in finding enough work to support his large family, and imprisonment would have been an economic disaster in his case. He resisted attempts to involve him in the setting up of L.E. 89. Revoke. In the only article he could be prevailed upon to write for the paper, Republique et Monarchique, he revoke, February 22, 1879, he underlined the futility of overthrowing monarchies only to replace them with republics. By 1880 he was arguing in favor of limited participation in communal elections. 41 Schwitzguebel's attraction to regicide was very much a passing phase. But it probably reflected the response from some of the militants who were increasingly frustrated in their attempts to build up a popular movement at a time of economic recession in the face of hostility from the Social Democrats and government repression, particularly in Germany and even in German-speaking Switzerland. After so many years of struggle, Schwitzguebel, as one of the founder members of the Jura Federation and one of its leading militants, must have been feeling particularly depressed. And as one of the chief editors of U Avant-Garde, he must have been in close contact with the members of the Bern group after the demise of the Arbeiter Zeitung, particularly Werner and Rinck, who could speak both German and French. Since 1876, Werner and Rinck had been involved with Reinsdorf in developing an aggressive propaganda campaign in Germany as well as in German-speaking Switzerland. They had succeeded in establishing groups in Munich, Berlin and, above all, Leipzig, but their situation was a very precarious one. They were hounded by the police, whilst at the same time involved in a savage polemic with the Social Democrats. In 1877 at the Congress of Ghent, Liebknecht had threatened Werner, "If you dare come to Germany to attack our organization, we will use every means to annihilate you." 42. There is nothing in their propaganda to indicate an interest in regicide or assassination in general. It would have been suicidal to have openly propagandized for such an idea in any case. Reports from German propagandists in New Avant-Garde contain no reference to assassination prior to Hodel's attempt on the life of the emperor. But they must increasingly have felt the need to develop a way of getting their message across to the people in the oppressive atmosphere of Germany more effective than interrupting social democratic meetings. Rinck and Werner could not have been anything but sympathetic to the attempts of Hodel and Noebling on the life of the emperor. In his book on anarchism in Germany, Andrew Carlson has actually argued that the stimulus for the assassination attempts came from the German section of the Jura Federation, and that Werner may well have masterminded them. 43 In fact, even the evidence for any close association between Werner and either Hodel or Noebling is very thin. Noebling may well have attended much the same social democratic meetings in Leipzig as the anarchists to use the opportunity as they did to put forward his own views, but his interest was concentrated on the Social Democrats, and although some of the ideas he expressed may have been anarchistic, he had no connections with any anarchist group. The only real evidence of any personal link between Noebling and Werner cited is a letter in a police archive to Bruce mentioning that Noebling had applied for membership of the International and declaring that it would be in the best interest of the cause if Noebling would soon die. Hodel, on the other hand, according to police reports, was a member of the group built up by Reinsdorf and Werner in Leipzig between 1876 and 1878. Accounts of him in New Avant-Garde, however, deny this. 44 His political affiliations were in fact somewhat confused, for all his apparent association with the anarchist group in Leipzig from the spring of 1877, he continued to work with the Social Democrats and was expelled from the party only in April 1878. Both Bruce and Kropotkin denied that Noebling and Hodel had anarchist connections. 45 The German correspondent of New Avant-Garde even expressed doubts about the efficacy of such action. It is possible that the act of Hodel may be useless in its results even if it had succeeded, useless also as an act of propaganda. 46 There is no convincing evidence, therefore, to link the German group of the Jura Federation with the assassination attempts in Germany. Nevertheless, the acts of Hodel and Noebling did evoke a sympathetic response from the Jura Federation at the Congress of Fribourg. 47 And in spite of doubts, the German correspondent for New Avant-Garde actually expressed approval for regicide. We cannot call the man who wants to get rid of an emperor, even the German emperor, crazy, any more than we called Orsini and Fieschi madmen in France, and then there are forms of homicide that we do not condemn and even approve, regicide, the vengeance of the worker against his boss. All these are cases in point. 48 There is also another reason for thinking that the German propagandists were attracted by the tactic of assassination. After all, here was a dramatic form of reaction to a repressive regime, which had as its parallel the action of the Russian revolutionaries in killing one general and wounding another during 1878, action which had been acclaimed without reservation in anarchist circles, for as well as personal associations with the Zemlya I Volya movement through Russian 91 exiles, the anarchists had a strong affinity with its socialist populist ideas, and this inevitably predisposed them to look favorably on any development of tactics in the Russian movement. The savage repression which had developed in the wake of the St. Petersburg demonstration was driving the Zemlya I Volya movement almost inevitably into the path of political terrorism, because they had been unable to establish any substantial grassroots organization among either the peasants or the workers. The action of Vera Zasulich in shooting the hated General Trepov for a barbarous attack on a prisoner had evoked considerable popular sympathy, and this had encouraged the movement to think increasingly in terms of acts of vengeance, which by August 1878 had resulted in the successful assassination by Kravkinsky of General Mizantsov, the head of the 3rd Section, the secret police. The Russians had planned the assassination with military precision. They had also made their ideals perfectly clear in public statements that had accompanied the acts of Zasulich and Kravkinsky. Here were examples of propaganda by deed which had succeeded just as surely as those of Hodel and Noebling had failed, and without them it may be that the German attempts at regicide which had actually alienated public opinion would have discredited the idea of assassination. As it was, they seemed to have encouraged interest in the tactic as one which could work if carried out in a different way. This is certainly the impression given by Schwitzgeb's article. As a matter of fact, by the early 1880s the German anarchists had turned to terrorism in response to the period of severe repression inaugurated by the passing of the anti-socialist law of 1878. Rink worked with Pückert under Rebell and Reinsdorf with most on Die Freiheit anarchist papers circulated in Germany, which advocated a terrorist form of propaganda by deed. Reinsdorf was finally executed in 1885 for his part in an attempt on the life of the German emperor. Kropotkin never liked the slogan propaganda by deed, and did not use it to describe his own ideas of revolutionary action, for, in his view, the deeds of revolutionaries had to be serious and sincere acts of revolt if they were to achieve anything at all. Nevertheless, from the very beginning of his revolutionary career, he was just as preoccupied as other Bakuninists and anarchists with the necessity of revolutionary action in addition to oral and written propaganda, and he certainly supported the forms of action adopted by the early advocates of propaganda by deed. Kropotkin's first attempt to outline a policy of revolutionary action appeared in the proposed manifesto he drew up for the Tchaikovsky Circle in 1873. By the time he had joined the circle in May 1872 on his return from Switzerland, the group was already involved in the production and distribution of illegal socialist literature, Nizhno Delo, the cause of the book, and had begun to engage in oral propaganda among the workers of St. Petersburg, Rabochi Delo, the cause of the workers. Kropotkin had taken part in the Nizhno Delo to the extent of writing the concluding section to Tikhomirov's pamphlet on Pugachev, but his principal and most successful contribution to the work of the group was the role he had played in developing propaganda activity among the workers in the Moscow and St. Petersburg factories, which began at the end of 1872. The circumstances in which Kropotkin came to produce the proposed manifesto at the end of 1873 are not very clear, apart from the fact that it seems to have been a response to the increasing need to clarify ideas in a group which had no clear-cut ideological position yet had to work out its policy of action under the increasing threat of suppression. Much of the document was a faithful reflection of the views of the group, but there were sections colored by Kropotkin's essential commitment to Bakuninist ideas. 92. 93. Commitment not shared by the other members of the Tchaikovsky Circle, who, as has already been indicated, were not anti-statists and were not preoccupied with the idea of popular revolt for all their populist and socialist convictions. Consequently, there appear to have been heated discussions about the manifesto. In a letter to Shishko, Kropotkin declared that the manifesto was only accepted in the St. Petersburg group after extremely thunderous discussions, especially on the revolutionary points. According to Charushin, much of the debate centered on Kropotkin's preoccupation with the idea of peasant revolts. I remember how at the time of the discussion of the plan of the program, Peter Alexeevich heatedly defended the idea of an organization of peasant guards for open, armed action, not for victory, which he of course did not believe in for the near future, but in order to imprint this revolutionary action upon the minds and hearts of the people with their blood. 3. Kropotkin, in fact, seems to have had in mind a plan to unite those fragments of the groups which still survived and to found an armed band, even if it contained only 100 people, to choose some district where memories of Stenka Razin and Pugachev were still alive, and to move towards Moscow, on the way stirring up the peasants against the gentry and local authorities, for the discussion clearly relates to the part of the manifesto which dealt with the question of what immediate action could be taken to promote socialist ideas and the development of revolutionary organization among the people. In this section of the document, Kropotkin argued in favor of helping the local peasant revolt with a clear socialist aim, even though it was not expected to arouse general support to prevent it being crushed by the troops. In this way, he declared, the revolutionists could concentrate their resources on one locality instead of spreading them out throughout the country. Above all, Kropotkin felt that the group could do no better than be involved in a revolt whose savage repression would reveal the true evil nature of the regime, and encourage others to follow the example of the first martyrs, thus preparing for the eventual revolution. Let the nobility and the Tsar be displayed at least once in all their bestial nakedness, and the rivers of blood spilled in one locality will not flow without consequence. Without the rivers of blood the social upheaval will not be accomplished, subsequent upheavals will replace the first ones. Perhaps there is no better outcome for us than to drown ourselves in the first river which bursts the dam. 5. Kropotkin had been perhaps the most successful of the Tchaikovskists. 94. In evoking a sympathetic response from the workers. 6. But even he had been disappointed by the lack of commitment among the more skilled workers like the engineers, which had made it difficult to develop a propaganda network in the factories. 7. He had, in fact, found the less skilled workers like the weavers, who had maintained their contacts with the villages and retained the communalist habits of peasant life, more responsive to populist propaganda. 8. All this had encouraged him to look to the countryside rather than the town, and it was apparently in response to his suggestion that the Moscow section of the Circle decided to direct its propaganda activity to the countryside in December 1873. 9. By the time he came to write the manifesto, he had obviously come to the conclusion that some sort of peasant revolt of a socialist character was a practical possibility. The near success of a plan for a peasant revolt at Chigirin, not far from Kiev, a few years later suggests that the idea was not entirely unrealistic. It certainly makes more sense as revolutionary strategy than the entirely spontaneous and unorganized movement to go to the people by the students in the summer of 1874. Kropotkin's proposals, colored though they may have been by Bakuninism, were essentially a response to the Russian situation. It is true that the idea of supporting peasant revolt which had no real hope of success seems to reflect something of the response of Bruce and Tomasz to the suppression of the cantonalist risings in Spain in the summer of 1873. But it is unlikely that he was influenced by these reactions in Russia. Even a revolutionary like Kropotkin, for all his associations with the movement in Western Europe, could have had only a limited knowledge of what was happening elsewhere. The most that can be said is that his proposal reflected an idea that was emerging in revolutionary circles generally in the face of severe setbacks. For example, Irish revolutionaries published the following statement in the Irish World in the autumn of 1874, "We want some band of men to pioneer the way, sometimes to skirmish, sometimes to act as a forlorn hope, sometimes to give martyrs and confessors, always acting, always showing that we have still among us brave men ready to do or dare all that brave men ever did and dared to do for the salvation of a fallen land. There must be action and preparation before a revolution, and some little skirmishing too, before the general battle comes on." 10. There does not seem to be a very close relation, in fact, between the early notion of propaganda by deed which Bruce articulated in the summer of 1873, and that of revolutionary action expressed by 95. Kropotkin later that year. Certainly, as Nettolo pointed out, Kropotkin did use the phrase fakticheskaya propaganda, propaganda through action. 11. But when he argued that immediate action was necessary to rally the people to the revolutionary cause because by acting on people not merely by words, but by words and deeds, it was considerably easier to convince them of that which one was oneself convinced, he was simply echoing Bakunin's arguments in letters to a Frenchman. Moreover, it is quite clear that he did not envisage revolutionary action as an alternative method of actually expounding socialist principles as Bruce seems to have done. Kropotkin's proposal relating to local peasant revolt owed just as much to the inspiration of the Tchaikovskist movement as it did to Bakuninism. His comrades might not be prepared to involve themselves in efforts to help organize a peasant revolt, but the idea of martyrdom in Kropotkin's proposal reflects the essential spirit of the Tchaikovskist circle, a spirit of total selfless devotion to the people, involving a special sort of private and public morality which expressed itself in the relationships of revolutionaries both with each other and with the peasants and workers. The Tchaikovskists had reacted strongly against the elitist organization and unscrupulous Machiavellian methods which had characterized the Nechayev conspiracies. Nechayev, obsessed with the idea of precipitating a revolution, had tried to create a revolutionary organization run by a central committee and adopting any method however ruthless, to achieve this purpose. In stark contrast with this, the Tchaikovskists built up a movement whose unity and strength was based on solidarity and trust, a solidarity and trust generated by the remarkable personal idealism of its participants. The Tchaikovskist ideal of devotion to the people was above all an ethical ideal. Undoubtedly every revolutionary movement always contains somewhere within itself some ethical basis, so that from this point of view the movement of the 70s was in no way original. But its special characteristic was that here ethical motives played an exclusive role. People joined together mainly as a result of the intensity of their subjective state of mind and not out of loyalty to this or that revolutionary doctrine. 12. This comment by Shishko was a characteristic one from those who had been involved in the circle. Certainly the moral idealism of the Tchaikovskists made a lasting impression on Kropotkin. The circle accepted as members only persons who were well known and had been tested in various circumstances, and of whom it was felt that they could be trusted absolutely. Never did I meet elsewhere such a collection of morally superior men. 96. And women as the score of persons whose acquaintance I made at the first meeting of the circle of Tchaikovsky. I still feel proud of having been received into their family. The 2 years I worked with the circle of Tchaikovsky, before I was arrested, left a deep impression upon my subsequent life and thought. During these 2 years it was life under high pressure, that exuberance of life when one feels at every moment the full throbbing of all the fibers of the inner self, and when life is really worth living. I was in a family of men and women so closely united by their common object, and so broadly and delicately humane in their mutual relations, that I cannot now recall a single moment of even temporary friction marring the life of our circle. 13. In Kropotkin's view, it was the moral idealism of the Tchaikovskists which should provide the foundation of all revolutionary movements. The Tchaikovskists had judged, quite correctly, that a morally developed individuality must be the foundation of every organization, whatever political character it may take afterward, and whatever program of action in the course of future events. 14. It might be true to say that the Tchaikovskists influenced Kropotkin more than Kropotkin influenced them. And not only in the narrow sense of personal morality, for insofar as the moral stand of the Tchaikovskists was reflected in the conduct of the internal affairs of the group, they even set an example of anti-authoritarian organization which Kropotkin himself found difficulty in living up to. Certainly he declared that there should be a rejection within the revolutionary organization of such relations among people, and such ways of conduct, as directly contradict the ideal for the sake of which they are introduced. 15. But, in spite of his insistence that there was never the slightest friction in the group, it does seem that in the matter of the manifesto he may have tried to take an initiative unacceptable to some members of the group and even expected a discipline for action inconsistent with its informal and anti-authoritarian character. 16. And this brings us to the other important facet of the Tchaikovskist ideal and its influence on Kropotkin, the sort of relationship the Tchaikovskists endeavored to establish with the workers and peasants. When Kropotkin urged the necessity of martyrdom, it was a special sort of martyrdom where the revolutionaries absorbed themselves in the people's own struggles. Perhaps there is no better outcome for us than to drown ourselves in the first river which bursts the dam. And a large part of the manifesto was in fact devoted to explaining in true Tchaikovskist spirit what the relationship between the revolutionary agitator and the people should be. Only those whose former way of life, whose previous deeds are wholly of a character which merits the faith of the peasantry and workers will be heeded by them, and this will be only the activists of the peasantry itself and those who will wholeheartedly surrender themselves to the people's affairs and prove themselves not with heroic deeds in a moment of enthusiasm, but with all their previous life, those who, having cast off any shade of nobility in life, now will enter into close relations with the peasantry and urban workers, tied by personal friendship and confidence. 17. Certainly, Kropotkin had been one of those who had spearheaded direct propaganda among the workers and peasants. Indeed, he had argued in favor of such action against some Tchaikovskists who, unwilling to face the difficulties involved, would have preferred to continue to direct their propaganda towards students and intellectuals. Such a preoccupation with direct propaganda among the people was of course partly inspired by the Bakuninist objective of building up a nucleus of revolutionaries in preparation for action in the revolution. In the manifesto, for instance, he declared that the success of the insurrection would depend on the existence among the insurrectionists of a strong, friendly, active group of people who must be the focus of the most conscious and decisive forces of the peasants and urban workers. It also, of course, derived some inspiration from the special respect and regard for the peasants he had developed as a result of childhood experiences and work as an explorer and administrator in Siberia. Nevertheless, when he described the relationship that should exist between revolutionaries and the people, he was undoubtedly describing an idea that had developed in the Tchaikovskist movement itself, which he had wholeheartedly embraced rather than introduced to them. The Tchaikovskist movement clearly exercised a formative influence on Kropotkin's development as a revolutionary, and indeed, the idealism of the Tchaikovskists continued to influence him long after he left Russia, especially in his view of revolutionary action. Kropotkin's work with the Tchaikovskist circle ended abruptly with his arrest on March 22, 1874, and it was not until 1876, after escaping from prison in St. Petersburg, that he resumed his revolutionary activities, this time outside Russia. In spite of the fact that at first he hoped to return to his homeland within a few weeks or months, he soon became deeply involved in the development of the anarchist movement in Western Europe. And undoubtedly he was associated with the development of the revolutionary tactic of propaganda by deed. Nevertheless, his 9/8 Tchaikovskist idealism soon led him to a different position from that enunciated by Bruce or the Italians. As we have seen, he rejoined his friends in the Jura in January 1877 after having spent the first few months of exile mainly in London, where there was at this time no revolutionary movement. He travelled to Switzerland via Venders and Paris. The stay in Belgium proved to be a fairly depressing one, but he was immensely cheered by the visit to Paris, where the revolutionary movement was beginning to revive after the repression which followed the defeat of the Commune. I benefited from action, whole evenings spent in sometimes relentless discussion. There is here that feeling of freedom, of strength, which is lacking in London. I often said to myself, at least for a time one can breathe physically and morally, a healthier air than that of London. 18 The situation he found on his arrival in the Jura was not really very much more encouraging than that at Verviers, and, indeed, it would appear that Bakuninists of both areas now looked to France as the main hope of the anarchist movement. France, France, that is the refrain everywhere, in Belgium as it is here. 19 The Jura Federation had begun to decline. The cooperative workshop at La Chaux-de-Fonds, where Kropotkin settled, had all but collapsed through shortage of work, and a conversation with one of the founder members of the Jura Federation Spikiger left him with a not very encouraging feeling about things here. 20 Guillaume acknowledged to Kropotkin that the group at La Chaux-de-Fonds had become very isolated from the population and suggested that he should mix with the workers in their cafes to help overcome this. On February 27 he wrote a somewhat disconsolate letter to Robin. As for the position of the Federation here, it is all but i.e. English in text excellent. All the sections have been reduced to a very small number of members. Here, for example, there are only 10 or rather 8 coming to the meetings. This might still be unimportant. The number would not matter if the masses were with them. But this is not the case. They do not have contact with the masses. Worse still, they are separated from them as if by a rampart, and my efforts, or rather my wish to introduce myself into other circles than that of the 10, have still not led to anything. Amongst the masses, the radicals are the gods of the day. They, the masses, distrust the socialists. A few years of prosperity, with a little penchant for bourgeois luxury which has crept in. On Sunday it is you and I who would be taken for unwashed workers, their charming way of gossiping in the cafes about the theatre, bourgeois weddings, etc. All that distances them from sectarians like us. Kropotkin was obviously disturbed at the influence of the radicals, and the way the group at La Chaux-de-Fonds had allowed itself to become 99. Isolated from the masses. Moreover, there is a clear hint in the letter that his desire to do something about it had not evoked much response. He went on to describe how the group had resorted to methods which are not really in the anarchist program, and reported, without much enthusiasm, how Spickiger would give a speech at the civic celebration of the 1848 revolution to explain the socialist refusal of any alliance with the radical parties. We will have an audience of at least 3,000 men, and will at least make them speak about these sectarians. He clearly thought that Spickiger's speech was a pretty tame tactic for anarchists to adopt. He maintained that there was sympathy for the internationalists among the poorest workers, but that fear of losing their jobs prevented them doing anything unless provoked by some fairly dramatic event. Finally, there is a population which is very poor and miserable, misery is increasing and soup kitchens are functioning. They sympathize with us. But they are also afraid of us. Work is so hard to get sometimes, and it depends so much on the caprice of the employer-patron, that they are afraid of committing themselves. It needs something like a strike, shootings, perhaps, to get them on the move, even if it is only to provoke some excitement. 21. Kropotkin, particularly after his experience of the Tchaikovskist movement, was looking for a more dynamic approach than that of the section at La Chaux-de-Fonds or even that of the Jura Federation in general. It is interesting to note that in marked contrast to Kropotkin's comments to Robin, Guillaume wrote enthusiastically about Spickiger's speech in the Bulletin. 11. Kropotkin later admitted that he found the style of propaganda in the Bulletin insipid. 23. In fact, for all his respect and regard for Guillaume, Kropotkin never really established a very satisfactory relationship with him. Theirs was an enduring friendship, but it was always an ambivalent one. 24. It is quite clear from Kropotkin's memoirs that the Swiss Bakuninist's personality contrasted uncomfortably with his own. Small, thin, with the stiff appearance and resoluteness of Robespierre, and with a truly golden heart which opened only in the intimacy of friendship, he was a born leader by his phenomenal powers of work and his stern activity. 25. Kropotkin was just as resolute and dedicated as Guillaume, but his was a warm and enthusiastic nature, unsympathetic to the sober, humorless, and cautious approach of the Swiss Bakuninist. In this situation, it is easy to appreciate Kropotkin's immediate warm and somewhat uncritical response to Paul Brousse. On the Kahn. 100. Contrary, Brousse, whom I saw yesterday, brings more hope and a feeling of strength, above all because of his livelier temperament. 26. The complete opposite both to Guillaume and Spickiger, he had already succeeded in establishing a lively section of the International with its own paper, the Arbeiterzeitung, in Bern, and now, after a visit to France, was intent upon promoting the revival of the International there by means of a new paper, Eu Avant-Garde. Kropotkin was excited by Brousse's report of the increasing strength of the revival in France and its development in a purely anarchist direction. He joined enthusiastically in the avant-garde venture, which both men hoped would promote a more lively propaganda both in France and Switzerland than that offered by the Bulletin. 17. Kropotkin also supported Brousse's proposal for the demonstration at Bern in spite of Guillaume's sharp criticism of it. In the letter he wrote to Robin on February 27, 1877, describing the depressing situation in the Jura, Kropotkin concluded with a discussion of this project, a project which for him clearly represented a much more dynamic and appropriate form of action than that of Spickiger at the celebration of the 1848 revolution. He explained that the Jurassians were not going to Bern simply to defend the flag of the Internationalists of Zurich, but to prove that they could organize a fight against authority and, at the same time, make propaganda before a large crowd. It is not the desecrated flag that we are coming to defend, it is to affirm, to prove to people that we are able to come together to show our strength to the population of Bern and make propaganda in front of a large audience. Last year, as a consequence of the battle, we had at least 300 men who came running to see. As for me, I entirely approve of this way of acting. Certainly, it is a means of propaganda, and to tell you in parenthesis, the flag is not for me just a piece of old cloth. In attacking it, they attack us and we have to defend it. In all there are a dozen of us going to Bern. In the evening of March 18, there will be lectures, and we must believe that the auditorium will not be empty. If the police attack, so much the better. This will be propaganda with blows from truncheons and revolvers, if necessary. Like Bruce, Kropotkin seems to have seen the Bern demonstration as an emulation of the demonstration of December 1876 in Moscow, which was to have similar results. But Bruce's view of the aim of the demonstration was far less positive and direct than that of Kropotkin. The Frenchman later declared that the objective had been simply to show the workers that they had no right to demonstrate in ostensibly free Switzerland. 28 Kropotkin, on the other hand, maintained that the intention had been to show that at least here and there the workers 101 would not have their rights trampled underfoot, and would offer resistance. 29 Moreover, it is quite clear in declarations prior to the demonstration that Bruce, even though he referred to the possibility of being fired on, envisaged a much less serious confrontation with authority than did Kropotkin, where the latter exhorted comrades to bring revolvers, the former was content to urge them to come armed with sticks. In the event none of the demonstrators had firearms, although the section from Loch Ostafons, which included Kravkinsky, Lentz, brought a fairly impressive assortment of weapons. Kropotkin, in fact, seems to have been relieved that he and his friends had been unable to secure guns, recognizing that the police would have treated them much more savagely had a shot been fired. For about 10 minutes, we struggled in vain with 5 or 6 policemen for possession of the flag lying torn on the ground, Pindy, Spikiger, Azuri Choice, me and my friend Lentz. Fortunately, none of us fired a gun. Lentz and I did not have one. Cahn had promised to bring one but had not brought it. With only 5 of us on this spot, everyone else having left beforehand for the meeting, we would have been beaten senseless. Certainly from the enthusiasm of this letter to Robin a few days after the demonstration, it would appear that Kropotkin was well pleased with the whole enterprise and felt that it had been very successful. My opinion, based on that of the German conservatives, is that the bourgeoisie feared a revolution. In short, the affair has succeeded admirably. Instead of 70 we had 2,000 at the meeting. Instead of indifferent people, we had an attentive and in part sympathetic public. There is nothing like courage to win over the people. 30 A few months later, about the time that Costa delivered his successful lecture on propaganda by deed in Geneva, Kropotkin was apparently preparing a pamphlet on this subject for Russia, which suggests that he associated himself fairly closely with the notion developed by Bruce. 31 On the other hand, when Robin, who saw little point in a scuffle with the police where there should have been a real revolutionary battle, insisted that the demonstrators at Bern could have defended the flag more successfully than they had done, Kropotkin felt obliged to agree. You are certainly right that it was not necessary to surrender a flag that we should have been able to defend. The problem, he explained, had been that the Swiss, unused to demonstrations, were not prepared for a battle with the police and had wanted to avoid the sort of serious confrontation that carrying revolvers would imply. Moreover, he added, we 102 have to remember that for the Swiss, retaliation against the police is something supernatural. 32 It may be that there had been a general feeling amongst the Jurassians against carrying firearms which discouraged either Bruce or Kropotkin from overtly urging their use. Nevertheless, it still remains true that Kropotkin apparently tried to get his friends to procure arms where Bruce did not, and that he envisaged a more violent opposition to authority than the Frenchman had done or that had in fact taken place. It is also significant that in his letter to Robin immediately after the demonstration he had underlined the sentence "There is nothing like courage to win over the people," and that a few months later, in August, he took part in a smaller demonstration to which he came armed ready to shoot it out had the demonstrators encountered police violence again. 33 It is clear that Kropotkin always thought in terms of a serious act of revolt, where Bruce probably thought more in terms of a token resistance. Even so, Kropotkin did not at first seem to notice the difference in approach between himself and Bruce, which is not surprising for, as has already been pointed out, the Frenchman delighted in the use of fairly violent language. He perhaps began to recognize it in August 1877, when Bruce produced his article on propaganda by deed for the Bulletin, the article from which Kropotkin later firmly dissociated himself. At the time he made no comments about it, although he did express a rather different view of the revolutionary action to that contained in the article, a few days later in his column Bulletin International for Avant-Garde. In the column, referring to the violent rail strikes in the States, he attacked the American Social Democrats for having tried to get their principles across by word when it was time to put them into practice. In Chicago, the communists of the Social Democratic School tried to spread their principles by the spoken word, when already they should have realized them in deeds. Here is the proof of what we have always repeated, namely that all legal agitation becomes a useless weapon, finds itself adrift, the day when, having tired of waiting, the people revolt. 34 He maintained that the strikes had been popular acts of revolt which could have been transformed into an insurrection to establish the free commune, and that such a commune even if crushed would at least have remained a very important act of propaganda. Suppose that, on the contrary, we had had the good fortune to have anarchist sections of the International Workingmen's Association in America, in the places that have seen insurrection momentarily triumphant? What would have happened? 103. This, the people having become masters of capital, factories, and workshops, would have organized work to profit themselves, as masters of the palaces and bourgeois houses. They would have installed the families of workers in them, they would have created in a word, a commune as we understand it, which even if it had had to suffer defeat, would remain at least an immensely resounding act of propaganda for socialism. 35 There is no trace here of the pure act of propaganda. Kropotkin's argument is that anarchists, by being involved with the strikers' protest, could have encouraged the strikers to act along revolutionary anarchist lines. The propaganda effect of a courageous defeat is not seen as the primary motive for involvement in an act of revolt. Kropotkin, with the instinct and commitment of his Tchaikovskist background, was infused with the idea that heroic self-sacrifice could inspire the people, but only if every such act were a serious act of revolt. This had in fact been clearly illustrated in his response to the first news of the defeat at Benevento, where the insurgents had surrendered without firing a single shot. You can imagine how angry we are with the Italians. Seeing that they have allowed themselves to be surprised and have not defended themselves, I propose to vote for their exclusion from the International. The Republic of '93 was quite capable of guillotining its generals when they gave proof of ineptitude. In my view, by allowing themselves to be surprised, to take fright, and by delivering up their weapons and ammunition to 42 men, they have acted as cowards. 36 A harsh judgment indeed, which perhaps Kropotkin may have modified when he received Guillaume's letter of June 3 explaining that the insurgents had been unable to use their weapons because heavy rain had made them too damp to fire. Nevertheless, it illustrates Kropotkin's conviction that an act of revolt should be a serious act of war, not a dramatic gesture. Writing in 1904 about the situation that had led anarchists to take the action they had done at Benevento and Bern in 1877, Kropotkin declared, "This atmosphere of general reaction was suffocating. By one way or another we had to shake off this torpor, and that is why the Italian anarchists decided to undertake the armed revolt of Benevento, whilst in Switzerland the Juristischen Internationalists decided to take the red flag to Bern on the 18th of March, when we knew that this would mean a serious affray with the police." 37 In fact, as has already been pointed out, Kropotkin later rejected all association with the idea of propaganda by deed, particularly as it had been expounded by Breuss. In 1909, in response to the publication in Reveil, a Swiss-Italian anarchist newspaper, of Breuss's piece on 104 propaganda by deed under his name, he wrote 2 letters to the editor Georges Herzig hotly denying he had anything to do with the article. He, Breuss, was so proud of this word propaganda by deed. I have so little liked the word that in all my writings it is not encountered more than once, if at all. Nothing good can be done if the motive is as theoretical as that, a desire for propaganda. The band of Benevento, demonstration of Bern, all that, without the spirit of revolt, could only be a game. I am sure that the sortie with the red flag at St. Emir, at the time of the Juristischen Congress, there was only old Gelot and me, with my loaded revolver, decided to blow out the brains of anyone who touched the flag. Albrechts, who could not understand how one could fight for fun, did not wish to come at all either to Bern or to St. Emir. For the others it was propaganda by deed. 38. Basically, the evidence seems to support Kropotkin's claim that he had never really subscribed to the notion of propaganda by deed as expounded by Bruce, although the close association which developed between the two revolutionaries during 1877 tended to obscure this fact at first. On the other hand, the suggestion that the action both at Bern and Benevento might only have been a game because demonstrators had not taken the whole thing seriously enough is not altogether fair. The comment about the demonstration at St. Emir, which was an attempt to repeat action taken at Bern, is in fact inconsistent with Kropotkin's own account in his memoirs. The Bern government prohibited the carrying of the red flag anywhere in the canton, and the Jura Federation thereupon decided to carry it, in defiance of the prohibition, at St. Emir, where we held our Congress that year. This time most of us were armed, and ready to defend our banner to the last extremity. But when our column appeared in the square, and it was judged from its aspect that aggression would result in serious bloodshed, the mayor let us continue our march, undisturbed, to the hall where the meeting was to be held. None of us desired a fight, but the strain of that march in fighting order, to the sound of a military band, was such that I do not know what feeling prevailed in most of us: relief at having been spared an undesired fight, or regret that the fight did not take place. 39. Kropotkin and Gelot may have been the only ones ready to shoot to kill at St. Emir, but the other demonstrators were ready to put up more serious resistance to attack than they had done at Bern. And this is borne out by a letter Bruce wrote to Kropotkin on July 10 in which he made a request for clubs to arm the Bern contingent, order to Pindi 20 clubs for Bern 40. Undoubtedly, Kropotkin's distress in 1909 at the reappearance of the 1877 article on propaganda by deed under his name, led him to make a sharper distinction between his own 105 approach and that of Bruce than actually existed in the early days. Nevertheless, the distinction clearly did exist. In fact, in the autumn of 1877 the Spanish Federation was expressing a view of propaganda by deed which seems to be closer to Kropotkin's position with regard to propaganda and revolutionary action. The Spanish delegation raised the issue of propaganda by deed at the Congress of the International at Verviers, and at the Universal Socialist Congress at Ghent in September. At Verviers, they urged the discussion of the proper means to realize revolutionary socialist action as quickly as possible, on the grounds that they wanted to know if other federations of the International would support them in their recent commitment to propaganda by deed. 41 Morigo gives some explanations on the meaning of the question. The line of action taken in Spain is propaganda by deed and separation from all bourgeois organizations. The proposal was made to ascertain the opinion of the federations on this form of action and to find out if in the case of action, the Spanish federations would have the support of others. 42 Costa supported the Spanish proposition. The Spanish delegation nevertheless agreed to drop it on the understanding that all revolutionary socialists had already agreed to support each other in revolutionary action, and that the question of tactics would be covered by other questions already on the agenda. 43 The Congress finally agreed on a resolution rejecting all party political action and on a declaration of solidarity with the revolutionary action taken at Benevento, St. Petersburg, Bern, and in the United States. 44 At Ghent, the Spaniards put forward a more explicit proposition, which they had been mandated to present by their federation, to the effect that insurrectional agitation by deed and propaganda was necessary to bring about the social revolution. 45 Anxious to restore some sort of unity in the socialist ranks, delegates wanted to avoid such a controversial issue as that of propaganda by deed, and the vast majority of them took no part either in the debate or the vote on the Spanish proposal. The Spanish delegation had to content themselves with supporting the more general resolution against political action drawn up by the Jurastions. The evidence such as it is 46 suggests that at the Verviers and Ghent congresses, the Spaniards were putting forward a fairly straightforward insurrectionist view of propaganda by deed, where it was a question of supplementing oral and written propaganda by acts of revolt to encourage the people to rebel. Unlike Bruce, they did not see propaganda by deed as a possible substitute for oral and written. 106. Propaganda, after all, under the repressive regime in Spain, the latter was just as much a form of insurrectional agitation as the former. It is perhaps significant that Bruce does not seem to have lent his support to the points raised by the Spanish delegation. This may have been for tactical rather than ideological reasons. Tension was building up between himself and Guillaume, and it may be that in order to ensure a united anarchist front, it was necessary to avoid explicit reference to propaganda by deed to reassure the moderates. It is difficult to know how Kropotkin reacted to the Spanish approach, for there is no evidence that he took part in the discussions relating to propaganda by deed at the congresses of 1877. It is possible that he did not want to discuss a topic about which he had serious reservations. However, if his comment about Albaricin's, Albaj's, reaction to the demonstrations at Bern and Estimir are anything to go by, he must have recognized in the Spanish approach a view of revolutionary action much closer to his own than that of Bruce and Costa. He was, in fact, developing a fairly close association with the Spaniards at this stage, which was to culminate in his spending 6 weeks in Spain in the summer of 1878. He had made friends with Albarracin, the exiled leader of the famous revolt in Alcoy, who had settled in Las Defans, 47, and in June, when the latter finally returned to Spain, Kropotkin had only been dissuaded from going with him by arguments of Guillaume to the effect that a foreigner who could not speak Spanish could do little to help the movement there. In August, Attias had stayed with Kropotkin on the occasion of a special meeting of Ultimate Internationale at Las Defans, a meeting at which a special office had been established in Switzerland with Kropotkin as corresponding secretary. 48. Whatever his reaction to the approach to Bruce and that of the Spaniards, Kropotkin apparently felt the need to develop and clarify his own ideas in the light of the discussions and actions of revolutionaries in 1877. On arrival in London after his hurried departure from Ghent, he took the opportunity of studying the French Revolution at the British Museum. In the admirable collections of the British Museum I studied the beginnings of the French Revolution, how revolutions come to break out. 49. His longing for action soon drew him to Paris, but he continued his studies at the Bibliothèque Nationale until the increasing danger of arrest obliged him to leave the country in May 1878. His reading confirmed ideas he had begun to formulate in 1873 and 1877, namely that preliminary acts of revolt were necessary. 107. Before a full-scale revolution could take place, and that the course of the revolution would be influenced by the ideas of those who had helped and encouraged the first acts of revolt. 50. After spending a few weeks with Bruce in Switzerland, Kropotkin left for Spain, where some of the revolutionaries expected an outbreak of social revolts as a consequence of the country's serious economic crisis. It seems likely that this visit had something to do with the letter from the Spanish correspondent in El Avant-Garde on May 20, which indicated the possibility of dramatic developments in the Spanish Federation. We hope to enter a new phase which will show better than the spoken and written word that socialism is not dead. 51. Apart from a week in Madrid, Kropotkin spent his time in Spain with Vinas and the Internationalists in Barcelona. He was received with considerable warmth by the Spanish movement, and the Federation entrusted him with the task of effecting a reconciliation between Vinas and Morago. The two leading internationalists had quarreled over tactics, for where the group in Madrid thought primarily in terms of individual and more or less terrorist acts, that in Barcelona favored collectivist action. According to him, Kropotkin, a real breach had occurred at this time between Madrid and Barcelona. In the latter town the labor movement predominated, in the former some people with more or less terrorist projects. In Barcelona, they were also in contact with the peasants from the region of Valencia, and a march of rebel peasant populations on Barcelona was one of the possibilities discussed. In Madrid, the militants were thinking of individual acts. Between Vinas and Morago there was an open breach. Kropotkin, who spent a week in Madrid, was employed as a member of the International Alliance to bring about a reconciliation, and he said that he had succeeded. 52. The fact that Kropotkin played a conciliatory role in this situation suggests that he sympathized with, and supported the tactics of, both groups. It may be that in the light of his studies of the French Revolution and the recent acts of attempted assassination in Germany and Russia, Kropotkin had expanded his concept of revolutionary action to include attacks on oppressors which were not primarily collective and insurrectionist. 53 He certainly listened very sympathetically to the Spanish internationalists in general, for he was tremendously impressed and inspired by the strong revolutionary spirit of the movement in Spain. He returned from Spain filled with enthusiasm by what he had seen of the workers' organization there, penetrated by the revolutionary spirit, so different from the 108 spirit of trade unionists, hoping for the agrarian revolt that he saw smoldering in Spain and which appeared to him nearer and more determined than the revolt of the Russian peasants. He had seen very little revolutionary vigor since his arrival in the West in 1876 in the Jura and in Belgium, and nothing at all of the spirit in England. He did not have any experience of Italy. The visit to Spain was therefore for him truly a journey into the land of the International, which was alive in spite of its clandestine character, and the journey helped to give him increasing fervour from 1879 to 1882. 54. Kropotkin, it seems, was more enthusiastic about the revolutionary movement he found in Spain than anywhere else except France, even Russia, for here was a clandestine organization working among a population with a predisposition to insurrection, particularly in the rural areas. There can be little doubt, therefore, that the Spanish experience, following as it did on his research on the French Revolution and the assassination attempts in Germany and Russia, encouraged Kropotkin to envisage a proliferation of both collective and individual acts of revolt as the necessary prelude of revolution. But exactly how had Kropotkin reacted to the assassination attempts in Germany and Russia? In the case of Vera Zasulich, he had echoed the enthusiastic support of the other internationalists. In his memoirs, he claimed that after her escape she went abroad, and was soon among us in Switzerland, and that her devotion produced a tremendous impression on the workers in Europe. 55 According to her own account, when she arrived in Geneva, Russian anarchists expected her to identify with the anarchist movement and to promote the anarchist cause against the Social Democrats. Now, suddenly on the second or third day after I had arrived I was confronted with the following plan. The Parisian anarchists would set a day and a time for my arrival in Paris and prepare a welcome of at least several thousand people. The police might intervene, but would not be permitted to arrest me. I refused in no uncertain terms, but they kept assuring me that it was necessary. When we had finished with that plan, another rose to confront us. I must write an open letter against the German Social Democrats, putting them in their place. I don't remember now exactly which paper was supposed to print the letter, but everyone expected it to be copied, quoted, and widely distributed. 56. It would seem that the anarchists had virtually tried to appropriate Zasulich's action. They had probably seen it as an illustration of effective propaganda by deed, for the sensational way popular support had resulted in her acquittal and escape from rearrest, encouraged the belief that the affair had increased the likelihood of a revolutionary outbreak. 109. In Russia. Certainly, according to Zasulich, this had been the conviction of Kravkinsky, who had helped her escape to Switzerland. Through the prism of foreign newspapers and Sergei's own imagination, my acquittal and the demonstration that followed it had seemed to him the start of the revolution. 57 Kravkinsky's close association with the Anarchist International makes it highly likely that his view influenced the response of the anarchists. Zasulich herself, however, saw her action in quite a different light. For her it had been the only form of protest which remained open to her in the face of relentless government persecution of the revolutionary movement, and she had entertained no dramatic expectations about its impact on the people. Kropotkin, in fact, seems to have accepted Zasulich's own view of her action and its significance in the Russian situation. Certainly, that is the impression he gives in his memoirs. Moreover, a few years later at his trial at Lyon in 1883, he made the following statement with reference to the attack on Trepov: I think that when a party, like the nihilists of Russia, finds itself in a position where it must either disappear, subside, or answer violence with violence, then it had no cause to hesitate and must necessarily use violence. 58 Kropotkin's appraisal of Vera Zasulich's action was more sober than that of Kravchinsky. Nevertheless, he had been deeply moved by the affair and its impact on the workers in Europe. He must, therefore, have been a party to the attempts to involve Zasulich in the anarchist movement. But it is not clear what part he had played in the plan for her reception in Paris or the proposal that she should offer a public criticism of the German Social Democrats, for at the time of her arrival in Switzerland he was about to leave for Spain. It was only after his return that he mentioned having met her just before the Congress at Fribourg. 59 There can be no doubt, however, that the attack on Trepov had drawn Kropotkin's attention to the possibilities of the individual act of revolt. The attempts on the life of the German emperor may well have been inspired at least in part by the example of Zasulich, but Hodel and Nobling, unlike the Russian populist, had almost certainly acted quite independently of any movement, whilst the motivation for their action had been much less clear. As we have seen, both Kropotkin and Broos made it clear that the German acts had not been the result of any anarchist conspiracy. Equally, Kropotkin, in his account of the events leading to the creation of Le Revolt, recorded that Avant-Garde had welcomed the attempts on the life of the emperor as Republican and Republican Socialist acts of propaganda by deed. He did not, how? 110. Ever mention Broos's complaint that there was nothing truly socialist about these acts and that they were much less effective than collectivist action in any case. 60 In fact, he pointed out that Hodel had been a socialist. In the letter of 1909 in which he expressed his dislike of the phrase propaganda by deed, he commented somewhat sarcastically about Broos's reaction to the act of Hodel. You will find in the article on Hodel in L'Avant-Garde this phrase. What is Hodel's act? An act of Republican propaganda. Socialist propaganda had to be something else. 61 For Kropotkin, the important point was that when individuals, outraged by the system, attempted to take the life of a man, they did so because he was a viper whom they hated, not because they wanted to make propaganda. 62 Moreover, he was not critical of the fact that these acts had been individual and not collective, for as he makes clear in his article Comment fut fond le revoque, it was his impression that Hodel and Nobling had acted out of disillusionment with the ways of the Social Democrats. These men, separated from the workers, declared themselves tired of the stagnation into which the whole of the socialist movement had fallen. It would seem, therefore, that even though they had utterly failed to inspire popular imagination and support as Zasulich had done, they had provided a dramatic alternative to the statist tactics of the Social Democrats which Kropotkin, like the German internationalists, could not help but find attractive. All the more so, since he had been closely involved with the German anarchist group and the Arbeiterzeitung and must have kept in close touch through his responsibility for the international column of Avant-Garde. 63 Meanwhile, at the Congress of Fribourg, where the Jura militants now managed to dominate the federation in the absence of Guillaume, 64 Kropotkin finally made a clear statement of his views on revolutionary tactics. On this occasion, he ostensibly supported Broos's communalist position. Reiterating the Frenchman's claim that the independence of the communes would provide the starting point for revolution, he urged with him involvement in communal affairs. It is the immense variety of questions of communal interest that we will find the most propitious field for theoretical propaganda and for the insurrectional realization of our collectivist and anarchist ideas. The affairs of the municipal and agricultural commune closely interest a large part of the inhabitants, and it is above all in taking an active part in the daily affairs of the communes that we can demonstrate in a way visible and comprehensible to all the evils of present-day society. And 111. The advantages of applying our economic and political principles. From the economic point of view, the commune offers an excellent ground for the propaganda of collectivism, and can serve to prepare the way for economic revolution. From the political point of view, the commune is the powerful weapon of war against the state. 65. Kropotkin even went so far as to speak in favor of Brust's argument for the destructivist vote, an argument which involved advocating the use of the vote to establish a revolutionary commune which would initiate social change and opposition to the state. Nevertheless, he presented a view of anarchist action in the commune which was purely insurrectionary, and which seems hardly compatible with the suspiciously reformist-type tactics advocated on this occasion by Brust. The latter envisaged the destructivist vote as an alternative form of propaganda by deed where insurrectional agitation was not possible. The comfortable classes maintain themselves by violence. It is therefore by violence that they must be destroyed. The way to achieve this is therefore to bring about an accumulation of sufficiently large forces. This can only be secured by propaganda. For some time, the men of the anarchist party have recognized this necessity, and insurrectional agitation, propaganda by deed, has come to play a large part in its methods of action. But at moments when theoretical propaganda is insufficient and when insurrectional action itself is impossible, must we absolutely avoid participation in the vote? There are cases where the destruction of the state is still impossible in its entirety, but where a piece of machinery may become jammed as a result of the vote itself, where it is possible to set one mechanism against another, a commune for example against the government. In these cases the vote could be employed usefully. Kropotkin, on the other hand, rejected any tactic which might end up reinforcing the already tottering idea of the state anarchists. He insisted, sought to awaken the popular spirit of revolt for the violent expropriation of property and the disorganization of the state, by theoretical propaganda and above all by insurrectional acts. He pointed out how events in the commune during times of crisis provided the best breeding ground for the insurrections which preceded all great revolutions and which prepared the popular feeling and idea of revolt. He urged the jurisdictions to exploit local incidents to promote such an insurrection. The affairs which arise in the communes, perhaps in times of strikes, perhaps on the subject of taxes, etc., make towns and villages the field where those insurrections 112. Best germinate, which go before each great revolution and prepare the popular idea and sentiment. Levishoff, therefore, strongly pledges the jurisdiction sections to follow communal affairs closely, to take advantage of all incidents they can provide which can be resolved into one of those insurrections which will certainly not take long to be produced on the socialist communalist ground. It seems strange that having made insurrectionary tactics such a central theme, Kropotkin should have supported Brust's argument in favor of the destructivist vote, where this meant using the voting process to establish a revolutionary commune. Brust, however, had maintained that to suggest possible advantages in the use of the vote in special circumstances was not to advocate a retreat from the general anarchist position against parliamentarism. The vote, he says, can be considered in different ways. As a principle, expressing popular sovereignty, he rejects it as always. He knows that it cannot lead to the conquest of power. He knows that it cannot even on its own serve to bring together any truly revolutionary party. On these 2 points what is now happening in the German democracy has enlightened all minds. He knows further how many popular delegates have betrayed their electors. But is it necessary to conclude that the vote should be forbidden in such an absolute way that in no case can it be used to render any service? He does not think so. 66. Such a statement may have allayed any anxieties about Brust's revolutionary commitment, but it does not explain Kropotkin's uncritical acceptance of his friend's argument for the use of the vote. In fact, it seems likely that Kropotkin's behavior on this occasion was dictated less by conviction than practical necessity. His primary concern at Fribourg was to support Brust in pressing for involvement in the affairs of the commune, and it was not easy to do that whilst arguing with him over the question of the vote, particularly when Cahn from the Genevan group was criticizing the notion of the destructivist vote in the context of a more general argument against the communalist position. 67. For Kropotkin, therefore, the best way of dealing with anything doubtful in Brust's position was simply to counteract it by a firm, uncompromising exposition of his own ideas of revolutionary action. It is significant that Kropotkin actually said very little about the vote, that he never suggested that it could in some circumstances be an alternative form of propaganda by deed, that indeed he made no reference to the phrase propaganda by deed, preferring to talk about insurrectionary and revolutionary action instead. Like Reclus who, in a letter to the Congress, had declared whilst the iniquity lasts, we 113. Anarchist collectivist internationalists will remain in a state of permanent revolution. Kropotkin made it quite clear that in his view the anarchist position was uncompromisingly revolutionary. And the rest of the delegates appear to have agreed with him, for they declared unequivocally for revolutionary and insurrectionary action. As to the means, 1. Theoretical propaganda, 2. Insurrectionary and revolutionary action, 3. As for the vote, that it could not be considered as a principle of right capable of realizing the so-called sovereignty of the people, that as an instrument its use is always dangerous, but that there should be a study as to whether yes or no its use should be forbidden in an absolute way. Kropotkin had exerted an influence on the Jura Federation which may well have exceeded that of Bruce. The visit to Spain had generated in him a new confidence and enthusiasm. As for me, with the return from Spain, I feel perfectly restored morally, he declared in a letter to Robin. And he was now able to express his own vision of revolutionary action with a conviction that perhaps eluded Bruce, whose confidence in the anarchist anti-statist position had begun to waver. Certainly, Kropotkin was encouraged by the response he had evoked at the Congress, and indeed believed that there might be a real practical response to his call for involvement in communal agitation. Things were still going badly for the Federation, he told Robin, but he thought he now saw some signs of life. Affairs here are going rather badly, the majority of the sections are disorganized, they are all tired, having more or less gone through the same crises that threw me off my tracks for these 7 or 8 months. Now there are a few signs of life. The Congress is not large, but delegates raise new questions and, as a result of my proposal perhaps, will take part in communal agitation. 68. But if Kropotkin was successfully putting forward his own view of revolutionary action, that view was still like that of Bruce, primarily a collective one. For he urged the necessity of encouraging preliminary insurrectionary outbreaks rather than individual revolutionary acts, to build up the popular spirit of revolt for the revolution itself. Like all the delegates at Fribourg, he joined in the resolution expressing sympathy and support for the revolutionary acts of Hodel and Nobling, and condemning the German Social Democrats for their denunciation of these revolutionary acts. But he made no case for individual revolutionary action. Possibly this was because, although sympathetic to the individual act, he still regarded it as much less important than the collectivist one. 69. 114. Meanwhile, towards the end of September, news reached the Jura of Kravkinsky's assassination of Mazentsov, an act of which Kropotkin must have approved, since like other Russian revolutionaries he had been outraged at the police chief's behavior to those convicted at the trial of the 193. 70. This was followed in October by Moncassi's attempt on the life of the King of Spain, and in November by Passanante's on the life of the King of Italy. 71. In his article Comment fut fond l'irrévoque, Kropotkin linked these two acts with those of Hodel and Nobling as the action of individuals disillusioned by the situation in the socialist movement. And he quoted a report from the Spanish correspondent to support his claim that avant-garde saw, in acts like that of Moncassi, the possibility of starting a revolution which would soon take on a socialist character. Men unconnected with the workers have declared themselves to be tired of the stagnation into which the whole socialist movement has fallen. The worker Hodel fired at the Emperor of Germany and was followed, 15 days later, by Dr. Nobling, who did the same thing. The young Spanish cooper, Juan Oliva Moncassi, fired at the King of Spain, and the cook Passanante threw himself with his knife at the King of Italy. L'avant-garde welcomed the deeds as acts of propaganda by deed. Republican and Republican Socialist propaganda, Moncassi, Passanante, Hodel were, in effect, socialist, and Passanante was a Republican Socialist. These attentats could have accelerated a political revolution which could soon have taken on a socialist character. It is therefore certain, wrote our correspondent from Spain, that in these conditions, If a Levis pistol shot had hit its target, it would have done a great service to the revolution by precipitating a movement which would have been better not delayed. Let us pity him also for not having aimed better. Although Kropotkin here referred to Brust's article on assassination, he ascribed a viewpoint to avant-garde which clearly conflicted with his friend's article. Brust had denied that there was anything socialist about the acts of Hodel and Nobling. Brust undoubtedly had been more sympathetic to the deed of Moncasi, but the statement from the Spanish correspondent did not represent his general view of the attentats of 1878. In fact, Kropotkin was here ascribing to avant-garde a viewpoint which emanated primarily from the Spanish Federation and with which he, rather than Brust, sympathized. It would seem safe therefore to assume that the attentats of 1878 had convinced Kropotkin of the increasing relevance of the individual act of revolt. Meanwhile, any doubts Kropotkin may have had about this must have been dispelled by the failure of the jurisdictions to respond to the 115 communalist approach he had advocated at Fribourg. At the beginning of November he wrote a despondent letter to Robin about the situation in the Federation. The northern section, he declared, had continued to decline. Things were going less badly in the south. An active group had developed at Lausanne in the wake of a severe economic crisis. Kropotkin had been able to stimulate a revival in Geneva, and a lively group had emerged at Fribourg as a result of the Congress. But much of this depended on the work and inspiration of Brust and Kropotkin and would be unlikely to continue without them. Kropotkin had not been able to inspire even a few young members to take some initiative in active propaganda. The groups indeed had no idea what to do. But what can we find for these people to do? That is the greatest question of all. Talk, ever more talk, this ends in boredom, and what can be done that is practical? Elections are no good to us, political life is so calm here that nothing agitates the population, insurrections are impossible. What is to be done? The International so far, and in particular nowadays, is only a study group. It has no practical field of action. Kropotkin's idea for communalist action had not been implemented because of lack of support among the Swiss. I had thought of agitation in the communal ground. But how could it be done without the Swiss? I know that in France this ground would rally many forces. But in Switzerland, to start with, we have no one. Adhemar does nothing, absolutely nothing. We cannot even get a letter from him about an interview that took place at La Chaux de Fonds. Augustus Spickiger takes great care with the sending out of l'avant-garde, but that is all. He does not want to do anything more. Kropotkin's hope for some sort of collective action in the Commune has been well and truly crushed. It would seem inevitable that he should now look for a more individual type of revolutionary action. Unfortunately, the violent acts of individuals in Germany, Italy, and Spain had resulted in severe repressive measures being taken by the authorities against the International in a situation where, outside Spain, the movement's grassroots organization was somewhat ephemeral. Kropotkin must have recognized that the anarchist international would have great difficulty in surviving and developing as a popular movement by the advocacy and perpetration of attentats. During 1879 he therefore continued to urge the importance of collective action, even though expressing considerable sympathy and interest in attentats. Kropotkin and acts of revolt. For Kropotkin and his comrades in the Jura Federation, the outlook at the beginning of 1879 was particularly grim. Brust had been arrested and l'avant-garde, the only remaining anarchist paper, suppressed. In a letter to Robin in April, Kropotkin complained that the revival of popular interest in the movement after the Congress of Fribourg had faded in the face of persecution and economic depression. Moreover, already demoralized by the decline of grassroots support and the constant threat of unemployment, even militants like Spickiger, Pindy and Schwitzgübel had been intimidated into withdrawing from active involvement in the movement. The Swiss had not responded to Kropotkin's plea for collective action in the Commune, and the violent acts by individuals with which anarchists in Switzerland as well as in Italy and Spain had sympathized, had endangered the very existence of the anarchist international. Depressed though he was by this situation, Kropotkin was convinced that events were moving inexorably towards revolution, that increasing government repression only revealed the bankruptcy of capitalist states and the inevitability of their collapse in the face of rising popular discontent. And believing that it was hope, not despair, which makes successful revolutions, his immediate concern was to communicate his views to the people so as to sustain and inspire them in the face of oppression. He therefore proposed the setting up of a paper to replace the Bulletin and New Avant-Garde. But the response of the sections in the Jura Federation was negative. Only Bruce supported the idea, all the others predicted certain failure. To come what may, however, Kropotkin, with the help of Bruce and two friends in the Genevan section, was determined to press ahead with the Sahim. We discussed at length the need for a newsite and argued that volens nolens we were forced to undertake this public service. 3. 116. 117. This meant that the paper was moderate at least in tone, and the incitement to revolt was implicit instead of explicit. Where UAV Antgarde had urged its readers to leave the radicals to their pacific twaddle and turn to the guns hanging in their attics, for he revoke, the new journal declared, the people will soon pronounce the fall of the bourgeoisie. It will take its affairs into its own hands as soon as the right moment presents itself. 5. Kropotkin, making a principle of what originally developed partly out of practical necessity, described in his memoirs this editorial formula of Le Revoque. Socialist papers have often a tendency to become mere annals of complaints about existing conditions, which exercises a most depressing influence upon the reader. To counterbalance that effect, the editor has to rely chiefly upon burning words, by means of which he tries to inspire his readers with energy and faith. I thought, on the contrary, that a revolutionary paper must be, above all, a record of those symptoms which everywhere announce the coming of a new era, the germination of new forms of life, the growing revolt against antiquated institutions. These symptoms should be watched, brought together in their intimate connection, and so grouped as to show to the hesitating minds of the greater number the invisible and often unconscious support which advanced ideas find everywhere, when a revival of thought takes place in society. 6. Kropotkin's editorial formula worked well. Le Revoque, which appeared for the first time on February 22, 1879, was a success, and it secured a much higher readership than UAV Antgarde in spite of police harassment which prevented it being sold openly on the streets. 7. It also escaped suppression. For a time, just after Bruce's trial, its survival was threatened by a boycott of Swiss printers, but the intrepid little band of Le Revoque solved the problem by setting up their own printing press. Kropotkin's achievement in launching Le Revoque was remarkable. In the first place, nearly everybody had expected the paper to fail at the outset. Even Kropotkin and his helpers had been less than optimistic about its chances of survival. If the paper is forced to die in 3 months, for lack of money, well, let it fall, he wrote in his January letter to Robin. In the second place, the appearance of Le Revoque had provided the anarchist movement with an organ of propaganda at a very difficult time when attacks both from the state and the Social Democrats had intensified. Finally, the paper's success gave credibility to the prophecies printed in its own pages, which declared that a revolutionary spirit existed among the oppressed which could survive persecution and pave the way to a resurgence of the working class movement, as was already happening in France. 118. In the suffocating factory, as in the gloomy low eating house, beneath the roof of the attic, as in the streaming gallery of the mine, a whole new world is now being built up. New aspirations are being developed, new conceptions sketched out. The ruling classes stifle these aspirations in vain. They imprison men and suppress writings, in vain. The new idea penetrates people's minds, it fills the heads of serfs, as they hasten to join the crusade. The idea can be dormant one moment, if prevented from developing on the surface, it can undermine the ground, but it will soon reappear, more vigorous than ever. We have only to look at the awakening of socialism in France, a second awakening in the short space of 15 years. The wave, fallen one moment, rises up again higher. 8. So wrote Kropotkin in one of the editorials of the paper, whose very existence lent a certain truth to such words. In fact, The publication of Le Revoque was in itself an act of revolt, and an act of revolt of a small group, one might almost say of an individual, for at the beginning the main driving force was Kropotkin himself. Schwitzgebel refused to provide editorials for the paper and was only persuaded with great difficulty to produce one article for the first issue. 9 Bros chose the name for the paper and wrote the first leader article Les Revoques, but he could give very little further help because of his trial, and with his expulsion from Switzerland in June his involvement in Le Revoque virtually ended. 10 Reclus also provided an article for the first issue, but he did not play an active role in the project, although from May 1879 he gave financial support in spite of earlier reservations about starting a paper on a shoestring. 11 Herzig and Dumartheray played an important role in the production of the paper, but although they were constructive critics of everything Kropotkin wrote and even helped him put together the column on the social movement, they were unable to write articles themselves. 12 others, including members of the section at Geneva, helped with printing and distribution. But none of them provided articles. The responsibility for providing material for publication, therefore, fell mainly on Kropotkin, who at first felt some misgivings about his journalistic skills. Certainly, he struggled with his first editorials. Those of issues 2 and 4 are done by me, but with much difficulty, if only you knew, he confided to Robin. 13 But his style of propaganda appealed to the workers as perhaps no one else's had done, for what he wrote was both inspiring and easy to understand. I have done my best so that there may be no political or social question that the worker reader leaves to the educated bourgeois that he does not feel able to discuss if he gives it enough attention, he declared. And in this way during 1879 and 1880, with the help only of Herzig and Dumartheray, he established Le Revoque as 119. The leading revolutionary newspaper in the French language. No other socialist paper sold as well as Le Revoque until the Cri du Peuple, which began to appear in 1883. If the promotion of Le Revoque had been something of an individual act of revolt, what view of revolutionary action did Kropotkin actually express in its pages? Essentially, he was still rather more preoccupied with collective than individual types of action. Leader articles in which he pointed out signs of approaching revolution focused on riots and strikes. This heavy atmosphere of hypocrisy, platitude, and base passions would be stifling, if the lightning flashes which announce the next awakening did not tear apart the suffocating clouds. The awakening is announced, there is no mistaking it. In France, socialism is gaining ground each day, it is gaining strength and authority. The little war blazes up again, stretches out, spreading from country to country, every strike extends more and more, in depth and extent, the gulf opening up between the defenders of the status quo and the people seeking their emancipation. Germany is no longer calm. Immobilized for a moment by reactionary fury, socialists have now set to work again, and they are inaugurating a new way which always produces results: agitation outside the legal field. The prejudice in favor of legality once destroyed, this first step will determine the next ones. A secret agitation embraces the peninsulas of the south. Revolts follow each other in Italy and Spain. Compare these facts with the calm of 3 years ago and tell us if we are not entitled to assert that this is the beginning of the end. Each great revolution has been preceded by such movements, and brutal suppression will not stop the explosion which is on the way. A movement so general and so spontaneous cannot be stifled. Clearly Kropotkin was mainly concerned here with collective acts of revolt. Even his comments about Germany relate to collective action. They referred to proposals, among the more radical elements of the Social Democratic Party, for creating a clandestine revolutionary organization in response to the severe repression directed against them as a result of the anti-socialist laws. 14 Nevertheless, Kropotkin undoubtedly believed that the individual act of revolt had an important part to play in events leading up to the revolution. The reaction of Le Revoque to the trial and conviction of Passanante is very significant in this connection, not least because it presents such a contrast to that of Bros to the earlier attentats in 1878. In March 1879 the paper carried a report of the proceedings against Passanante. It was an entirely sympathetic one. 15. The author was deeply moved by the Italian's courage and commitment in carrying through his self-sacrificing act of protest, and it did not worry. 120. Him that Passanante's ideas represented a crude expression of some sort of vague socialist republicanism, for here was a man of the people stirred into action by his own perception of the wrongs of the poor and how they could be righted. The writer indeed criticized newspapers in general for the dismissive way they had treated Passanante's views. 2 weeks later, April 5, in its section on the social movement, Le Revoque reported Passanante's defiant reaction to the commutation of the death sentence to one of life imprisonment. I want them to kill me so as to gain followers. Passanante and his attentat were seen as an example, not only of the individual worker's instinctive feeling for a socialist ideal, but also of his capacity for taking heroic action to inspire others to revolt against oppression. The fact that Passanante was a self-styled Republican rather than anti-statist seems to have been unimportant. After all, his ideas had a strong populist element in them, and his act of revolt had been successful in evoking a sympathetic reaction among the poor. 16. The publication of a report such as this in Le Revoque can leave little doubt of Kropotkin's deepening interest in the individual act of revolt as an essential feature of the events leading to revolution. It is interesting to note that soon after this, in May, the Spanish Federation issued a clandestine circular urging in bold uncompromising language the necessity of both collective and individual acts of war against the idle rich. War, collective or individual, always war. Fight until they see the light, or until we have conquered. The first ones will succumb. It is true. They will have set the example. They will have sown the true cause of the people with their generous blood. Without the need for banners they will have stamped their goals high, so high that the concupiscent and obstinate bourgeoisie will be terrified to read in each and every one of our actions the sacred mottos, he who wishes to eat must work. Those who do not work and for any reason live off the people, steal from the workers. They are the thieves. Let the idle drones die. The land for the farmer. The factory for the worker. The workshop for the artisan. Long live the social revolution. 17. Although Kropotkin liked clandestine literature of this type, he probably never subscribed to the sort of indiscriminate violence against the bourgeoisie which seems to have been envisaged here. 18. The language of Le Revoque, moreover, in keeping with its editorial policy, continued. 121. To be generally restrained. On the other hand, during 1880 its articles were to be characterized by a more direct advocacy of revolutionary action than heretofore. At the same time, a commitment to both individual and collective self-sacrificing acts of revolt was always implicit in Kropotkin's commentaries on contemporary events and developments. Kropotkin and his comrades in Spain and Italy had obviously been influenced by tactics adopted by Russian revolutionaries in their desperate struggle against the increasingly repressive autocracy of Alexander II, tactics which now frequently involved attempts on the lives of those most closely associated with government oppression. Kropotkin's preoccupation and sympathy with the actions of the Zemlya I Volya is very evident in his regular and detailed accounts of the developments in Russia. In reporting the assassinations, he described them as executions. The executions of zealous government agents by the socialists continue, he wrote in March 1879. He also made it clear that victims like the governor of Kharkov had deserved their fate. 19. Nevertheless, writing to Robin in April, he expressed serious misgivings about the revolutionary movement in Russia, and declaring that he saw no place for himself within it, gave up any idea of returning there. It seemed to him, that in spite of the assassinations, Russian revolutionaries were more concerned to secure a democratic constitution than to start a socialist revolution. He complained that Zemlya I Volya, for all its claims to be a socialist paper, could only speak against autocracy. 20. Kropotkin was obviously worried that the Russian revolutionary movement seemed to be abandoning populist agitation for that of a more narrowly political kind. The arrest of Clements, the Tchaikovskist, in February, had deprived the review of the principal editor who had kept the paper to a strictly populist line. The immediate cause of his disquiet may have been a report in the bulletin of the Zemlya I Volya movement, which was now beginning to replace its monthly paper. The report appeared just after an attack on the life of the new police chief, Drenteln, in March. It described political assassination as one of the best weapons of agitation against despotism, and urged the necessity of aiming at the center so as to make the whole system tremble. It also declared that mass movements belonged to the future when the terrorists had prepared a way for them. 21 Violent as this article was, it revealed a narrow preoccupation with terrorist assaults on autocracy which implied an abandonment of populist. 122. Agitation. And, in fact, although Kropotkin maintained fairly close contact with ex-Tchaikovskists like Clements and Kravkinsky, he kept somewhat aloof from the groups of Russian revolutionaries exiled in Geneva. In 1883, in his book Underground Russia, Kravkinsky complained that Kropotkin had adopted an ideological position which was too rigid, and this had not only disqualified him from taking any leading role in underground agitation, but it had also prevented him from writing anything for the Russian revolutionary press. 22 Kravkinsky was one of those who had come to the conclusion that there could be no popular revolutionary movement in Russia until a minimum of political freedom had been secured. In April 1879 he reacted enthusiastically to Solovyev's attempt on the life of the Tsar, dismissing objections about the possible adverse effects such action might have on agitation among the people. All of us knew from our personal experience that extensive work among the people had long been impossible, nor could we expect to expand our activity and attract masses of the people to the socialist cause until we obtained at least a minimum of political freedom, freedom of speech, and the freedom to organize unions. As far as propaganda was concerned, we of the intelligentsia had done all we could under the circumstances, and far fewer losses would be incurred if the workers themselves continued this activity. 23. There can be little doubt that Kropotkin must have been disturbed by his friends' increasing preoccupation with direct attacks on autocracy itself. Certainly Kravkinsky's comments about Kropotkin suggest the two revolutionaries had disagreed over questions both of theory and tactics at this time. Even so, Kropotkin published a pamphlet in support of Solovyev. Undoubtedly Solovyev had impeccable populist credentials. He had spent longer than most revolutionaries working and spreading propaganda amongst the people, and had continued to express his faith in the possibility of such populist activity even after his decision to kill the Tsar. But in his deposition at his trial he had declared, "We revolutionary socialists have declared war on the government." 24 Kropotkin could not have subscribed to this commitment to such a narrowly political form of terrorism. So how then could he have given such unequivocal public support to Solovyev? Certainly he must have felt that he could do no other than express solidarity with Russian revolutionaries whatever action they took whilst they suffered such savage persecution. But if he had any reservations about the orientation of Russian terrorist tactics, why publish a special pamphlet in memory of 123 Solovyev? The answer lies in Kropotkin's interpretation of Solovyev's attempt on the life of the Tsar, an interpretation which virtually divested it of its essentially political character as an act of attempted regicide, and turned it into a self-sacrificing act of revolt which would build up the spirit of revolt among the people. Solovyev is dead, but the idea for which he worked all his life, does not die. These heads which pass proudly under the noose proclaiming to the crowd, on high from the scaffold, the promise of a better future, will not fall in vain. They inspire the survivors who take a solemn vow to work at the same task, they rally new sympathies to the party, they attract the attention of the most indifferent to those lives, whose sole aim has been to sacrifice themselves to help the people throw off the yoke, under which they have groaned for centuries. They make the laziest reflect. The bourgeoisie feels dissatisfied with this reign, begun with such fine promises and ending in incapacity, arbitrary policing, bankruptcy and terror. Petersburg, the capital formerly so servile, expresses a notable indifference the day of the attentat, and becomes bleak and sad, the day of Solovyev's execution. The towns complain. And yonder, in the vast plains watered by the sweat of the ploughman who is still enslaved, in those somber hamlets where misery kills all hopes, the blows of Solovyev's revolver become the cause of a secret agitation, insurrection, harbinger of revolutions, already makes its rumbling heard. The 1793 of the Russian peasant is in the air. 25 In this pamphlet Kropotkin had applauded the attack on the Tsar primarily as an act of revolt against oppression which, like those that had preceded it, would inspire others to revolt, thereby preparing the way for a popular revolution. He obviously recognized that an act of revolt directed against the Tsar himself had a special significance, but in making it clear that the assassination of Alexander II was not a substitute for popular revolutionary action, he had indicated unmistakable disapproval for the concentration of revolutionary effort against autocratic government itself to secure a liberal constitution. 26 In this context, it is significant that in June 1879, just before the publication of the pamphlet, Kropotkin had published an enthusiastic review of the fifth issue of Zemlya I Volya. The leader article of the paper, reaffirming the movement's commitment to populist agitation, had advocated a campaign of economic terrorism in the countryside where socialists should organize armed resistance and acts of vengeance to support the peasants in their efforts to resist oppression. Kropotkin had welcomed this new orientation of Russian revolutionary activity. It is clear that if the Russian socialists put into practice this mode of revolutionary action with the same talent for organization, the same tenacity which they have 124 shown until now, they will soon succeed in producing a popular ferment and a series of uprisings which, in the period Russia is going through, will have consequences of the greatest importance. Instead of a mere change of government, in Russia we shall see a revolution. 27. Quite clearly, Kropotkin disliked tactics which focused all revolutionary activity on efforts to establish constitutional government through the assassination of the Tsar. But he had been deeply moved and impressed by the terrorist activity in Russia, and this encouraged his sympathy and support for all acts of revolt against oppression whether they involved attacks on the head of state and those most closely associated with government oppression or acts of economic terrorism in the countryside, which he obviously preferred. Inspired as he was by the events of 1788-9 in France, he looked for a similar proliferation of acts of revolt to precipitate a popular revolution, and it seemed to him that this was what was happening in Russia, in spite of savage persecution and the political preoccupations of revolutionaries there. Certainly, that is the impression he sought to give, even though he may have written less out of conviction than a desire to persuade the Russian movement not to abandon populist tactics. In fact, by the autumn all his anxieties about the Russian movement had revived with the emergence of the party of Narodnaya Volya, the people's will, committed to a direct political struggle against absolutism. Commenting on the program of the new party in the first issue of its review, Kropotkin declared, "We wholly share the ideas of our friends of La Liberté on the absolute necessity of overthrowing the tyrannical government in Russia. But we admit that we do not understand at all how this government can be overthrown, if the great mass of the Russian people remain calm, if the peasant does not rise up against his landlords." 528 It was possibly the increasingly narrow political orientation of Russian terrorism which now drew Kropotkin's attention to the fact that self-sacrificing acts of revolt against oppression did not necessarily represent an antithesis to the approach of the Social Democrats, and impressed upon him the need for anarchists themselves to influence acts of revolt in the direction of an anarchist revolution. In any case, it is fairly clear that he had long been uneasy about ideas of revolutionary action in anarchist circles. At the annual Congress of the Jura Federation in October he therefore called for a clarification of ideas about ways and means. 125. But if the theoretical part of our program has been well elaborated and expounded, the same cannot be said of the practical part. The path to follow to arrive at a realization of our ideal and in the conditions given us by history has not been expounded with the same breadth and depth of ideas, and it is this task that falls to the anarchist party today. 29. In what was perhaps an oblique criticism of the somewhat confused notion of propaganda by deed, he studiously avoided the use of the phrase. He maintained that although anarchists had insisted on the importance of propaganda through action, there was no clear understanding about the nature of the action envisaged. We have said that the propaganda for our ideas must be carried out not only by the spoken and written word, but also, and above all, through action, but, to judge from the way in which we have been understood, one would be inclined to believe that we have still not adequately explained the way in which we understand action. Perhaps we have not made sufficiently clear that this form of propaganda is only possible, in our view, when the action develops from life itself, from favorable circumstances, otherwise it will certainly have neither a broad sphere of influence, nor the necessary continuity. 30. The implication of this seems to be that Kropotkin felt that the idea of propaganda by deed had been bandied about in anarchist circles as if it was some sort of magic formula whereby any act of protest would promote the spread of anarchist ideas. It all comes back to Kropotkin's insistence that the propaganda effect of any anarchist action arose out of the immediate impact of such action on the serious real-life struggle against oppression. He went on to point out that although many fairly precise ideas of ways and means had been put forward in the anarchist press by Guillaume and above all by Bakunin in his last writings, these ideas had never been brought together. And since he felt that until the movement had a clearly formulated program of action it would be unable to attract the support of those who above all looked for a clear and precise formula, he proposed that the sections of the Federation should study the subject during the winter. No doubt encouraged by his success with Le Revoque, Kropotkin presented a paper of his own on which to base the forthcoming discussions. And it is here in this document L'idée anarchiste au point de vue de sa réalisation pratique / that he set out for the first time his ideas of a program of action for the anarchist movement. He identified 3 phases in the revolutionary process: a preparatory period, which would be followed by a period of ferment which, in its turn, would lead to the period of transformation, i.e. the revolution. 126. Itself. He then suggested a program of anarchist action appropriate to each of these phases. During the revolution itself, whatever character it took, the duty of true socialists would be to do all they could to bring about a transformation of the system of property by popular expropriation. The economic revolution can take on a different character and different degrees of intensity with different populations. But it is important, whatever its character, that socialists of all countries, profiting from the disorganization of governmental powers during the revolutionary period, should apply all their forces to effect on a vast scale the transformation of the regime of property through expropriation, accomplished by the workers of the towns and countryside themselves. They should also keep the revolution going until the new organization of society had emerged by preventing the establishment of a new government and by awakening the forces of popular creativity. For every locality would not be ready to start a socialist revolution at the same moment, and time would be needed for the new ideas to develop and to spread throughout society, in order that the revolution should bring all the advantages the proletariat has the right to expect after centuries of ceaseless struggle and the holocausts of victims sacrificed. The revolutionary period will have to last for several years, so that the propaganda for the new ideas will not be limited to the main intellectual centers, but penetrates into the most isolated hamlets, to vanquish the inertia which necessarily appears in the masses before they launch into a fundamental reorganization of society, so that in the end, new ideas have the time to achieve their fullest development, necessary to the real progress of humanity. It is the duty of socialists to prevent the creation of any new government, and to awaken instead those forces of the people capable at the same time of destroying the ancien regime and creating a new organization of society. 31. The new ideas would be spread as successful acts of expropriation and collectivization in one locality and would inspire similar action in others. The act accomplished in one locality becomes itself the most powerful means of propaganda for the idea and the most powerful drive to set in motion those localities where the worker, prepared perhaps to accept the ideas of collectivism, would still hesitate to proceed to expropriation. Should the insurrection fail, the coming of the social revolution would have been speeded up, and any future insurrection would have to take expropriation as its starting point. But even if the revolution had been crushed, or expropriation had not spread as we expected, a popular rising started on this basis would render an immense service to humanity by accelerating the arrival of the social revolution. It would make any uprising which did not begin with 127. Expropriation from the few for the benefit of all, henceforth impossible. In effect, Kropotkin expected anarchists during the revolution to promote those deeds which would propagandize anarchist ideals, and he maintained that this could be done successfully even where the attempt at revolution failed. This was perhaps the nearest he came to expounding anything like the Bruceist idea of propaganda by deed. The deeds he had in mind, however, were the deeds not of the party but of the people themselves. As regards both the preparatory period and the period of ferment, Kropotkin declared that anarchists would need to concentrate their efforts on widespread propaganda in all its forms in favor of the ideas of expropriation and collectivism. He made it clear that this work would be arduous during the preparatory stage through which they were now passing, but insisted that a change in popular thinking could be achieved by using every situation to prove the need for anarchist principles and to demonstrate their practical significance, such being our conception of the next revolution and the aim that we propose to attain. It is clear that, during the preparatory period through which we are now passing, we have to concentrate all our efforts on widespread propaganda in favor of the idea of expropriation and collectivism. We have, always, in all circumstances, to fully expound these principles, showing their practical significance, proving the necessity for doing all we can to prepare the popular mind for the acceptance of those ideas which, strange as they may at first appear to those imbued with political economic prejudices, soon became an undeniable truth for those who discuss them in good faith, a truth which science today embraces. A truth often admitted even by those who attack them in public. Working in this way without letting ourselves be dazzled by the transient and often false success of political parties, we are working for the infiltration of our ideas amongst the masses. Imperceptibly we bring about a change in public opinion favorable to our ideas. He stressed the importance of immediate propaganda work in the countryside as well as the towns. If the revolutionary period is to last some years and bear fruit, it is absolutely necessary that the next revolution should not be limited only to large towns. The uprising for expropriation must take place above all in the countryside. It is therefore necessary, without relying on the revolutionary impetus which could in the period of ferment, spread the light from the towns into the villages, from today to prepare the ground in the countryside. As a temporary measure and an experiment, the jurisdiction sections should take on the duty of carrying out sustained propaganda in the direction of expropriation of land by the rural communes in villages close to the towns. However difficult the beginnings, this must be done without delay. In addition, we cannot recommend 128. Too strongly the study of the peasant uprisings in Italy and the revolutionary propaganda being carried out in the villages in Spain. Once the period of ferment had begun, revolutionary ideas would spread much more quickly, and it would be necessary to have groups of propagandists ready to respond to the situation. We will gather together the men necessary for the widespread propaganda in favor of those ideas during the period of ferment which we are approaching, and we know from the experience of human history, that when the diffusion and transformation of ideas takes place with a speed unknown in periods of calm, the principles of expropriation and collectivism will be able to spread in great waves and inspire the mass of the people to put those principles into practice. All this concentration on propaganda, however, should not lead anarchists to neglect opportunities for making agitation on all questions of everyday life which stir up the workers. Whilst recommending the concentration of our efforts on a widespread propaganda for the idea of expropriation in all its forms, we do not mean to say thereby that opportunities should be neglected for making agitation on all questions concerning the life of the country which arise around us. On the contrary, we think that all socialists have to profit from all opportunities which can give rise to economic agitation. It would therefore be useful for the sections not to pass over disdainfully diverse questions which excite local workers for the sole reason that such questions have very little in common with socialism. On the contrary, by involving themselves in all these questions, by profiting from the interest they excite, we could work to spread the agitation on a much larger scale and, while remaining on the practical level of the question, seek to enlarge the theoretical conceptions and awake the spirit of independence and revolt in those concerned with the agitation produced. This involvement in questions which interested the workers was very important, he added, because it was the only means of combating the economic ideas spread by the bourgeoisie and of preventing the agitation being exploited by the ambitious in a way contrary to the interests of the workers. He also maintained that although the best way of destroying the state was to activate the economic struggle, it was important to keep an eye upon the deeds and achievements of the governing class, to study carefully the political questions that interested the working people, and to take every opportunity to point out the evils of the existing governmental regime. Finally, he declared that since the grouping of the society of the future would be that of the independent collectivist commune, anarchists should seriously consider the part they could take in the struggle between the communes and the state. 129. Convinced that the commune, independent of the state, will be the form of grouping which is going to be realized in the near future, at least in countries of Latin origin, we believe it necessary seriously to study the collective commune, and discuss the part that anarchists can take in the struggle which is now taking place, in the political and economic field, between the communes and the state. Kropotkin's report was an impressive attempt to provide a solid basis for the formulation of an anarchist policy of action as a positive alternative to parliamentarism. It indicated the necessity for a wide-ranging involvement in the everyday questions and problems of the people both in the town and the countryside, warning against that sectarianism which could so easily isolate anarchists from popular action. It stressed the importance of the special character of anarchist propaganda and agitation, insisting that anarchist action should be inspired by the aim of promoting the ideas of expropriation and collectivism. Finally, it made it quite clear that there were no easy shortcuts to social revolution, pointing out the need for a systematic and patient approach to agitation and propaganda. Kropotkin showed that if setbacks were not tempting him, as they had Bros and Costa, to turn to some form of parliamentarism, 32 they had also not led him to an unqualified enthusiasm for terrorism. For all the importance he attached to the attentats as part of the process of a proliferation of acts of revolt leading to revolution, it is difficult to see how they could relate very directly to the promotion of ideas of expropriation and collectivism, which is so central to Kropotkin's concept of a specifically anarchist form of action expounded here. Moreover, interested though he had become in individual acts of revolt, he was still preoccupied with the more collective forms of action both at the trade union and communal level. We do not know if the discussions of Kropotkin's report ever took place in the sections of the Jura Federation in the winter of 1879-80. Certainly, no document specifically relating to the policy of action emerged at the Congress of La Chaux-de-Fonds in 1880. The report, however, undoubtedly contained the essence of Kropotkin's later thinking on the question of revolutionary action, even though there were changes in the importance he attached to individual acts of revolt, for he was always insistent on the need for a broad-based and systematic work of propaganda and agitation for popular expropriation among the masses. During 1880 Kropotkin became less preoccupied with collective action and this enthusiasm for acts of revolt by individuals and small 130 groups increased. To some extent this can be attributed to the influence of Elie Reclus, with whom he had now established a close friendship. 33 By the autumn of 1878 Reclus had finally abandoned the somewhat eclectic and educational approach that had characterized his association with Le Travailleur, of which Kropotkin had strongly disapproved. 34 With his letter to the Congress of Fribourg, he had adopted an uncompromisingly revolutionary position. Unlike the Jurassians, Reclus tended to see the revolutionary struggle less narrowly in terms of organized collective action. For in spite of his eloquent assertion, in isolation we can do nothing, whereas closely united we can transform the world, he envisaged collective action in terms of the loosely associated action of committed anarchists. We associate ourselves one with another as free and equal men, working on a common task, our mutual relations regulated by reciprocal justice and goodwill. Moreover, he laid particular stress on the importance of the free action of the individual. We are anarchists, that is to say, men who want to keep full responsibility for their acts, who act by virtue of their rights and personal duties, who claim their full natural development as human beings, who have no one as master and are master of no one. 35. Preoccupied as he was with the free associative action of individuals, he was deeply suspicious both of the Bruceist idea of involvement in the power struggle between local communes and the central government, and the narrowly syndicalist approach of the Swiss juristicians. This may indeed explain why he had not attended the Congress of Fribourg in person, and had also absented himself from that at La Chaux-de-Fonds in 1879 in spite of the close association he had established with Le Revolt during the year. By the autumn of 1880, however, the Jura Federation was dominated by the more revolutionary anarchist element, and Reclus was now able to play an important part in the proceedings. He expressed his view very firmly that the groups of revolutionary forces are set up freely outside all communal organization, declaring, "We are no more communists than statists, we are anarchists, let us not forget it." And he persuaded the Congress to reject a synthesis between the idea of the territorially based commune and that of the commune based on trade union organization proposed by the section of Cortellerie. 36. By the spring of 1880 there were clear indications that Kropotkin's ideas had undergone some modification as a result of Reclus' influence. In the autumn of 1879, at the Congress of the Jura Federation, he had 131. Been anxious that anarchists should decide what part to take in struggles between the communes and the state on the Bruceist assumption that the revolutionary commune would be established through the transformation of the territorial commune. In his article La Commune in May 1880, he made it clear that this assumption had been abandoned for Reclus' broader and more radical vision of communes based on the free association of individuals. For us, commune is no longer a territorial agglomeration, it is rather a generic name, a synonym for grouping equals, knowing neither frontiers nor high defensive walls. It is by free groups that the social commune will be organized, and these groupings will break down high defensive walls and frontiers. 37. Such a discussion of the revolutionary commune with its stress on free associations also indicated that Kropotkin had distanced himself even more firmly from the syndicalist approach of the Swiss juristicians. 38. Kropotkin, it seems, had absorbed something of Reclus' individualist approach and would now perhaps be less inclined to see revolutionary action primarily in terms of collective action. In fact, Reclus, who had been deeply moved by developments in Russia, "These nihilists are now the salt of the earth and I blush when I compare myself to them," he had declared to his brother in a letter of the summer of 1878. 39 seems to have had a rather more simple view of what revolutionary action should be than Kropotkin. An article possibly written by Reclus, appeared in Le Revoque in December 1879 in response to bourgeois condemnation of the violent actions of the oppressed, particularly in Russia, and urging the need to make common cause with the oppressed whatever action they might take. In society today you cannot be considered as an honest man by everybody. Either you are a robber, assassin, and firebrand with the oppressors, the happy, and pot-bellied, or you are a robber, an assassin, and a firebrand with the oppressed, the exploited, the suffering and the underfed. It is up to you, you indecisive and frightened men, to choose. And if you have in your heart the slightest human sentiment, hasten to do so, for at every instant capitalist oppression and exploitation claim new victims, and perpetrate new massacres. 40. Such an appeal seems to reflect a theme of the Narodnaya Volya: we must fight, we must act. An honest man has no right to stand aside with his arms folded. 41. Certainly, Reclus did not share Kropotkin's misgivings about the commitment of the Russian revolutionary movement to political terrorism with the virtual abandonment of efforts to stymie. 132. Late popular action through work among the people that tended to involve. And he may well have been impatient with Kropotkin's insistence on the need for an elaboration of an anarchist policy of action. Undoubtedly Reclus' approach must have been a factor in the modification of Kropotkin's view of revolutionary action in 1879. The French anarchist geographer had made a deep and enduring impression on Kropotkin as a comrade whom he admired as much for his personal as for his intellectual qualities, and he saw in Reclus a true anarchist who, more than anyone else he knew, contrived to live as an anarchist in a capitalist society. 42. Nevertheless, the extent of Riklis' influence on the development of Kropotkin's approach to revolutionary action at this period is uncertain. After all, it had been Kropotkin's enthusiasm and energy in successfully launching He Revoke which had drawn Riklis into active involvement in the Jura Federation at the end of 1879. Moreover, a letter from Riklis in 1882 suggests that Kropotkin was always the one most passionately concerned with action. I would deserve the reproaches of our friend Kropotkin, for being a revolutionary through principle, tradition, and solidarity. I only concern myself in a very indirect way with the affairs of the revolution. Apart from a few articles, visits, a little oral propaganda and from time to time tokens of solidarity between friends, I am doing nothing. 43. In fact, Kropotkin's approach was more directly and dramatically affected by events in Russia. The response of the Russian government to attempts on the life of the Tsar had been particularly savage, with death penalties being imposed indiscriminately on those associated with the Revolutionary Party irrespective of whether or not they had been involved in the attentates. Kropotkin was appalled. After a spate of hangings at Kiev, he published a particularly bitter and passionate protest at the beginning of April. 44. Meanwhile, he had rushed to the defense of Leo Hartmann, who in March had been in danger of being extradited from France to Russia for suspected involvement in the attempt to blow up the royal train. 45. In fact, Kropotkin was just as outraged by the summary justice meted out to revolutionaries actually involved in terrorism, and in connection with the trial of the 16 in November at St. Petersburg did all he could through reports in Le Revoque to arouse sympathy and admiration for the terrorists involved. 46. During 1880 he made no comment on the demand of the Narodnaya Volya for a liberal constitution, and his complaint, November 1879, about the political preoccupations of the Russian movement was not 133 repeated. In October he reported that the Narodnaya Volya was now urging the necessity of terrorist action by the peasants against landlords, and he declared triumphantly, "It is no longer a matter for our friends in Russia, of only make war on absolutism, they insist on the need to prepare the popular revolution at the same time." 47. Apparently, he was now satisfied that the Russian movement was not concentrating on direct attacks on autocracy to the exclusion and neglect of popular agitation. Indeed, it seems likely that he had even begun to accept the necessity for political terrorism. In February, his response to the explosion at the Winter Palace had been enthusiastic if not jubilant. The Executive Committee has kept its word, it has not allowed itself to be stopped by seemingly insurmountable difficulties. By carrying out an attentat which has faced difficulties such as have not been encountered since the gunpowder plot of 1605 in England, they have stripped the palace of its prestige, and they have proved that that edifice, guarded by 1,000 men, watched, searched, surrounded by a wall of soldiers and spies, is no longer a sure refuge. 48. In September, in an article entitled La Question Agraire, he had declared that a disorganization of the power of the state could trigger off a series of peasant revolts such as had preceded the French Revolution. 51. By the new year of 1881 he was looking for an alliance of political revolutionaries and insurgent peasants to destroy the old monarchy. He had been deeply impressed by the way the Russian terrorists, through attacks on the Tsar in face of ferocious repression, had succeeded in generating fear and even panic among the ruling classes. And quite clearly his response to the revolutionary movement in Russia was an important factor in the development of his view of revolutionary action in Western Europe at this stage. In the first place, he actually seems to have come to the conclusion that regicide would trigger off a popular insurrection in countries like Spain and Italy. In January 1880, in response to a report from the Spanish Federation about the action of 1879, he claimed that the Spanish government's position was so insecure that had the recent attempt on the life of the king succeeded, it could have provided the signal for a general insurrection. 50. In the New Year editorial of 1881 he was sure that a general uprising was about to break out in Italy in a situation where there had been a series of attempts on the life of the king, a real hunting down of the king in which all opposition parties were united in their desire to overthrow monarchy. In the second place, perhaps more significantly, he accorded an importance to political attentats in his 134. Discussion of recent developments at the beginning of 1881, such as he had not done in the previous New Year editorial, which had focused on the Congress of Marseilles and the revival of the socialist movement in France. It was a very sad period for Europe, the 7 years which followed the fall of the Paris Commune. The revolutionary idea was dormant in Europe. Then 1879, the year of attentats, made its solemn warnings heard in Germany, Spain, and Russia. The men of the people, suffocating in this stifling atmosphere, reduced to despair by the shadows that surrounded them, the unknown one whose name is the people came to strike at the living personification of reaction, the crowned heads. They were sacrificed, the forerunners of the revolutionary awakening, and they mounted the scaffold, or went to jail, followed by the curses of the reactionaries, the taunts of the traitors to the workers' cause, and the sympathies of the crowds. But their blood did not flow in vain. Warning of the revolutionary idea had been given. Henceforth, it became impossible to stand still, and the struggle had to be joined between the people, who were now tired of the situation, and seeking the way out of it, and the satiated, the exploiters of every sort, the rulers who oppose them. The struggle indeed began. In Germany, in Russia, in Spain, and in Italy, reaction, confident in its forces, responded to the challenge it had received by a fight to the death. But, after 18 months or 2 years of struggle, it perceives with terror that far from gaining new strength through persecutions, it becomes weaker. Its blows no longer have the same boldness, it begins to give way, precisely at the moment when the least sign of weakness on its part becomes a mark of defeat. 51. Kropotkin no doubt had in mind here the trials of the Italian internationalists in 1879–80, which had ended in acquittals amid scenes of popular rejoicing. Such an assessment of the significance of the attentats had already been implicit in his reactions to the acts of Passanante, Soloviev, and even Hodel, but this is the first time he had presented an analysis of the historical process leading to revolution in which attentats played such an important part. There can be little doubt that he was responding primarily to the impact of Russian terrorism on European society. Apart from the fact that the attentats in Germany, Italy, and Spain probably owed a good deal to Russian inspiration, it was the audacity, skill, and courage of the Russian terrorists which tended to color public reaction to attentats in general. Indeed, it is clear that it was the Narodniks, with their spectacular bomb attacks, who had made the governing classes of Europe tremble and encouraged the oppressed, particularly in Italy and Spain, to recognize that those in power were vulnerable, in spite of their armies of police and bodyguards. Of course, Kropotkin's generalizations did not apply. 135. Equally to all the 4 countries he mentioned, in Germany there had, if anything, been a negative popular reaction to the attentats, and the Social Democratic Party had made haste to rid itself of its more radical elements in 1880. In Russia itself, there were few convincing signs of the development of a popular movement of revolt. 52. But the presentation of hopes and possibilities as certainties was always very much a feature of Kropotkin's style of propaganda. At the same time, for all the importance he now attached to the attentats as a feature of the revolutionary awakening of the people, he was still more interested in economic than political terrorism in the developing revolutionary struggle, and it would perhaps be more accurate to say that the Narodnaya Volya had stimulated Kropotkin's enthusiasm for terrorism in general rather than for political terrorism in particular. Even so, whether terrorism was economic or political, it tended to involve action by individuals and small groups rather than large-scale collective action. The anarchist movement, however, was not a closely knit disciplined organization like the Narodnaya Volya, and indeed a more individualist approach, partly due to the influence of Reclus, had emerged in the proceedings of the Congress of the Jura Federation in the autumn of 1880. Kropotkin inevitably, therefore, looked for action which was not only economic rather than political but also more spontaneous and less organized than that of the Russian terrorist movement, and at this point he turned for inspiration to developments in Spain and Italy. With obvious enthusiasm he described how in Spain there had been a proliferation of spontaneous acts of revolt, from refusals to pay taxes and rents to burnings of plantations and factories. Isolated acts always take place on a larger scale. In Italy, he claimed, isolated acts pass into a state of chronic disease, being repeated continually from one end of Italy to the other. Popular riots with archive burnings occur without interruption throughout the kingdom. He saw in these that there was a spontaneous awakening of the spirit of revolt among the masses which would lead to a general insurrection. This is the awakening of the spirit of revolt above all of economic revolt. Who has provoked it? Nobody could say. Everyone and no one. But the fact exists, this spirit is taking hold of Europe. Here, it impels a village groaning in misery, crushed by taxes, to lay hold of the maison commune and burn the tax rolls or property titles. There, it whispers in the ear of strikers, set fire to the factory, the place of suffering you have so long endured. Here we see a landowner, there a tax collector, a policeman, a magistrate, falling under a peasant's knife or bullet. 136. It is the people which speaks, it is the conscience which is outraged, it is their sufferings that make their cry of sorrow heard. Certainly it is not great events, but a whole series of little acts which are linked to each other, all bearing witness to one thing. It is no longer only in a few heads that the revolutionary idea is germinating, it is taking hold of the minds of the masses. The great day therefore approaches. Kropotkin's general conclusion was that, with the revival of the revolutionary idea, on the one hand there had been a general awakening of sympathy for the anarchist idea, whilst on the other the development of the spirit of revolt among the masses had produced a much more revolutionary situation. He therefore called for anarchists to work ceaselessly with all their strength for the true revolution. 53. Having already given a clear indication of what the anarchist role should be in this more revolutionary situation in his article, La Question Agraire of September 1880, in which he had first elaborated his vision of a mounting tide of economic terrorism in the countryside. Let us spread our ideas, let us disseminate writings by the handful which expound them, let us work to establish bonds which are still lacking between the villages and, come the day of the revolution, let us be able to fight with them and for them. 54. Kropotkin, it seems, expected the anarchists to provide a sort of catalytic force to encourage a proliferation of acts of revolt and to coordinate the isolated deeds into a vast popular movement. It was undoubtedly with this in mind that he had written his famous Appeal to the Young in the spring of 1880. Clearly, he felt that in order to fulfill their catalytic role, the anarchist movement needed activists with the energy and enthusiasm of youth. In that article, he had called on the young oppressed to join in the struggle, declaring that the very force of things impelled them to become socialists if only they had the courage to recognize it. At the same time, inspired partly by the heroism of the Narodniks and more particularly the populism of the Tchaikovskists, he had also insisted that revolutionists needed the help of educated young people, who being outraged at social injustice, were prepared to join the struggle as comrades rather than leaders, putting their knowledge and skills at the service of the oppressed. Finally, all of you who possess knowledge and talents, if you have the courage, come therefore, both men and women, and put them at the service of those who have most need of them. And know that if you come, not as masters but comrades in the struggle, not to rule but to gain inspiration in a new milieu, less to instruct than to understand the aspirations of the masses, to divine and formulate them. 137. And then to work, without respite continually and with all the vigor of youth, to bring them to life. Know that then and only then, will you have a full, meaningful life. 55. Much of what Kropotkin was saying about the need to help with the people's own struggles as well as carrying on a systematic work of propaganda for anarchist ideas of expropriation, was only an elaboration of the views outlined in his report to the Congress of the Jura Federation in 1879. But his increased essaying preoccupation with attentats and isolated acts suggests he now saw the preparatory stage of the revolutionary struggle in terms which were more individualist and destructivist than before. That is not to say that he had now lost interest in collective action, which did not develop spontaneously out of isolated acts. At the end of 1879, he had probably been more positively orientated to organized trade union action than ever before because of developments in the French labor movement. In November 1879 the Congress of Marseilles had declared unequivocally for collectivization, and this had elicited an excited response from Les Revocques. The importance of this resolution has escaped no one. All have understood that it would sound a rallying cry for socialism, not only in France, but throughout Europe. Today, it is no longer a little group which is raising the standard of expropriation, it is the proletariat, and, what has been said by the French proletarians will be heard and understood by those of all countries. 56 In the New Year editorial of 1880 he had declared that the revival of socialism in France had been the most important fact of the preceding year. And it was the increasingly socialist character of the developing French labor movement which perhaps more than anything else reinforced Kropotkin's conviction that there was a real resurgence of the revolutionary movement in Europe. During 1880, however, the anarchists lost ground to the Guestists and his enthusiasm for French trade unionism began to fade. In November, the Congress of Le Havre, for all its commitment to revolutionary action with anarchist communism as the final aim, adopted Guesde's minimum program as a basis on which to fight the 1881 elections. This was a severe blow to the anarchists, and Kropotkin, in the new year of 1881, even as he claimed that the trade union movement in France was becoming more revolutionary, had launched a fierce attack on the minimum program and the involvement in elections as a betrayal of the socialist cause. 57 Certainly he still saw the revival of the workers' movement in the towns as an important development in Europe, and 138 was even hopeful of a revival of the IWA as a formidable revolutionary weapon, but his optimism was now clouded by anxiety that bourgeois leaders were continuing to deflect the labor movement from the struggle of labor against capital, and he tended increasingly to see more immediate possibilities for revolutionary action outside the labor movement. Even so, his interest in and concern for the labor movement continued, for by now he had clearly recognized its potential for mass revolutionary action. Moreover, interested though he now was in terrorism, he did not see it either as a formula for instant revolution or a justification for indiscriminate violence. Other anarchists, however, were tending to do just that. 1880 had been a critical year for European anarchists, for just as they began to feel they were succeeding in securing some popular support for revolutionary socialism in France, Italy, and even Germany, their position was being undermined by parliamentarism. In Germany, tensions had developed in the Social Democratic Party. On the one hand, Most in Freiheit was adopting a more and more anti-parliamentary line, whilst on the other hand Hasselmann, a social democratic deputy in the Reichstag, refused to accept the moderate approach of Liebknecht in response to the anti-socialist laws. Les Revocques declared that there were inconsistencies between the language of Liebknecht in the Reichstag and the social democratic newspapers, which indicated that the party leadership now represented the opinion of only a fraction of the party, and it saw in Hasselmann's speech to the Reichstag evidence of genuine revolutionary commitment which would please the workers. 58 To some extent all this was wishful thinking, but there can be no doubt that during 1880 the party leadership felt seriously threatened. Hasselmann and the more revolutionary element were making strenuous efforts to secure support and may even have established some sort of cell organization in major cities. Meanwhile, Most had secured a fairly substantial readership for Freiheit in spite of the difficulties of publishing and distributing a paper from exile in London, and the launching of a paper Der Sozialdemokrat in September 1879 had done little to counteract the influence of the eloquent and fiery radical. But anarchist hopes that the socialist movement would become more frankly revolutionary and anarchist were short-lived. Hasselmann and Most were expelled from the party at the secret congresses held at Weiden in August 1880, and by the end of the year whatever cell organization the revolutionaries may have managed to establish seems to 139 have been smashed by the police. 59 Freiheit survived and continued to be circulated in Germany, but although now frankly anarchist, From December 1880, when it published an article Der Terrorismus zur Freiheit, it began to advocate a terrorist form of propaganda by deed in terms of increasingly savage and indiscriminate violence. The determination of the German Social Democratic Party to remove any threat to its parliamentary approach had driven revolutionaries towards anarchism, but an anarchism increasingly infused with an uncritical enthusiasm for violence generated by the daring exploits of the Narodniks. 60. In Italy, the anarchists fared rather better than they had done in Germany. The authorities had been morally discredited by the failure of their fairly scurrilous efforts to secure convictions against revolutionaries, whilst a secret meeting of the Italian Federation at Chiasso in December 1880 had declared unequivocally for insurrectionary tactics and anarchist communism. But the organization of the Federation had been fatally weakened by persecution. At the same time, divisions were opening up in the movement between those who adhered firmly to the revolutionary position and those who feared the isolation that might ensue from a rigorous insistence on revolutionary tactics and ideals. As early as the summer of 1879, Costa, in an open letter to his friends in the Romagna, had seemed to declare for a more gradualist approach. In March 1880 he had attended the Socialist Conference at Bologna, which had adopted a gradualist position, and in May, with the cooperation of moderates like Bertrand, Malin and Vollmer, he had launched the Revue Rivista Internazionale del Socialismo, which was eclectic in approach and committed itself to the electoral tactic. 61. In Costa's absence, he was in prison in France at this time. The revolutionary position had been firmly upheld at the Congress of Chiasso, but anxiety about the threat of a more gradualist approach was betrayed in the insistence that the Congress rejected all minimum and practical programs. 62. And the gradual abandonment of an anarchist revolutionary position by people like Costa and his companion Colicchio in the face of severe repression now inspired some Italian revolutionaries like those in Germany to emulate the Narodniks by advocating fairly indiscriminate acts of violence against the ruling capitalist class. In December 1880, Caffiero's much-quoted article denouncing parliamentary tactics and advocating acts of violence against the capitalist class appeared in Le Revoque. Our action has to be permanent revolt by the spoken and written word, the sword. 140. Dynamite, or even sometimes the voting paper, where it means voting for the ineligible Blanqui and Trinquit. We are consistent, we use a weapon the moment we have to strike as rebels. Everything is good for us which is not legality. 63. In France, the success of the Gestists began to alienate the anarchists from the labor movement, and inspired by the Russian terrorists they too tended to adopt a more extreme violent position to counteract parliamentarism. Jean Grave, for example, in his speech against involvement in electoral struggles at the Congress du Centre in July 1880 had declared, all the money spent in appointing deputies would be more wisely used to buy dynamite to blow them up. 64. Kropotkin was disturbed by all this. Yet most accounts of anarchism closely associate him with the increasing obsession with violence and the terrorist form of propaganda by deed in the anarchist movement of this time, and Caffiero's article on action is quoted to illustrate the point. In fact, although published in Le Revoque, this article was uncharacteristic of the paper's editorials, and was intended according to Nettolo as a criticism of its restrained approach. 65. Indeed, it is quite clear that a sharp disagreement was developing between Kropotkin and Caffiero over the question of tactics. As a consequence of this, the relationship between the two revolutionaries was very strained, particularly after the assassination of Alexander II. And in May, Kropotkin wrote an anguished letter about the quarrel to Malatesta. He warned that a policy exclusively concerned with violence against those associated with the government would turn the next revolution into a useless massacre, and insisted that what was needed was a corps of resolute men of action to prepare the economic struggle. He spoke to me about the action in Italy, and I tried to make him see that if the Socialist Party threw itself exclusively into the killing of policemen and war against the government, the next revolution would be a new massacre of little use to the people, whereas I have the firm conviction that if a corps of resolute men, provided it has the necessary means, holds firm in the preparation of the economic struggle, the next revolution will be accompanied by acts of social revolution, by the abolition of individual property. because, at the moment, I produce a moderate paper, he thinks I will always do so. It is impossible to persuade him of the contrary, except that when he sees me do it, he will be sorry for what he has said. You yourself understand how much Charles's letters have depressed and saddened me. For 2 days I have been quite sick about it. In the first place, I love Charles and I have always been a man of feeling. You know that I am guided by feeling, and you will understand how much these letters so nasty at bottom have 141 saddened me. Besides, apart from the question of feeling, it is too bad to see for oneself that even between us there is no union, friendship, and trust. I always hope that Charles will go back on his words, and I am sure that it is agitation which has dictated his letters. I do not understand how he is able to believe them. 66. Obviously, Cafiero was showing signs of the mental illness which was to incapacitate him so tragically the following year, so it is important not to exaggerate the significance of this quarrel. Even so, the Italian had been expressing a view of tactics shared by other Italian anarchists, so Kropotkin's reaction must to some extent reflect his response to the more violent elements in the Italian movement. Kropotkin also seems to have been anxious about the extremist element in the French anarchist movement at this time, particularly as expressed in the Révolution sociale, a paper which from its very first issues had been obsessed with violence. In February 1811 he warned Cafiero against writing for such a paper, declaring that it should be left to die. It seems he feared that such violent propaganda would damage the movement by provoking repression. 67. He also apparently had reservations about a policy of terrorism in a situation where the anarchist movement did not have either the financial or the practical skill to carry out a serious terrorist campaign. Thoroughly disgusted by the attempt of the Révolution sociale to elevate the attempt in June to blow up Thiers' statue into a great revolutionary act to inaugurate a policy of propaganda by deed by the French Executive Committee after the style of the Narodnaya Volya who had recently assassinated the Tsar, he declared, to undertake a serious conspiracy, money is necessary and we do not have it. It would therefore be only little practical jokes like the sardine tins at Thiers' statue elevated into a prodigious act by La Révolution sociale 68. But it was not only a question of money. The successful terrorist, in Kropotkin's view, needed to have military skills. Do you know what would still be of the greatest importance for us, he declared to Malatesta. Riflemen. Oh! If only we had them in our sections, Soloviev would not have failed in his aim, the houses and barns of the nobility would have fallen long ago. Nevertheless, for all his anxieties about anarchist obsessions with violence, in the spring of 1881 after the assassination of Alexander II, Kropotkin seriously began to consider the possibility of the anarchist movement embarking upon a program of terrorism. The assassination had sent shockwaves through European society. The ruling classes were unnerved by it. The German emperor tried to 142. Get European states to agree to joint action against political reform. The anarchists were jubilant about the assassination. It reinforced belief in the efficacy of the bomb at a time when they were becoming increasingly anxious about the drift of anti-authoritarian socialists towards parliamentarism. 69. And in May, the French anarchists broke away from the National Workers' Congress in Paris, denouncing parliamentarism and declaring for propaganda by deed. 70. The assassination of Alexander II had a dramatic effect on Kropotkin himself. When the news first came through, he declared enthusiastically that the Narodniks had struck a mortal blow at autocracy by showing that the Tsar could no longer massacre the people with impunity, and he hailed the deed as an immense step towards the next revolution. It is certain that the event at the Catherine Canal has delivered a mortal blow to autocracy. Prestige evaporates before a phial of nitroglycerin, and it is now established that the people can no longer be massacred with impunity. The oppressed are learning how to defend themselves. Whatever comes of it, one thing is certain: what happened on the March 13th is an immense step towards the next revolution in Russia, and those who have done it, will watch out to see that the blood of the martyrs is not to be shed in vain. 71 Outraged at the attempt of the bourgeois press to present Alexander as the martyred liberator of the serfs and the Narodniks as evil murderers, Kropotkin rushed to the defense of the latter as he had done on previous occasions. This time he was particularly incensed by claims in the press that the violence in Russia had been due, not to the activities of a native revolutionary movement, but to conspiracies organized by leaders in foreign countries. To dare to affirm that the thousands of men and women who have sacrificed the joys of liberty, friends and life to the cause, that those who have given up everything, a whole world, to help the Russian people rid themselves of the oppressors that devour them, to dare to affirm that these heroes were only the instruments of someone else, is to insult men whose names humanity will one day pronounce with veneration. He insisted that the Revolutionary Party drew its strength, not from leaders, but from the terrible situation in Russia itself, from the dedicated efforts of those from all classes who were determined to secure a better future for the people, and the sympathy it met in all classes of society. The strength of the Russian Revolutionary Party is not in its leaders. It is in the abominable situation of our society. It is the unbounded devotion of the men. 143. Who are marching towards a better future. It is in the moral and intellectual forces constantly put at the service of the revolution by the cream of the people, workers, peasants, and youth from the schools. It is finally in the sympathy that they find in all classes of society, even among executioners. 72. All this indicated a remarkably strong degree of sympathy and support for the Narodnaya Volya. But he had made no comment about the letter of the Executive Committee to Alexander III demanding a constitution, and all the comments stressed the populist aspect of the Russian movement. Moreover, it is significant that in a pamphlet he wrote at this time to denounce the brutal executions of those implicated in the killing of the Tsar, he stressed the populist preoccupations of Sophie Perovskaya. From the attitude of the crowd, she understood that she had delivered a mortal blow to autocracy, and she read in the sad looks turned towards her a more terrible blow from which Russian autocracy will never recover. Such was Kropotkin's comment on Perovskaya's death, a comment which, for all its enthusiasm for the attentat, was strongly tinged with populist sentiment. And indeed it is clear that Kropotkin wished to pay tribute to Sophie Perovskaya first and foremost as a populist agitator. She preferred to work in the midst of the people. It is in the midst of the peasants and workers she would wish to remain. Whilst organizing the last attentat, she took part in workers' meetings, distributed the journal Ouvrier, established groups, and organized the defense of workers' groups against the spies which surround them. 73 On the other hand, an article did appear in He Revoke at the end of April, which seemed to identify the anarchist movement much more closely with the approach of the Narodnaya Volya than Kropotkin had done in either his letter or pamphlet. 74 Indeed, the writer of this article bent over backwards to give an anarchist interpretation to the actions of the Russian terrorists, even to the point of describing the letter to Alexander III as a clever tactic unrelated to propaganda. They are writing there for the needs of the struggle and not for the needs of propaganda. The members of the Executive Committee were quite clearly fundamentally anarchist, for they had identified with and acted in the name of the people, as Bakunin had said revolutions should. Anarchism for the present meant simply an incessant struggle against authority in all its manifestations, everything else related to the future. Kropotkin clearly did not share these views. In fact, there is strong evidence that the article was one written by Cafiero of which he was critical. In a letter to Malatesta on May 4, i.e. a few days after the 144 appearance of the Danger article, Kropotkin discussed an editorial received from Cafiero. I have received his editorial and at the same time I know the men, I know their attachments. I regret that I have not translated for you the words of Gelibov, who denies any links with the anarchists. We were anarchists he says, before 1874. That is an old story. Who repudiates them, who finds the Swiss too federalist, and who says that Morozov's pamphlet is a blunder and that the Executive Committee is very unhappy that such things have been published abroad, etc., etc. Yes, certainly, the Bakuninist tradition is broken in Russia, because I am sure that Bakunin himself would have said, the bomb is too little to destroy the autocratic colossus. Kill the property owners at the same time, prepare the rising of the peasants. 75. Quite clearly, Kropotkin was fairly skeptical towards Cafiero's explanation of the letter to Alexander III, and rejected any suggestion that the executive committee was in any true sense anarchist. Indeed, he still held firmly to his belief in the necessity of precipitating an economic struggle in the countryside, and showed little sympathy for Cafiero's preoccupation with violent action of any sort against all authority. But even though he was disturbed by the narrowly political nature of Russian terrorism, Kropotkin went on to say that the assassination had stirred the populists into action in the countryside. Undoubtedly, he hoped that there would be a development of the revolutionary struggle in which political terrorism would be backed up by revolutionary action among the peasants. The entire active element is terrorist and wants to kill the Tsar. The entire inactive element is with the popularists and stays with folded arms in the villages. But after March 13 it is understood that it is impossible to go on like this, and the popularists are also very active. What is needed now is to prove that the terrorist party will not make the revolution alone, and that it is necessary to stir up the villages. Kropotkin was impressed by the successful assassination of the Tsar. At the same time, he was dreadfully anxious about the influence of the Social Democrats and how little had been done to counteract this by the resolute action of militants in preparing the economic struggle. I am irritated to see how little of this sort of action there is anywhere. Now as formerly, the Social Democratic leaders unnerve me because of it. Obviously eager to refute Cafiero's taunts that he was too moderate, he began to examine the possibility of some sort of conspiratorial action by the anarchist movement. He argued that immediately after the suppression of avant-garde it had been necessary to concentrate on building up an anarchist party in France, and there had been no 145. Question of organizing a serious conspiracy in that situation. But now, with the group gathered round he suggested that conspiratorial action, if still not possible in Switzerland, could be organized in a country like France or Italy, where some sort of conspiratorial organization already existed. However, he concluded, I have learned one good thing from the heated correspondence with Charles. That is that the moment comes where we must think of a serious conspiracy, and certainly I would have liked nothing better, and we definitely do have to think about it and act as a result. I think that Italy in particular has reached this point. Kropotkin put forward his ideas about conspiratorial action in the first months of 1881 in correspondence relating to the proposed Congress of London. Ideas he outlined in a letter to a Belgian comrade at the end of February 76 were developed in proposals for discussion in a circular letter in June to Malatesta, Cafiero, and Schwitzgebel. He suggested that two levels of organization were necessary, one which would be open and based on the IWA, and one which would be secret. I think we need two organizations, one open, vast, and functioning openly, the other secret, intended for action. The basis for the secret organization, he argued, already existed in the old Intimidioy, the International, the small grouping which had continued to exercise an important influence on the ideological development of the anti-authoritarian International. 77. And he maintained that all that was necessary was to augment this group by recruiting into it all skillful and active conspirators as they appeared. He proposed the setting up of a clandestine journal in London under Malatesta's editorship as a link between all the groups, rather than the creation of any sort of central committee which would only take leading activists away from their work in their own countries. It is clear that if the secret organization must be national, and that the international bond must be as secret as the organization itself. I do not see any other way than to return to the international brothers. The cadre exists, it only needs to be strengthened. There is Henry, Charles, Adhemar, Louis, Rodriguez, Mendoza. If it is doing nothing as an international group, that is because it is too small. It is therefore necessary to strengthen it with new elements. I believe in general that a committee for organization, or for information, which is the same thing, would only be harmful, unless it were composed of men each of whom is the most active on the spot in his own country. A committee sitting in London, Brussels, Paris, Geneva, or anywhere, would only be harmful. It must be composed of those who know how to work on the spot. I would propose therefore quite simply to strengthen the group we have already set up with 146. Half a dozen good active young conspirators and men of action, and to strengthen it continually as new men on the spot emerge. So that this link may find expression in something tangible, I propose a secret paper in London to which each member of the group will be obliged to send his monthly correspondence. To leave the thing working, there would be Henry who would concern himself with it, and then if he left, it would be the first decent man we could count on to come along provided he could do the job, and here too, there must be no committee. Henry would be made responsible for it and he must find the men he needs, and that is all. 78. The clandestine groups would organize economic terrorism and activity more effective, in Kropotkin's view, than the propaganda of congresses. The secret groups would take responsibility for the workers' conspiracy to blow up a factory, cool down tranquilize an employer or foreman, etc., etc., something that would with advantage replace the propaganda at congresses. This could be interpreted as a declaration for propaganda by deed, but in fact it more likely represents Kropotkin's frustration over the ineffectiveness of recent congresses, where resolutions had produced little positive action. Nevertheless, Kropotkin was clearly now ready to promote terrorist action in the anarchist movement to supplement the spontaneous but isolated revolutionary action of individuals and small groups among the masses. The international organization he envisaged was secret, very small, and informal, and it was intended neither to overtake nor replace the development of mass action through the open organization of the IWA. The vast majority of workers who supported or sympathized with the revolutionary movement, Kropotkin argued, could not be involved in a secret organization, but they were ready for militant strike action and could not be left to the mercies of the parliamentarians. An international gréviste could assemble working-class forces in mass action to transform strikes into riots. The secret organization may be the affair of very restricted groups. Do the great masses therefore have to be ignored and left absolutely alone? Do they have to be abandoned entirely to the politicians? I do not see any other field of action for all those who cannot join in secret groups, than the grouping under the flag of the Strikers International. It is only through this that the forces of labor, the masses, can be successfully grouped together. Moreover, I do not see anything inconvenient in this. The strike is no longer war with arms folded. The grouping continually takes on the task of turning it into a riot. 79. Far from being more important than the International Gréviste, the 147. Secret organization would be dependent on it. I firmly believe therefore, with all my heart, in the absolute necessity of reconstructing an organization for resistance. It will provide forces, money, and a place for secret groups. Kropotkin was insisting very firmly on the primacy of the economic struggle of the masses. These proposals obviously reflect an important development in Kropotkin's ideas about tactics, for he had never before put forward detailed proposals about organization for action. Malatesta, however, responded by suggesting that there should be 3 levels of organization in the International. As well as the Inti might, which would consist of those in total agreement over the program and the organization for the struggle against capital, and should not be as secret and closed as Kropotkin had suggested, there should be a revolutionary league, which would be an association of revolutionaries, who, whilst firmly retaining their right to pursue their different programs, would work together in promoting insurrection against governments. 80. Being strongly opposed to any submerging of ideological differences as suggested by the Belgians, he nevertheless felt that recognition of the differences between revolutionaries should not prevent them working together towards the common aim of revolution. He insisted that if they did not establish a revolutionary league, others would create one without them or against them. Kropotkin agreed that if the setting up of a revolutionary league was inevitable, they would have to support it, but he did not like the idea at all, neither, for that matter, did Cafiero. Both pointed out the lack of funds to mount a serious international conspiracy, and argued that an international league was quite unsuitable for such an activity because of the danger of the police intercepting and reading the substantial correspondence involved. It is not in an international league, with endless letters read by the police, that the conspiracy will be mounted. It will be mounted by isolated groups. 81 Kropotkin also thought that it was not possible to sustain both an international league and the IWA, because they would be competing with each other for the support of the workers' societies. He declared that the league would be stillborn. Clearly, he was alarmed by a proposal which, in his view, would detract from the direct struggle against capital. Anxious both to deflect Malatesta from the idea of a revolutionary league, and to reach an understanding with his friends before the Congress, he finally suggested, with little conviction and some misgiving, that an addition should be made to the statutes of the IWA. 148. All this is very sad and discouraging. Could we not deal with this difficulty by adding to the statutes of the International a declaration like this? Every political struggle should be subordinated to the economic struggle. The International nevertheless recognizes that the struggle against the existing institutions that give strength to the capitalist exploiter is now part of the program of the International. I do not know, however, if this correction will be accepted and if it is right to make it. Kropotkin was particularly concerned that the INTI might should adopt some sort of united front at the London Congress, since for a long time he had had misgivings about the way it was being organized. The calling of a Congress with the aim of reorganizing the IWA had been proposed by the Belgians at the Revolutionary Congress at Venders on Christmas Day 1880. In a letter to the correspondent in Brussels in January 1881, he had attached considerable importance to successful implementation of the Belgian proposal because he thought that a reconstituted international would provide the national and international support the French anarchists needed to continue to counteract the influence of the state socialists. 82. A further letter to the Brussels correspondent in February, however, reveals that a dramatic change had taken place in his attitude. He complained bitterly about the organizers publishing information about the Congress in journals without communicating directly with the groups and federations themselves. I absolutely condemn the habit nowadays of arranging everything between editors of papers, who set themselves up as leaders, whilst workers' organizations remain on one side. He was also angry about the failure to produce detailed proposals for discussion at the Congress. It is not enough for some persons to say that they are going to reorganize the International Workingmen's Association in London. By being sure to formulate a single practical proposal, we must know if the International wants to be reorganized and in what way it wants to change its statutes and mode of action, and if there is a place for changing them. Finally, he insisted that most of the discussions needed to establish the sort of organization within the IWA he proposed could not be conducted in an open Congress where there would be spies present. The IWA could be transformed into an internationale gréviste by simply adding something about the primacy of the economic struggle to the statutes, but the small, well-organized secret grouping that needed to be linked to it could only be created by 149. Detailed serious discussion at a secret meeting. The Congress was therefore doomed from the start. Very well. The Congress is a failed Congress, he had declared. It is not frankly revolutionary enough to be a meeting of conspirators who know each other. It is not, either, a Congress intended for the public, which would make a great deal of noise, impressive because of the number of delegates. Faced with a situation where the Social Democrats were expected to try to establish a non-revolutionary workers' international in which workers' groups would only concern themselves with minimalism, they would have to make the best of a bad job and do what they could. Let us go to London, let us cut a pathetic figure in the eyes of Europe, but at least let us agree there to call together a serious Congress with many workers' organizations and agree amongst a few of us to set up a secret entente. 83. In a letter in June to Malatesta, he had again criticized the organizing committee, protesting angrily at its ineffectiveness and declaring that the Revolution Sociale and the Belgians were taking over everything. 84. He disliked the shadowy and evasive nature of the committee's circulars, which were signed by someone using a pseudonym. And he was dismayed at the delegation of the responsibility for producing the Congress bulletin to the Belgians in Brussels without any reference to l'Irrévoque. On the one hand he was offended by the implied criticism of the latter, whilst on the other he had little or no confidence in the Belgians. In the circular letter to Malatesta, Cafiero, and Schwitzgebel he warned that the bulletin was being produced by a Blanquist group intent on promoting an authoritarian structure in the Revolutionary Party. In the same letter, he expressed suspicions that members of the organizing committee belonged to Brust's International Club, which was a group of exiles without party attachments seeking to become leaders of the revolutionary movement by establishing themselves as a central committee in London. 85 He maintained also that both Marx and Serraz were trying to establish a central committee they could eventually control. And he warned that if he and his friends did not do something about it, people like Serraz and Chauvière, the Belgian editor of the Bulletin, under pressure from Marxists on one side and Blanquists on the other, would dominate the Congress. He lamented the fact that because the anarchist party was going through a critical period of reconstruction it could offer no alternative centre to London. 150. And even suggested that it would be better to have no Congress at all than risk the havoc that would be produced in the Revolutionary Party by the authoritarian tendencies of the Congress organizers. It was in a mood of rising suspicion and misgiving, therefore, that Kropotkin, desperately anxious to reach some agreement with his friends about what line to take at the Congress, put forward his proposals about organization and tactics. He insisted that they were only suggestions which could be modified as a result of comments from the others. He does not seem, however, to have been very hopeful of reaching an agreement in this way, for he ended his letter on a distinctly pessimistic note. In this way we will be able at least to understand each other. For my part, I confess that up to the present I am in the dark. I embrace you warmly, dear friends, particularly as it seems to me we are approaching a moment which will be decisive for us. Malatesta, in setting out his proposals, endeavored to reassure Kropotkin that the danger from the authoritarian socialists was not as serious as he believed it to be in spite of the sinister influence of Serraz and the stupidity of the Belgians. He pointed out that, to his personal knowledge, neither Brocker nor the other members of the organizing committee were authoritarian socialists, whilst the Marxists had abandoned Brust's International Club because of its suspected support for the Congress and, in fact, would be delighted to see it fall. The Blanquist, Chauvière, had taken responsibility for the bulletin simply because he had a printing press, but he would not write it all, listing the pieces already to be included. Malatesta argued that there would be very little space for Blanquist mythologies in the first issue. He insisted that the anarchists would dominate the proceedings and the authoritarian tendency would be resisted. Unfortunately, the contents of the first issue of the Bulletin, June 15, 1881, did nothing to allay Kropotkin's agitation. As well as Malatesta's article, it contained a piece by Chauvière urging a spirit of compromise at the forthcoming Congress. To organize ourselves means to give up, during the period of struggle, a part of our aspirations, a little of our relative independence, which otherwise, would divide us and leave us at the mercy of our oppressors. Let us veil for an instant the status of liberty so as not to be slaves tomorrow, let us suffer a little for the future, our cause is well worth that. 86 This provoked a particularly scathing reply from Kropotkin in He Revoke. We can assure the editors of the Bulletin that it is certainly not in order to veil the statue of liberty or to give up a part of their aspirations or finally to give themselves. 151. Over to committees inspired by authoritarianism, that the revolutionaries will be going to London. They know only too well the value of authoritarian organizations, and they know that everything which has been done recently to reconstitute the Revolutionary Party has been done thanks to spontaneous initiative and the free action of groups. They will not go to destroy all that in London. Kropotkin remained profoundly apprehensive. And, as we have seen, in his anxiety to reach an understanding with his friends before the Congress, he made a half-hearted attempt to accommodate Malatesta's proposals. The group remained divided. Schwitzgebel favored Malatesta's ideas. Cafiero, to Kropotkin's consternation, finally refused to have anything to do with any of it. Pindy declared pessimistically that he would wait to be roused from his torpor by a popular movement which he hoped would not come too late. 87 Malatesta and Kropotkin, although united in their opposition to the authoritarian elements, finally ended up adopting clearly opposed positions on the question of tactics and organization at the Congress of London. The Congress of London 1881 and the Spirit of Revolt. The object of convoking the Congress of London had been to revive the International, which had languished in the repressive atmosphere following the fall of the Commune and the quarrels that had developed amongst the internationalists themselves. The proposal for the Congress came from the Bureau Fédéral de Union Révolutionnaire Belge. Unfortunately, the very fact that the initiative came from Belgium may have generated some misgivings because of the abortive efforts of the Parti Socialiste Belge, PSB, to unite the socialist movement there. Certainly from the beginning, as Kropotkin's correspondence with his friends suggests, there was an atmosphere of suspicion and tension in anarchist circles about the proposed Congress. Indeed, at the outset the Spanish Federation, even though agreeing to participate, had complained about the proposal to revive the IWA, arguing indignantly that it still existed in Spain and elsewhere. In fact, Kropotkin's assertion that the Congress might be disastrous for the movement proved distressingly near the truth. Although the Marxist and Blanquist authoritarian influences which Kropotkin had feared most do not seem to have materialized, there can be little doubt that the sinister influence of Serraz did a great deal of damage by fostering a near hysterical obsession with violence. At the same time, the delegates, who in their anxiety to avoid any taint of authoritarianism seemed unable to decide whether they really wanted an organization or not, set up a corresponding bureau which had no clear role except to help the groups keep in touch with one another. A not altogether surprising development, in view of the fact that Kropotkin and Malatesta themselves had added to the tension of the debates by adopting totally conflicting positions about what sort of decentralist organization the IWA should now be. Malatesta held firmly to his idea of the IWA as a clandestine rebel 152. The Congress of London 1881 153 organization to fight the state, which he had outlined in his correspondence with Kropotkin in June. He declared that the aim of the internationalists should be to create a powerful instrument to attack society violently and defend revolutionary interests, and he expressed his belief that the IWA, containing within it secretly organized and federated groups for action, suits our aim perfectly. He insisted that more importance should be given to the struggle against governments by the IWA than previously because the main enemy was the state, which maintained and protected the system of economic oppression. The revolutionary program of this association, however, must be emphasized and more importance given to what is called the political side, that is to say, the struggle against governments. The International as an organization has in general concerned itself exclusively with the economic struggle. I am far from refusing to recognize economic oppression as the main cause of all oppression, but we must not forget that the state is the protector of property and that we shall get at the property owner only by passing over the body of the policeman. Malatesta obviously believed that the power of the state embodied in the government was the principal obstacle to the socialization of wealth, so that the first priority was to transform the IWA into a conspiratorial organization to fight governments with the idea of setting off a popular insurrection to overthrow them. Kropotkin's hostility to the position adopted by Malatesta seems to have hardened since the spring when he had made his half-hearted suggestion of compromise. And he responded with a flat rejection of his friend's proposals, declaring that a narrow political struggle against the state implied the creation of a hierarchical party of conspirators to take power and declare a revolution. If we think, for example, that it is enough to overthrow the government, to put ourselves in its place and decree the revolution, we could set ourselves up as an army of conspirators, with all the characteristics of the old secret societies with their leaders and deputy leaders. He maintained that a future revolution would be sabotaged by the bourgeoisie unless the masses themselves struck at the system of private property. We believe that, if the next revolution is not to be conjured away by the bourgeoisie, a decisive blow will have to be administered to private property. From the beginning, the workers will have to proceed to take over all social wealth so as to put it into common ownership. This revolution can only be carried out by the workers themselves, it can only be made when the workers of the towns and the peasants, in revolt against any government, in each locality, in each town, in each 154 village, take over themselves the wealth belonging to the exploiters, without waiting for this benefit to be granted by some government or other. In order to do this, the masses had to build up their own organization. The great mass of workers will not only have to constitute itself outside the bourgeoisie, but it will have to take action of its own during the period which will precede the revolution, and this sort of action can only be carried out when a strong workers' organization exists. Revolutionaries must try to organize the masses by helping to translate popular hatreds and aspirations into action. It is the mass of workers we have to seek to organize. We, the little revolutionary groups, have to submerge ourselves in the organization of the people, be inspired by their hatreds, their aspirations, and help them to translate those aspirations and hatreds into actions. When the mass of workers is organized and we are with it to strengthen its revolutionary idea, to make the spirit of revolt against capital germinate there, and the opportunities for that will not be wanting, then we shall be entitled to hope that the next revolution will not be conjured away as the revolutions of the past have been. Then it will be the social revolution. Essentially, the general concept of organization and tactics here is much the same as in Kropotkin's circular letter 3, but on this occasion he had publicly taken issue with Malatesta on the question, and he had done it much more aggressively, insisting that the Italian approach would lead to a betrayal of the interests of the workers. Basically, Kropotkin rejected the view that a conspiratorial struggle against governments could result in the destruction of the power of the state. He believed that this could only be brought about by a genuinely popular struggle to destroy the economic system which gave the state its power and raison d'etre. The differences in approach between Kropotkin and Malatesta, which had persisted in spite of, and perhaps partly as a result of, the pre-Congress discussions, undoubtedly contributed to the fraught atmosphere of the Congress. For but important though it was, this disagreement was overshadowed by Kropotkin's struggle to counteract the delegates' preoccupation with indiscriminate violence which was fostered by Sarraz. Indeed, the main significance of any tension between the two friends at this point was that it tended to separate Kropotkin from an important ally in a struggle in which he may well have come close to finding himself isolated. 5. The trouble began when a committee of the Congress delegated to draw up a pact of federation for the new phase in the life of the International, advised the adoption of the preamble and statutes of the IWA. The Congress of London 1881-155. Of 1866 and 1873 with an additional declaration. Sarraz asked for the suppression of the word morality from the statutes. 6. As might have been expected, this provoked a passionate response from Kropotkin, who apparently took a prominent part in the heated debate which followed. Writing about this many years later, Brocker described what happened. Kropotkin was constantly on the go. From 9 in the morning till midnight, with an hour's interruption, at midday for dinner, in an overheated atmosphere, filled with tobacco smoke, Kropotkin energetically defended his ideal. He had the majority of the Congress against him: Malatesta, Louise Michel, Émile Gautier, Victorine Rouchy, Chauvière, Miss Lecomte of Boston, Tchaikovsky, Gans of Mexico, etc. No one wanted to accept the definition of revolutionary morality, a definition which meant so much to Kropotkin, that it made him neglect even the organization of the International, which was the original aim of the Congress. Nevertheless, our friend had such persuasive eloquence that after 3 days of debate the Congress unanimously accepted the ideas it had previously rejected. 7. This suggests that Kropotkin had to fight very hard to win the majority over to his point of view. In fact, Brocker's account is probably a simplification of what occurred. The committee certainly gave Kropotkin firm support in insisting that the statutes should not be changed. The committee proposes that there should be no change to the preamble. If we wanted to revise it, it would be necessary to strike out the words of justice and truth, which could give rise to the same misunderstandings as the word morality. This preamble is an historical monument which marked a new phase in the revolutionary development of the proletariat. We now take up again the tradition of the International, in emphasizing its action from the revolutionary point of view. The final decision, however, was a compromise. Whilst the delegates agreed not to change the statutes, they did add a declaration which included a clarification of the meaning of morality. Brockers' account suggests that Kropotkin's view of revolutionary morality triumphed, but the declaration that emerged from the discussions was at best ambiguous. The delegates declare, in agreement, above all with the meaning which the International has always given to the word morality. This word as used in the preamble is not used in the sense that the bourgeoisie gives it, but in the sense that since present society is based on immorality, it will be the abolition of the latter by every means, that will lead us to morality. The time has come to pass from the period of affirmation to the period of action, and to unite verbal and written propaganda, whose inefficacy has been demonstrated, with propaganda by deed and insurrectionary action. 8. 156. Undoubtedly, the idea that the abolition of present-day society by every means would lead to morality, could have ruled out purely political acts of violence, since, according to Kropotkin's argument, such action would not effectively destroy the prevailing social and economic system. On the other hand, it is equally clear that those who did not agree with Kropotkin would have felt free to adopt any tactic whatsoever. Moreover, as has already been shown, Kropotkin had little sympathy for the notion of propaganda by deed, and much as he urged the necessity for action, he certainly did not believe that verbal and written propaganda had proved ineffective. Brockers' account of Kropotkin's behavior and the response of the other delegates at the Congress was not, therefore, altogether accurate, but it probably conveys a clearer impression of Kropotkin's role on this occasion than the dry report in Le Revoque, in which Kropotkin had virtually expurgated the details of his conflict with Sarraz and his supporters. Brockers' comments also suggest that the morality question was closely linked with others in which Kropotkin found himself in conflict with a large majority of delegates. There was the occasion when a session devoted to the revolutionary press was interrupted by a proposal of the Mexican delegate for promoting the study of chemistry and military sciences in the sections. Kropotkin had been dismayed by the sheer irresponsibility of such a suggestion. While conceding that technical knowledge was important to the movement, he declared that it could not be acquired willy-nilly in a few lessons, and insisted on the urgent need for increasing the propaganda of underground newspapers, little circulars, and posters in the face of heavy censorship of the press. Tactics involving chemistry and electricity involved the service of experts, as the Russian socialists had shown, he argued, and if the sections needed experts, they would have to encourage those with the capacity of studying technology seriously, to go and work in the appropriate factories to acquire the necessary knowledge and skills. Kropotkin obviously did not want the resources of the movement to be squandered in encouraging pointless fiascos like the attempt to blow up Thiers' statue, when the channels of written propaganda so urgently needed to be sustained and developed. Undaunted, however, Gans reiterated his proposal, indicating also that there should be a military school if the resources were available. Kropotkin, assisted by the delegate for the Jura Federation, Herzig, urged the need for active propaganda, particularly in the countryside. He then went on to repeat his old argument about the dangers of the Congress of London 1881-157. Pairing a military elite for popular revolution. Insisting that the resolution on chemistry was irrelevant, he concluded by pointing out that dynamite involved only one method of struggle, when there were so many others which were being neglected. For propaganda in the countryside, he recommends the dissemination of tens, hundreds of thousands, if possible, of little leaflets, which explain in a few words the aim of the International and its ideas about the organization of society which should, in our opinion, arise from the next revolution. Let it be said frankly that we want the land taken away from those who do not cultivate it themselves and put into common ownership at the disposal of the communes. Let us say it once and for all, openly and without reticence and rhetorical flourishes, to the peasants, a few words, on a leaflet, and let these leaflets be disseminated to the masses. As for military studies, he attaches only scant importance to them. What gives armies strength is not the officers, but the spirit which takes hold of each soldier at certain moments. And what is needed for the revolution is not officers. It is necessary to be able to raise up and carry along the great mass of the people. Without this upraising of the masses, no revolution could be victorious, even if it had the best officers in the world. The officers that the military academy would provide would be the first to be shot at the time of revolution. He believes that the Congress does not need to take a resolution regarding studies of chemistry. When a party needs to have recourse to dynamite, it uses it, without requiring encouragement to do so by Congresses, and it makes more propaganda with this method of action than can be made by all our votes. Nevertheless, it is only one means of struggle, whilst there are so many others which unfortunately are completely neglected at the moment. 9. Undoubtedly, Kropotkin's interventions must have made quite an impact, because they were followed by a demand from Sarraz for a closure of the debate, on the grounds that the Congress could only recommend a secret press and propaganda by deed. On Kropotkin's suggestion, however, a committee was appointed to summarize the proposals for methods of action which had been put forward. The draft declaration which was finally adopted made some accommodation to Kropotkin's position, but it stressed the importance of propaganda by deed and the study of bomb-making. The Congress expresses the wish that the organizations adhering to the International Workingmen's Association should be willing to take account of the following propositions. It is absolutely necessary to make all possible efforts to propagate by acts the revolutionary idea and the spirit of revolt in that great fraction of the popular mass which still does not take an active part in the movement and has illusions about the morality and efficacy of legal methods. In abandoning the legal ground on which our action has generally been based until now, to take it onto the ground of illegality, which is the only way leading to 158. Revolution, it is necessary to resort to methods which are in conformity with this aim. The persecution against which the public revolutionary press struggles in all countries henceforth imposes on us the necessity of organizing a clandestine press. The great mass of workers in the countryside still remains outside the revolutionary socialist movement. It is absolutely essential for us to direct our efforts this way, remembering that the simplest act, directed against institutions, says more to the masses than thousands of publications and floods of words, and that propaganda by deed is of much greater importance in the countryside than in the towns. Technical and chemical sciences having already rendered services to the revolutionary cause, and being called on to render it still greater ones in the future, the Congress recommends organizations and individuals taking part in the International Workingmen's Association to give great weight to the study and application of these sciences, as methods of defense and attack. Although Kropotkin voted with the other delegates to accept the above declaration, he was obviously far from happy with it. Undoubtedly, the first part shows a clear influence of Kropotkin's ideas, with its insistence on the need for acts of revolt to encourage popular revolt, and the admonition that methods must conform to the aim of popular social revolution. But whilst urging the necessity of promoting the clandestine press, the declaration goes on to insist on the importance of propaganda by deed, which clearly tends to detract from the claim Kropotkin had made during the debate, that there was an urgent need for the dissemination of a mass of leaflets in the countryside. Moreover, the final recommendation relating to the study of chemistry, even though it includes technology and omits the reference to military sciences, is essentially the same one he had so vigorously attacked during the debate and, in fact, later on at his trial at Lyons in 1883, when the prosecutor accused him of preaching assassination at the London Congress, he actually disassociated himself from it. In the Congress, there were many young people who proposed resolutions directed to the study of chemical methods. I spoke twice against these resolutions. What I asked for was the instruction of the people in technology, which, for me, was as necessary for them as military instruction. I said that when a party needs to use dynamite, it has to use it, as for example in Russia, where the people would disappear if they did not utilize the methods put at their disposal by science. 10. There seems to have been a final clash with the Sarraz faction over the question of uncritical support for every revolutionary act. 11. Victorine Rauchi, one of the Paris delegates, proposed that the Congress should require all groups belonging to the IWA to declare their The Congress of London 1881 159 Solidarity for every revolutionary act by no matter what group. In the heated debate which followed, Kropotkin opposed this proposal, obviously recognizing its connection with an earlier statement made by the same delegate in close association with Seurat's, a statement indicating that the principal role of a secret press would be to back up further acts like that of the attempt to blow up Thiers' statue. 12. Kropotkin argued that the Congress could not impose solidarity by vote, it could only issue a general declaration of revolutionary solidarity as previous Congresses had done, and it was up to groups themselves to decide what acts were genuinely revolutionary. Seurat reacted by reiterating Grouchy's insistence that it was everyone's duty to declare solidarity with every revolutionary act. This time, however, Kropotkin's line of argument had more general support, partly because delegates did not like the authoritarian implications of Grouchy's proposal, and partly because they recognized the problems of deciding which acts were revolutionary. The Congress therefore finally agreed on a resolution framed by Malatesta which simply asserted the right of all member groups of the IWA to decide for themselves what secret organizations and acts would be useful for the triumph of the social revolution. But for all the limited success Kropotkin had achieved in constraining the wilder elements at the Congress, the resolutions that emerged suggested that the anarchist movement was nevertheless now committed to a narrow preoccupation with bomb-throwing and propaganda by deed. And he was disturbed by what had happened. Kropotkin firmly believed that written and oral propaganda had an important part to play in preparing for social revolution. At the same time he was well aware that an act of revolt could inspire people to act in a way theoretical propaganda could not. But for him, action did not simply mean throwing bombs all over the place, particularly when the thrower did not have the skill or resources to do it successfully. It meant every variety of active direct opposition to economic oppression action, in fact, that might well involve the dissemination of secretly produced leaflets and posters inciting to revolt in direct and simple terms. Actions do indeed speak louder than words, but the action and the word are indissolubly linked when someone risks arrest by posting up an illegal placard. Kropotkin himself was actually expelled from Switzerland at the end of August for his illegal poster denouncing the execution of the Narodniks in Russia. As we have seen, Kropotkin in fact disliked the notion of propaganda by deed because it implied that action might be undertaken as a publicity stunt rather than as a genuine. 160. Act of revolt against oppression. Proceedings at the London Congress undoubtedly reinforced his anxiety on this point, and indeed he later declared that it was the spectacle of the Seurat faction turning propaganda by deed into a weapon that had led him to define his own ideas in Esprit de Revoque. Moreover, I have always been against this word and this idea of propaganda by deed, and it is against this idea, which I have always found false. You do not kill a man to make propaganda, you kill him because he is a viper and you hate him, that I wrote the articles Esprit de Revoque after the London Congress, he declared in a letter of Herzog of March 9, 1909, adding in a further letter 3 days later, and it was seeing the Seurat gang, at the Congress of London, make a weapon of it. That I wrote Esprit de Revolte. The articles on the spirit of revolt, however, actually appeared before, not after the Congress of London. Kropotkin had felt the need to define his position back in May, so it was a more general anxiety about attitudes in the movement which must have inspired him to write Esprit de Revoque. But he undoubtedly used these articles to provide the basis of his opposition to the obsession with the bomb and propaganda by deed at the Congress, for there were echoes of the Esprit de Revoque in the Congress resolutions. 14. Unfortunately, this only meant that Kropotkin's concept of the act of revolt became confused with that of propaganda by deed, so as a counterblast to Seurat the articles did not succeed. Particularly when, as Kropotkin himself pointed out, he never disassociated himself from propaganda by deed, because genuine acts of revolt from which he did not wish to disassociate himself were often quite wrongly described as examples. No, I have never liked this word. I never protested when it was attributed to me, because this would have been interpreted as a disavowal of acts accomplished, and to which had been given, wrongly, the name of propaganda, when it was much more profound, infinitely more profound, It came from the most intimate feeling of revolt by the individual, of hatred directed against a whole regime. 15. The U.S. Esprit de Revoque consisted of 4 articles which appeared in Le Revoque between May and July 1881. It provided a clear and precise exposition of Kropotkin's view of revolutionary tactics, a view which now involved a strong commitment to both collective and individual forms of action linked to a program of open and clandestine propaganda and orientated primarily towards popular expropriation. And it was a view undoubtedly quite distinct from that of those who now thought in terms of the bomb and propaganda by deed. Kropotkin introduced the first article with the declaration that in the Congress of London 1881-161 Life of Societies there were periods when the revolution became an imperious necessity. 16. He then went on to describe the developments which would characterize a society on the verge of revolution. New ideas emerged, he claimed, which undermined the old and decaying order yet were frustrated in their development by it. The code of morality on which the organization of society was based was discredited, and those who longed for a triumph of justice recognized the necessity of sweeping away the old order altogether. The misery which resulted from the economic system produced demands for reform which could be neither suppressed nor satisfied by the state machinery of the old order. Yet such was the gulf between thought and action. How was it that all the complaining was transformed into insurrection? How can words, so often spoken in former days, and which got lost in the air like the empty sound of bells, be finally transformed into acts? The answer, he declared, was easy. It is the action, of minorities, continuous action ceaselessly renewed, which brings about this transformation. Courage, devotion, and the spirit of sacrifice, are as contagious as timidity, submission, and panic, and he went on to describe the forms such agitation would take, every different kind, dictated to it by circumstances, means and temperaments. Sometimes lugubrious, sometimes mocking, but always bold, sometimes collective, sometimes purely individual. It does not neglect any means that come to hand, any circumstance of public life, to sustain vigilance, to propagate and define discontent, to excite hatred against the exploiters, ridicule governments, demonstrate their weakness, and above all, and always, to awaken boldness, the spirit of revolt, through preaching by example. In the second article, Kropotkin began by defining the character of the members of revolutionary minorities, men of courage who, not content with words, seek to put them into effect, characters of integrity, for whom the act is at one with the idea, for whom prison, exile, and death are preferable to a life remaining in conflict with their principles, intrepid men who understand that they have to dare to succeed. These are the advanced sentinels who enter the fight, long before the masses are aroused enough to raise up the flag of insurrection openly and march on, weapons in hand, towards the conquest of their rights. He then went on to explain why the action of these heroic forerunners of revolution was so important, but the madmen find sympathy, the masses of the people secretly applaud their boldness, and they find imitators. As the first of them go to people jails and prisons. 162. Others come to continue the work, the acts of illegal protest, revolt, and vengeance multiply. Indifference is henceforth impossible. Those who, at the beginning, did not even ask themselves what it was the madmen wanted, are obliged to concern themselves with it, to discuss their ideas, to take sides for or against. Through deeds which force themselves on general attention, the new idea seeps into minds and conquers followers. Each act makes more propaganda in a few days than thousands of pamphlets, brochures. 17. But it was not just a matter of focusing attention on revolutionary ideas. The most important point about the act of revolt was that it awakened the spirit of revolt and bred daring. The disruption it caused to the governmental machine encouraged the people to recognize the possibility of overthrowing the old order where exasperation only drove people to revolt. Hope is born in their hearts, he declared, adding, let us remember that if exasperation is the impetus for riots, it is always hope, the hope of victory, that makes revolutions. Fierce repression at this stage, the period of ferment, provoked a proliferation of acts of revolt both individual and collective. And the support for the Revolutionary Party grew. The unity of government collapsed as the ruling classes disputed how to deal with the situation. But neither furious reaction nor concessions could now avert revolution. The former would only increase the violence of the struggle whilst the latter would only stir up the revolutionary spirit more. The people now foresee victory, it feels its boldness grow, and those same men who formerly, crushed by misery, were content to sigh in secret, now raise up their heads again and march to the conquest of a better future. Basing his argument on the experience of the past, Kropotkin concluded, the party which has carried out the most revolutionary agitation, has shown the most life and audacity, will be listened to the most when it comes to action, when it comes to marching forward to carry out the revolution. The party which, in spite of an energetic propaganda for a well-thought-out program, had not popularized its message by continually affirming its aspirations in deeds, would have little impact, for when the crowd descended onto the streets they would follow the advice of those they recognized as men of action even though their ideas might be less clear and less broad than those of the theoreticians. It would have little chance of implementing any of its program, but the one which has not had the boldness to affirm itself by revolutionary acts in the preparatory period, which has not had enough driving force to inspire in India. The Congress of London 1881 163 vigils and groups the sentiment of self-denial, the irresistible desire to put its ideas into practice. If this desire had existed it would be translated into acts long before the whole crowd had descended onto the street. The one which has not been able to make its flag popular and its aspirations tangible and comprehensible, that party will only have a slim chance of realizing the smallest part of its program. In the two final articles Kropotkin examined the revolutionary agitation that preceded the French Revolution to illustrate and reinforce the points he had made in the first two articles. He began by tracing back the two major achievements of the French Revolution, the abolition of royal autocracy and the ending of serfdom, to two interrelated currents of revolutionary action in the pre-revolutionary period, the bourgeois agitation against royalty and the peasant agitation against seigneurial rights. 18. He then proceeded to analyze and discuss the two currents of revolutionary agitation. Bourgeois agitation, he declared, had identified royalty and the privileged classes as the enemies of the people, it had excited hatred and contempt of those enemies and encouraged the hope of revolution. It had been characterized by the daring propaganda of clandestine pamphlets and leaflets, songs and posters combined with the provocation of street disturbances. He pointed out how these leaflets and pamphlets, 19, instead of expounding theories, simply concentrated on ridiculing the vices of the king and his court, the aristocracy and the clergy. They did not neglect any circumstance in public life to attack the enemy. Such propaganda could not so easily be conducted by the more elaborate enterprise of a newspaper where a whole party might suffer should the publication be suppressed by the authorities. The clandestine leaflet and pamphlet implicated only the anonymous printer and author who were difficult to find. Nevertheless, it was the poster which, in Kropotkin's view, had been the most effective form of propaganda. It represented a particularly swift and persistent form of response to every event of public interest which became more and more menacing as the revolution approached. But the agitators resorted, above all, to the poster. The poster was discussed more, it made more agitation than a pamphlet or a brochure. Therefore posters printed or written by hand, appeared on every occasion, as soon as any event took place which interested the mass of the public. Torn down today they would reappear tomorrow, enraging the rulers and their police sparrows. If the innumerable posters which were pinned up during the 10 or 15 years that preceded the revolution, could only be brought together, the immense role this type of agitation played in preparing the uprising could be understood. Jolly and mocking at the beginning, more and more menacing at the approach of the 164. Denouement, it was always lively, always ready to respond to each event of current politics and the frame of mind of the masses. It excited anger and contempt, it named the true enemies of the people, it awakened amid the peasants, workers, and bourgeoisie, hatred of their enemies, it announced the approach of the day of liberation and vengeance. he was also struck by the particular effectiveness of the destruction of effigies by the mob. That doll was a piece of propaganda itself. And a much more effective propaganda to make the people listen than the abstract which only speaks to a small number of the converted. This led Kropotkin to discuss the way revolutionaries had encouraged street gatherings at first for laughter, then for action, as the people became more and more stirred up by the revolutionary situation and revolutionary propaganda. And he described how street gatherings had gradually developed into acts of revolt, then into riots which in their turn were transformed into revolution. The essential for preparing the riots that preceded the Great Revolution, was that the people got used to descending into the street, to expressing their opinions publicly, that they got used to facing the police, troops, and cavalry. That is why the revolutionaries of the time did not neglect any means they could use to attract the crowd into the streets, to provoke at first gatherings of people who came to mock, but then of men ready to act, above all if the ferment had been prepared in advance by the situation and deeds of men of action. Given all that, on the one hand, the revolutionary situation, general discontent, and on the other, posters, pamphlets, songs, executions of effigies, all that emboldened the population, and soon, the gatherings became more and more menacing. The acts of revolt were infinitely varied, waiting for the day when a spark would be enough to transform this gathering into a riot and the riot into a revolution. 20. Bourgeois agitation, however, had been directed against the men and institutions of government, not against economic institutions. And had it not been for the agitation among the peasantry against feudal dues, there would have been no really popular and successful struggle against the old order, for without the spontaneous revolutionary action sustained over a period of 4 years by the French peasantry, there would have been only a minor limitation of royal power, leaving the feudal regime itself untouched. Peasant agitation which had been carried on in the midst of the people by those who belonged to the people had been particularly effective. It had taken the form of crude posters, easily understood by an almost illiterate population, attacking their immediate oppressors, posters which were circulated amongst the Congress of London 1881-165 villages and resulted in the springing up of secret groups to carry out acts of terror against them. The pamphlet and the flysheet did not percolate into the villages, the peasant at this time could barely read. Very well, it was by the image, printed, often daubed by hand, simple and understandable, that propaganda was made. Some words traced at the side of crudely executed pictures, spread into the villages. There you could find a handmade poster, put up on a tree, which incited to revolt, promising the approach of better times, and recounting the riots which had broken out in provinces at the other end of France. Under the name of these Jacques, secret groups established themselves in the villages, perhaps to set the barn of the seigneur on fire, perhaps to destroy his harvests or his game, maybe even to execute him, and how many times did they not find in the castle a body pierced with a knife which bore this inscription, "By the hand of Jacques 11. Kropotkin concluded that the revolution of 1788-93, as an example of the large-scale disorganization of the state by popular, i.e. primarily economic, revolution, offered valuable lessons to revolutionists. It had shown how, in a revolutionary situation, revolutionaries had needed to develop the spirit of revolt before an insurrection could take place. It had revealed the effectiveness of peasant agitation in inspiring the people to carry through a popular revolution to destroy the old order. Bourgeois agitation which had been directed narrowly against the government had ended up with the bourgeoisie cooperating with royalty in efforts to curb popular revolt by a minor diminution of royal power. But the agitation among the peasants had prepared the essentially popular action against the economic oppressors which had kept the revolution going, until absolutism had been finally overthrown. And the next revolution would have to develop along these lines if it was going to be a true popular revolution which would completely transform the property system. Whilst the revolutionaries of the bourgeoisie directed their attacks against the government, the popular revolutionaries' history has not even preserved their names for us. The men of the people prepared their uprising, their revolution, by acts of revolt directed against the seigneurs, the tax collectors and the exploiters of every sort. In 1788, when the approach of the revolution was announced by serious riots among the mass of the people, the monarchy and bourgeoisie sought to curb it by a few concessions. A political riot can be appeased in this way, but with so little a popular revolt cannot be overcome. And the wave was mounting all the time. But in attacking property it disorganized the state at the same time. It made all government absolutely impossible, and the revolt of the people directed against the 166. Nobility and the wealthy in general, ended, as we know, 4 years later by sweeping away monarchy and absolutism. This of course is the course of all great revolutions, if it is, as we are convinced it must be, not a simple change of government, but a true popular revolution, a cataclysm which will transform the regime of property from top to bottom. Kropotkin himself obviously attached considerable significance to Esprit de Revoque, for he published it as a pamphlet in Geneva in October 1881. And undoubtedly it was a serious and important attempt to analyze the revolutionary process and to identify the role that anarchists needed to play to influence that process. There is little indication of this of course in the parts of the articles which surfaced in the London Congress Declaration. Indeed, the latter, as has already been suggested, almost certainly gave a distorted impression of Kropotkin's view at this stage. The point is well illustrated by the paragraph of the Congress Declaration dealing with the question of agitation in the countryside, where it is asserted that a simple act directed against existing institutions could convey more to the masses than floods of oral and printed propaganda, and that propaganda by deed was even more important in the countryside than in the towns. 22. This is very close to Kropotkin's assertion that an act of revolt could achieve more for propaganda in a few days than thousands of brochures, but unlike the Congress Declaration, Kropotkin's statement in Esprit de Revoque was not linked to an insistence on the primary importance of propaganda by deed, and it was not intended as a criticism of all written propaganda. Kropotkin, in fact, had urged the need for an increase in printed propaganda, but propaganda expressed in simple direct terms which were meaningful to people with little or no education. And, preoccupied though he was with the importance of action, he did not share the Congress's derisive view of oral and written propaganda. He had simply pointed out that the masses did not pay much attention to ideas that were not also expressed practically through action. The principal theme of Esprit de Revoque was undoubtedly the vital importance of a strong and close relationship between theory and action, a theme barely touched on in the London Congress Declaration except perhaps for the somewhat vague reference to anarchist morality. It was a theme which had appeared in the earlier document Uldi anarchiste au point de vue de la réalisation pratique. 3. But this time it had been explored in much greater depth and with particular reference to the experience of the French Revolution. With graphic. The Congress of London 1881-167 eloquence, Kropotkin had argued that there was an abyss separating thought from action in human society, which had to be bridged when a revolutionary situation was finally transformed into revolution, and that this could only be done when the popular will to revolt had been fired by heroic minorities whose commitment had inspired them to act ahead of everyone else in the face of daunting odds. And he had pointed out that it was these minorities who, once having stamped their character on the preparatory agitation, were able to influence the course of the revolution itself. In the current situation, according to Kropotkin, this meant that unless anarchists similarly involved themselves in heroic preparatory action and were able to help inspire a proliferation of acts of revolt during the period of ferment that followed, they would not be able to influence the course of the next revolution. He had been at pains to point out the breadth and variety of the collective and individual action of revolutionary minorities, thereby underlining his anxiety about the need for a much broader and systematic policy of action against oppression than that implied in a narrow preoccupation with dynamite. At the same time he had been particularly insistent that all such action should nevertheless be directly related to the revolutionary theory of those who carried it out. For Kropotkin, the idea had to be at one with the deed. 24. He had therefore maintained that if anarchists were committed to the transformation of society by popular expropriation they had to adopt methods appropriate to this aim, they had to take and encourage direct action against economic oppression. Purely political action, i.e. attacks on government, would not produce a sustained popular attack on the economic system but only a limited demand for a change of government as the bourgeois agitation had done in the French Revolution, and this would mean the loss of revolutionary momentum before any real transformation of society had been achieved. Kropotkin had, in effect, used the experience of the French Revolution to underline his general point about the close relationship between theory and action, and to show that revolutionary action, which was primarily political, could not secure any fundamental change in society such as was envisaged by anarchists. More specifically, he had clearly invoked the experience of the French Revolution to demonstrate that economic terrorism was more effective than political terrorism. In doing this, he had distanced himself from the approach of the Italians, like Malatesta, who were anxious to attack the state and all those connected with it, as well as from the indiscriminate destructivism of Seurat's and La Révolution Sociale. Yet whilst he 168 doubted the revolutionary morality of Seurat's, he had no such doubts about that of Malatesta or even Cafiero, and this prevented him from openly attacking them for their preoccupation with political terrorism, just as it had done in the case of the Narodniks. 25 For Kropotkin, the genuineness of the moral idealism which inspired the revolutionary deed was all important, and in fact the whole of l'esprit de revoque, like auxiliary jeunes gens, the appeal to the young, is infused with that passionate moral idealism he had inherited from the Tchaikovskists. So for all his insistence that anarchist theory had to be expressed in special sorts of action, it was, and would remain difficult for him to wean the anarchist movement from political or even indiscriminate terrorism. Esprit de Revoque proved to be one of the most popular of his pamphlets, second only to Auxiliary jeunes gens in French-speaking circles. It went into a second edition as early as September 1882 and was published in the form of a series of articles in 2 anarchist newspapers in the Lyon area in the summer of that year. 26 How far this meant that readers were influenced by Kropotkin's approach is uncertain. As has already been pointed out, the phrasing of the London Congress Declaration had tended to obscure the true nature of Kropotkin's position. And this was certainly an important factor as regards the anarchist groups in Paris where Seurat's and La Révolution Sociale had been so active. 27 On the other hand, Kropotkin's influence on the developing movement in the Lyon area had already been established prior to the London Congress, so that the appearance of Esprit de Revoque in anarchist newspapers there may well indicate a strong sympathy for the particular approach it represented. 28 The problem for Kropotkin, however, was not just a question of persuading his comrades to undertake a broader program of action more appropriate to their aims and ideals, it was also, and perhaps more urgently, a question of encouraging them actually to embark upon a program of action to counteract the parliamentary tactics of the Social Democrats and their sympathizers who, like Costa, Bruce, and even by now Schwitzgebel, had lost confidence in the anarchist approach. 29 He was, of course, as always, very much concerned at the situation in Geneva and the Jura Federation. Some effort had been made to propagandize the peasants, but his discussion with Malatesta suggests that in spite of the success of Le Revoque he felt very few, even in the Genevan groups, were prepared to initiate some sort of clandestine activity, and that in general there was little effort to exploit opportunities for the Congress of London 1881-169 developing working-class militancy in the unions. At the same time he was particularly distressed by Schwitzgebel's abandonment of an active role in the movement after suggesting some sort of compromise with parliamentary methods at the Congress of the Jura Federation in 1880. It is not therefore surprising that he followed l'esprit de revoque with articles to both stiffen the resolve of anarchists against parliamentarism and boost their confidence that they could play an important role in the revolutionary process as a minority group. The first of these articles to socialists appeared in September 30. It was a biting denunciation of the way socialists had allowed their ideas to be watered down and undermined by involvement in the electoral process and parliamentarism. He warned how the enemies of socialism were conspiring to destroy the movement by recuperating the socialist ideal of social justice. Formerly they would give you the cold shoulder. Today they seek to make you believe they share your ideas, so as to slit your throat more easily the moment they have the chance. Socialists had been duped into opting for ameliorations instead of revolutionary change, and he accused them of undermining their cause by opening up the party to bourgeois adventurers who did not care about principles, and to bourgeois mischief makers out to corrupt them. Kropotkin denounced parliamentary socialists as a new brand of socialists who were not really socialists at all. Now a new species of so-called socialists has been formed which retains only the name of the old party. Let us prepare, they say, the ground, not to expropriate the land but to take over the governmental machine, as the means by which we shall ameliorate the lot of the workers later, little by little. Let us prepare the next revolution, not the conquest of factories, but the conquest of municipalities. As if the bourgeoisie, remaining in control of capital, could let them make experiments of socialism even when they succeeded in taking power. As if the conquest of the municipalities was possible without the conquest of factories. Two Socialists was followed by an article in the next issue to infuse anarchists with a firm confidence in their position. L'Ordre was a defiant and eloquent defense of the movement's commitment to the terms anarchy and anarchist, in which Kropotkin boldly affirmed that whilst anarchy did imply the negation of order, it was a negation of order in the sense that the present order was evil and had to be overthrown by a popular revolution. 31 Kropotkin followed this up in November with an article to reassure anarchists about their vital role in the revolutionary process in the face of criticism from friends as well as 170 enemies, who argued that anarchist communists in fighting for their ideal had undertaken a task totally beyond the resources of a minority movement such as theirs, which was lost in the midst of a mass of people who were indifferent and opposed by a terrible and powerful enemy. 32 He conceded that anarchist groups were only a minority and might well be only a minority as an organization until the day of the revolution. The important point, however, was that anarchist communism actually reflected the direction of the contemporary evolution of the human spirit, particularly among the Latin races. This explained the people's sympathetic response to anarchist communism, both in the towns and villages, once it has been clearly explained to them in simple language supported by practical illustrations. The ideas of anarchy and communism sprang directly from the very heart of the people itself. If anarchy and communism had been the product of philosophic speculations, practiced in the warmth of their offices, by scholars, certainly these two principles would find no echo. But these two ideas were born in the very heart of the people. They are the statement of what the worker and peasant think and say, when, departing one day or another from the daily routine, they begin to dream of a better future. They are the statement of the slow evolution which is produced in people's minds in the course of this century. They are the popular conception of the transformation which has to happen soon to bring justice, solidarity, and fraternity into our towns and countryside. Born of the people, they are acclaimed by the people each time they are expounded in a comprehensible manner. This, rather than its size, was the true force of the anarchist communist movement. History had shown that those who had been a minority on the eve of the revolution became the predominant force of the revolution if they represented a true expression of popular aspirations, provided the revolution lasted long enough to allow anarchist ideas to develop among the masses and to bear fruit. And, expanding on his previous arguments about the rapid dissemination of ideas during the revolution itself, he described how the anarchist idea propagandized by contemporary anarchist groups would similarly spread and develop among the masses during the period of ferment. Very well, it is, above all, during the period of excitement, when the mind works at an increased speed, when everyone, in the sumptuous town as in the darkest hut, is interested in public affairs, discusses, speaks and seeks to convert the others, that the anarchist idea, sown from today by existing groups, will germinate, bear fruit and become clearer in the minds of the masses. It is then that the indifferent of today will become the convinced supporters of the new idea. The Congress of London 1881-171. The prolongation of the revolutionary process to enable all this to happen would be secured by the widespread action of minority groups to trigger off revolts in 1,000 places at once with the tacit and then open support of the masses. The same will be true of the revolution whose approach we foresee. The idea of anarchist communism, represented today by small minorities, but becoming more and more clear in the popular mind, will make its way amongst the great mass. Groups spread everywhere, small though they may be, yet strong in the support that they will find amongst the people, will raise up the red flag of insurrection. The latter breaking out, at the same time at 1,000 spots throughout the land, will prevent the establishment of any sort of government which could hinder developments, and the revolution will rage until it has accomplished its mission, the abolition of individual property and the state. That day, what is now a minority will be the people, the great mass, and this mass risen up against property and the state will march to anarchist communism. This article was basically a reiteration of the points Kropotkin had made about revolutionary minorities in Esprit de Revoque and Auxiliary Junes gens. But this time he had expanded his arguments, relating them very particularly to the anarchists and contemporary agitation, almost certainly in response to the criticism of other socialists like Bruce. On November 19, Bruce's famous article Encore l'Union Socialiste had appeared in Le Prolétaire, in which he had rejected what seemed to him the isolating all-or-nothing approach of revolutionary socialists and had called for the policy of possibilities to unite all socialists in effective action. The flag of a single school can only unite a few of the resolute, and this is not enough if we want to prepare something other than one of those bloody slaughters which have weakened us for 10 years. To be sure, I am one of those who wants to be communist, anti-governmental and revolutionary, but above all I am one of those who wants to be so in earnest. I prefer to give up the all at the same time practiced up till now, which has generally led to the nothing at all, to split up the ideal aim into several stages, to make some of our demands in some sense more immediate ones so as to make them possible at last, instead of tiring myself running on the spot, or as in the story of Bluebeard, remaining stranded on the towers of utopia and never seeing anything happen which is concrete and tangible. 33. The connection between this and Kropotkin's refutation of the argument about the ineffectiveness of revolutionary minorities is clear enough. And there can be little doubt that in this exchange the anarchists did quite well, for by now Kropotkin was more than a match for Bruce as a propagandist. 172. Kropotkin's anxieties about the lack of a policy of systematic revolutionary action in the Jura Federation, however, continued. Indeed, they may well have been intensified during the year that followed. In November, a few months after his expulsion from Switzerland, Kropotkin and his wife settled in England. He found the situation there very depressing. The year that I then passed in London was a year of real exile. For one who held advanced socialist opinions, there was no atmosphere to breathe in. There was no sign of that animated socialist movement which I found so largely developed on my return in 1886. 34. His comrade of the Tchaikovskist days was then in London, and together they began socialist propaganda among the workers with the help of a few English workers Kropotkin had got to know during the Congress, or who had been attracted to socialism by the prosecutions of most. But the response was discouraging. We had ridiculously small audiences, seldom consisting of more than a dozen men. Occasionally some grey-bearded Chartist would rise from the audience and tell us that all we were saying had been said 40 years before, and was greeted then with enthusiasm by the crowds of workers, but that now all was dead, and there was no hope of reviving it. 35. In his somewhat isolated and depressing situation in London, Kropotkin became more and more exasperated and disheartened by the lack of any real vitality or dynamism in the Jura Federation. And in June 1882 he sent a long letter to the annual Congress at Lausanne which, whilst praising the Federation for the role it had played in the development of anarchist communism, criticized it severely for its inaction. 36. He seems to have felt that the Jurassians had been demoralized by the parliamentary socialists into feeling that they were ineffective because their movement was small, and that they would only secure an increased membership if they modified their principles as other socialists were doing. Kropotkin therefore pointed out that such compromises would not secure a single extra adherent to the movement. The real problem was the lack of action, and, indeed, he expressed his surprise that anarchy had as many supporters as it did when the Federation did so little. Such support, in fact, was the strongest proof possible that anarchy represented the real popular tendency which would manifest itself as the true force of the next revolution, for people were being drawn to anarchism when almost the Congress of London 1881-173 nothing was being done to attract them. 37 Insisting on the need for such frank self-criticism within the Federation, he went on to compare the inaction of the majority of section members with the intense activity of the section leaders in the partis ouvriers. Each of them writes 15 to 20 letters a day, contributes to 2 or 3 papers, publishes works, travels a lot, sees crowds of people. Take this activity and compare it to ours. Being always sure of 1 or 2 friends who really do the work and on whom we rely to do every task, what do the other members of the sections do? Almost nothing. Let us not bandy compliments. Let us leave that to the bourgeois and be able to tell each other the truth about ourselves face to face. The best, the only way of doing better, is to start to tell ourselves the truth through self-criticism. We do very little, we almost set up inaction as a principle of our life. Abstention did not mean inaction. If anarchists refused to waste energy on the electoral comedy, it had to be so that they could better apply their efforts to a more useful form of agitation, which no one else would do if they did not do it. Anarchists were condemned to inaction, not as the Social Democrats claimed by their principles, but by their own indolence. 38 In conclusion, he referred to recent discussions with Malatesta about the importance of holding firm to anarchist principles at this time. The Jura Federation should not change anything in its program. On the contrary, it must maintain it in its absolute purity, without changing a letter. The general interest of the Socialist Party ordains it. Recently we discussed the question at length again with our friend Malatesta with regard to Italy, and we reached agreement on maintaining more than ever that it is necessary to stand fast. We have got through the worst period of calm. We are marching towards the debacle, and you do not change your flag on the eve of battle. 39. It was essential for the Federation to embark instead on a program of immediate practical agitation. But what we have to abandon is our lassitude. History forces us, orders us, on pain of being crushed and making a revolution for the King of Prussia, to deploy at once all our forces and to introduce into our immediate program of action, which has only been a program of theoretical propaganda agitation on the economic ground. He was convinced that the young people of the Wellen were capable of undertaking such agitation which would enable the Swiss internationalists to take their place in the avant-garde of the Socialist Party. What precisely Kropotkin suggested about economic agitation at this point has apparently been omitted from the published text. 40 All we have is the 174. Following general statement, what we need is spontaneous action, originating from workers' protest, arising from the situation itself, and in which we, the organized element, must be only the expression of feelings which animate the working masses, from whom, let us note in passing, we have isolated ourselves too much in our daily contacts. It is difficult to know exactly what effect Kropotkin's letter had on the Congress. It was read out towards the end of the proceedings after a rather desultory discussion of the methods of agitation, during which no one, except perhaps Werner, expressed any very convincing ideas about what to do apart from producing special brochures for the peasants. Undoubtedly, therefore, the letter must have caused a stir, and indeed the resolution at the end of the session went some way towards responding to the urgency of Kropotkin's call for action. The Congress, recognizing the urgency of all means of action, the spoken and the written word, deeds, commends to the zeal of all companions an unceasing propaganda, above all amongst our brothers, the peasants. 41 But this was a rather general statement with no reference to Kropotkin's proposal about economic agitation. It looks as if very little serious consideration was actually given to it, for, ostensibly, because of the lateness of the hour, the session closed with no further debate after the reading of Kropotkin's letter. This meant that neither Kropotkin nor Werner's proposals were actually discussed. Werner had indicated at the outset that other delegates were hostile to his idea of action in the Commune because they feared quite wrongly that agitation during elections meant becoming compromised with parliamentarism. 42 Yet at the same time, for all their suspicion of Werner's proposals, they were possibly too fearful and even demoralized to commit themselves specifically to the sort of violent direct action envisaged in Kropotkin's letter. So they avoided any further discussion and voted for a resolution which seemed very revolutionary without making any very specific commitment to any particular proposal. This is all the more likely in view of the fact that Kropotkin had clearly been so anxious about the timidity of the practical approach of the juristicians that he had actually felt constrained to warn them firmly against any compromise of their principles. But if the situation in the Swiss Jura was depressing, the development of an anarchist federation in the Lyon area now encouraged Kropotkin's hopes for the movement in France. On his way to England in the autumn of 1881, he had addressed meetings in Lyon, St. Etienne, and Vienne, and had been very encouraged by the workers' response to the Congress of London 1881-175. His speeches. 43 Although rather out of touch with the movement in France during the months he spent in London, he had been aware of the ferment in the Lyon area, and in his letter to the Jura Federation had declared, "What remains theory in Switzerland becomes practice in France." In fact, Kropotkin seems to have thought the Lyon movement was a very substantial one and that it owed a great deal to the inspiration of the Jura Federation. If we speak today of anarchy, if there are 3,000 anarchists in Lyon and 5,000 in the Bassin du Rhône, if there are a few thousand in the south, the Jura Federation is the cause of a good part of it. 44 Undoubtedly the development of the movement in southeastern France owed something to the inspiration from the neighboring Jura Federation. Certainly, there were close personal contacts between anarchists in the Jura and those in the Midi. Dejau, the editor of Le Droit Social of Lyons, attended the Congress of Lausanne. 45 It is significant, however, that his contributions to the discussions were more lively and positive than those of most of the other delegates. Whatever influence the Jura Federation may have had on the Fédération de l'Est, the success of the latter was primarily due to the dynamic character of the French agitators and to the responsiveness of the local working classes bowed down by a savage economic crisis, and bitterly resentful of the callous and oppressive attitude of the political and religious establishment of the area. 46 But, encouraged though Kropotkin may have been by the development of the anarchist movement in the Lyon area, he remained very anxious about the threat of parliamentarism, and much of what he wrote during 1882 was directed against it. 47 He was particularly concerned about the increasing influence of Bruce and the possibilists, and in an article as late as March 1882 he had reiterated his warning that anarchists must resist the Bruceist plea for unity of action. Because anarchist aims dictated different forms of agitation from those of other socialists, forms of agitation which he still seems to have felt had not been developed in the anarchist movement, even in southeastern France. Kropotkin argued that socialists who wanted to leave all discussion of theory on one side, so as to concentrate on united action to prepare for revolution, were actually dishonest. Basically, the words "let us not discuss these theoretical questions" come down to this. Do not discuss our theory, but help us to put it into effect. 48 In his view, the mode of action of each and every one was inspired consciously or sub 176. Consciously by their different ideas of the future. And, in fact, in order to be able to influence the course of revolutionary change, it was essential to have a clearly defined aim which had been popularized by word and action before the outbreak of the revolution, for on that day there would no longer be time for discussion, it would be necessary to act. He insisted that the task of familiarizing the masses with this aim was a much more necessary and immense one than generally imagined because of the way the people were worked on by the press. Present and future modes of anarchist action depended on the aim, and in fact the difference between the socialist groups manifested itself not only on the day of revolution but also, in the present, in their daily life and agitation. This meant that the anarchist communist, the statist communist and the possibilist found themselves in disagreement on all points concerning their immediate action. The difference of aim could not be ignored, indeed they should be frankly discussed and expounded so that the masses could elaborate a common ideal to which, one day, the majority could rally. He did concede that there were common fields of action, namely the struggle against capital and its upholder, the government, and so every struggle which prepares for this expropriation has to be supported unanimously by all the socialist groups whatever shade of opinion they belong to. He insisted, nevertheless, on the necessity of unity between thought and action in anarchist agitation to popularize the anarchist ideal to ensure its triumph in the revolution. But let us remember, if a more or less general idea is to surge up from the masses on the day of conflagration, we must not neglect continually to expound our ideal of the society which must arise from the revolution. Theory and practice have to be at one with each other, if we are to succeed. This attack on the possibilist call for cooperation between socialist groups was an astute one, for it had pinpointed the element of dishonesty in Brust's position, whilst avoiding a countercharge of sectarianism, by insisting on the need for all to support the workers' economic struggle, i.e. strikes, particularly violent strikes for which parliamentary socialists had little enthusiasm. But of course it was not just the success of the possibilists that worried Kropotkin. He was just as concerned about what seemed to be the lack of development of a specifically anarchist form of agitation. This latter anxiety, however, probably sprang less out of an accurate assessment of the situation, than out of his feeling of isolation from the mainstream of the anarchist movement in a country where there were the Congress of London 1881-177 few signs of any awakening of a revolutionary spirit among the oppressed classes. In the end he found the situation in London so unendurable that he took the risk of returning to France. We were sure that in France I should soon be arrested, but we often said to each other, better a French prison than this grave. 49. The trial of Lyon 1883 and response to persecution. The spring and summer of 1882 were marked by dramatic developments in France which created great excitement in the Lyonnese movement. And it was this that finally persuaded Kropotkin to return. In February, the Lyon anarchists had launched a newspaper, Le Droit Social, which, under various names in the next few years, was to provide a lively and provocative focal point for the small but remarkably resilient movement of the region. On March 23 a strike at Rouen of 4,000 weavers involving a lockout had ended with some workers not being taken back on. The next day a young unemployed worker called Fournier shot at Brechard, the employer believed to be the instigator of the crisis. The anarchists of the Lyon region reacted enthusiastically to this attentat with Dejaou, the editor of the Droit Social, organizing a subscription to buy a revolver d'honneur for its perpetrator. Meanwhile at the end of February, Émile Florian, a young cotton worker from Reims who in October 1881 had shot at the first bourgeois he saw after failing to get near enough to Gambetta to kill him, had been sentenced to 20 years hard labor, and the anarchists in Paris had organized 2 meetings and made collections on his behalf. Anarchists in the Lyon region were quick to follow the example of their Parisian comrades and they organized meetings at Reims and Rouen which acclaimed both Florian and Fournier as presidents d'honneur. Jean Grave, commenting on Fournier's deed in the Droit Social, declared, "A revolution, prepared by a series of acts of this sort, could not be anything but social, for the first concern of the worker would be to take over the workshops, and once accustomed to act for themselves in this way they would send packing any government that tried to impose itself the day after the revolution." 2 Le Revoque expressed full agreement with this statement, adding, "A revolution, preceded only by acts against the agents of 178. 179. Government, will inevitably only be an insurrection to change the government, it will not even be a revolution." 3 Here at last was an example of economic terrorism and a departure from the preoccupation with the political attentat which Kropotkin and his friends had been looking for. Moreover, here was an act for which the anarchists had been able to organize expressions of popular sympathy and support. And, intent upon proclaiming that there was now an awakening of the spirit of revolt which was expressing itself in energetic actions, they were glad to link Fournier's act with that of Florian, even though they had manifested little interest in Florian until now, presumably partly because his primary intention had been to attack a major political figure and partly because the actual attack had been a fairly indiscriminate one on a member of the bourgeoisie. With a contemptuous denunciation for the way socialists of Vaudreuil had failed to show solidarity with the attentat, they insisted that the masses were less timorous than their leaders, and that there were perhaps hundreds like Fournier in their midst not organized in any party who would one day become the revolutionary torrent which would engulf the old order. For Kropotkin clearly did not write this piece, for it was a report on the social movement in France which could not have been written from England. Moreover, it ended with a concluding paragraph about propaganda by deed which could not have come from his pen. This is where acts are mixed with threats, where propaganda by deed, the most fruitful and the most popular sort, is joined together with theoretical propaganda through the spoken and written word. Nevertheless, there can be little doubt but that he would have been in substantial agreement with the basic sentiments contained in the report. Indeed, it could be argued that the phrase propaganda by deed had been Kropotkinized in this context, for it had actually been used to stress the intimate relationship between theory and action and the need to express the anarchist ideal in deeds as well as words. His June letter to the Jura Federation expressed a lively enthusiasm for the movement in southeastern France, an enthusiasm which soon made it impossible for him to stay away any longer. When Kropotkin arrived in France at the end of October, he found that a particularly strong and active group had developed in Lyon, with anarchists being successful not only in disrupting the meetings of opportunist politicians but also in getting radical resolutions passed, much to the consternation of the local bourgeoisie. The agitation of the anarchists in the city had begun to take on a more violent character. 180. Against a background of increasing misery and discontent among the workers. According to Grave, the movement in Lyon exceeded that in Paris in activity and violence of tone. The comrades down there had been publishing He droit social. The tone of this immediately became very violent, and prosecutions fell thick as hail. 5. Kropotkin had always been careful to avoid this sort of situation with He revoke, and he had in fact underlined the danger of a newspaper adopting a very explicitly violent approach in Esprit de revoke. Nevertheless, although the language and thought of the droit social were uncompromisingly violent, they did show a preoccupation with revolt through strikes and attacks on employers, which was much closer to Kropotkin's idea of what anarchist agitation should be than that of the London Congress. He certainly, therefore, expressed support for the Lyon paper. But he did not actually write for it, in spite of the fact that his first article on the spirit of revolt had been republished in its pages during the summer of 1882. 6. Neither probably did he write for its successor, Attendard Révolutionnaire, even though that too began publication of Esprit de revoke before being suppressed in October 1882. This could have been simply because his work for He revoke left him no time to do so. It may even have been because he feared the police would easily obtain evidence to enable them to arrest him as soon as he returned to France, if he had sent articles to Lyon. But it surely must also have had something to do with his misgivings about putting out such explicitly violent propaganda in a movement's newspaper. In this connection it is perhaps significant that Kropotkin evidently failed to interest the Lyon anarchists in a reconstitution of the International in France because it was not revolutionary enough for them, a point he established at his trial in 1883. The accusation was ridiculous, as everyone knew that none of the Lyon workers had ever joined the International, and it entirely fell through, as may be seen from the following episode. The only witness for the prosecution was the chief of the secret police at Lyon, an elderly man, who was treated with the utmost respect. His report, I must say, was quite correct as concerns the facts. Seeing that so far he had been fair in his testimony, I ventured to ask him a question: did you ever hear the International Workingmen's Association spoken of at Lyon? Never, he replied sulkily. When I returned from the London Congress of 1881, and did all I could to have the International reconstituted in France, did I succeed? No. They did not find it revolutionary enough. 7. Meanwhile, just before Kropotkin's return to the NN, there had begun a series of dramatic events which was to culminate in the trial of 181. 66 anarchists in January of the following year. In August, a number of attentats had been carried out by members of a secret society known as La Bande Noire in the mining area around Mont-Soleil mines and Le Creuset. In spite of his somewhat isolated position in England, Kropotkin knew something about these events and the anarchist response to them, but he discovered the details and registered the full impact of what had happened at Mont-Soleil only after his return to France, when he read reports of the trial of those accused of taking part in the attentats, at the end of October. I knew there was a great deal of ferment, but during the 11 months I had stayed in London I had lost close contact with the French movement. A few weeks after I returned to the Nan, I learned from the papers that the miners of Mont-Soleil mines, incensed at the vexations of the ultra-Catholic owners of the mines, had begun a sort of movement. They were holding secret meetings, talking of a general strike. The stone crosses erected on all the roads round the mines were thrown down or blown up by dynamite cartridges, which are largely used by the miners in underground work, and often remain in their possession. 8. The prosecution at the trial, as well as trying rather unsuccessfully to implicate the Parti ouvrier in the activities of the Bande Noire, also claimed that the accused belonged to the pestiferous center at Geneva on the flimsy evidence of the discovery of one copy of Étendard Révolutionnaire at Mont-Soleil. In fact, there does not seem to have been any direct link between the anarchists and the Bande Noire. However, the character and activity of the letter may well have taken some of its inspiration from the anarchists of the Lyon area, which, after all, was not so very far away. The comrades at Lyon, for their part, indeed had not hesitated to identify with the accused. Étendard Révolutionnaire described the Bande Noire as that admirable anarchist movement which makes the Chagots tremble, and sent one of its contributors to Mont-Soleil. 9. A meeting addressed by Bourdat was organized at Lyon, which ended by voting for an address of congratulation to the miners of Mont-Soleil. On September 2, Le Révoque carried an enthusiastic report of the events at Mont-Soleil mines. There are men there who, spontaneously, without leaders, without commands, without instructions, independently of any political preoccupation, purely because they have had enough of their oppression and misery, have raised the standard of rebellion against the exploiters and their accomplices. There, in spite of their wretched failure and the possibility of being stopped on the way, they show us in brief, what the next revolution will be, when the hour of the great Jacquerie strikes. This first anarchist insurrection truly provides an admirable example. 10. 182. Again, although this report was not written by Kropotkin, there can be little doubt but that he would have agreed with it, for the pattern of activity of the Bande Noire was very evocative of the sort of pre-revolutionary action he had described in Esprit de Révoque. And, in fact, at the end of October, the time after his return to France when, according to his own account, he first became fully aware of all that had been going on, he seems to have written a leader article in Le Révoque pointing out the revolutionary significance of recent events. 11. The article, Les Préludes de la Révolution, maintained that recent developments in France, the isolated acts of Florian and Fournier and the partial riots like those at Mont-Soleil and Blanzy, indicated that the period of revolts which preceded all popular revolutions had begun. But the recent disturbances had been different from the Jacqueries of the past, for the people had taken direct action for themselves against their oppressors instead of relying on politicians and changes of government. The period of simply attacking crowned heads was over. The workers were now attacking their real enemies, the economic oppressors. And the action of the Blanzy miners had made such a great impact on the popular mind that it was inevitable that similar revolts would follow in countries elsewhere. Whatever the sacrifices the revolts cost, they would determine the character of a future revolution. It was now certain that the people would fight for a real social revolution, a revolution that this time would not fail. 12. But it was not just the events at Mont-Soleil that caused excitement in anarchist circles. A few days after the trial of the recalcitrant miners had begun, the tense situation in the Lyon area finally resulted in acts of violence being committed in the city itself. On the night of October 22, a bomb exploded in the Theatre Bellecour, a favorite haunt of the bourgeoisie, killing a young worker who tried to put out the fuse, and causing extensive damage. The following day a second bomb went off outside a local recruiting office, but this time no one was injured and there was only minor damage. The feeling of the workers was growing every day. As is usual at such times, the fury of the poorer people turned especially against the places of amusement and debauch, which become only the more conspicuous in times of desolation and misery, as they impersonate for the worker the egotism and dissoluteness of the wealthier classes. A place particularly hated by the workers was the underground café at the Theatre Bellecour, which remained open all night, and where, in the small hours of the morning, one could see newspaper men and politicians feasting and drinking in company with gay women. Not a meeting was held but some menacing allusion was made to that café, and one night a dynamite cartridge was. The trial of Lyon 1883-183 exploded in it by an unknown hand. A worker who was occasionally there, a socialist, jumped to blow out the lighted fuse of the cartridge, and was killed, while a few of the feasting politicians were slightly wounded. Next day a dynamite cartridge was exploded at the doors of a recruiting bureau, and it was said that the anarchists intended to blow up the huge statue of the Virgin which stands on one of the hills of Lyon. 13. In this account, Kropotkin makes it quite clear that he thought that the bomb attacks at Lyon were committed not by anarchists but by unknown individuals among the poor expressing popular anger against a notorious place of bourgeois debauchery, even claiming that it was a socialist worker who had died trying to put out the fuse at Bellecour. The authorities and the bourgeois press of the time, however, expressed an entirely different view. They claimed that the anarchists were clearly responsible for the attentats because they had advocated the attack on the Theatre Bellecour, popularly known as one Assommoir. Kropotkin, of course, points out that menacing allusions to the latter by the workers were a common occurrence at meetings. But the fact is that anarchist propaganda had been closely associated with such threats. Indeed, just hours before the explosion at the Assommoir, an anarchist propagandist called Desgranges, speaking at a meeting at Villefranche, had apparently declared that it was time to finish off the bourgeoisie and that to find them you had only to go to the Theatre Bellecour. 14. A few months earlier a similar reference had been made to the theatre in the Droit Social. You can see there, particularly after midnight, the fine flower of the bourgeoisie and of trade. The first act of the social revolution will have to be to destroy these dens. 15. The authorship of the article was attributed to Sivakt, the editor of L'Étendard Révolutionnaire, and in December, after having been extradited from Belgium, he was tried and convicted of the theatre bomb outrage, with the article being a key factor in securing his conviction. Sivakt was not responsible for the offending article and may well have been totally innocent of the charge against him. But according to Grave, the anarchists certainly knew about the plan to attack the Assommoir, although they tried to prevent it. At least, this is what Dejau told Grave. 16. They themselves tried to make bombs. Sivakt was arrested in Belgium because his companion Paul Métayer blew himself up by accident. They did actually plan to carry out a bomb attack on the statue of the Virgin overlooking Lyon. 17. There can be little doubt, therefore, that at the very least anarchist propaganda had something to do with the attentats. Possibly Kropotkin would not have 184 denied this, but his account does attempt to present the bomb attacks in Lyon primarily as a spontaneous outburst of popular anger rather than as part of a conscious movement to fight oppression, and in doing so it reveals his continuing anxiety about acts of fairly indiscriminate violence. Such action might constitute an inevitable part of the resistance to oppression, but it was not a desirable form of agitation. Obviously Kropotkin was writing all this many years later, at a time after the outrages of the 1890s, when he had become much more aware of the limitations of such forms of action. Nevertheless, the fact that Le Revoque does not seem to have celebrated the bomb attacks at Lyon as it had done the action of the Blanzy miners does suggest that the account in his memoirs does provide a fairly accurate reflection of Kropotkin's attitude in 1882. Whatever his reservations, however, Kropotkin gave his wholehearted support and commitment to the Lyon movement in the persecution that was now directed against it. At the beginning of December, Le Revoque made a desperate appeal to the workers, calling on them to unite and rise up against the bourgeoisie. Workers of France, your future lies in your own hands. This is a grave moment. It is now you must prove that liberty, equality, and fraternity of the workers are not empty words for you. If not, you must put your head back again under the yoke and prepare to suffer the whiplashes of your masters. You will have deserved them. 18 The upper classes began to panic as a result of the disturbances. They were terrified that some sort of popular revolt inspired and organized by the anarchists was about to break out. Both the press and the authorities encouraged the hysteria. Local papers campaigned for Kropotkin's arrest, and the police did all they could to get him to incriminate himself, believing him to be a key figure in an international organization. Almost every day I received letters, evidently written by spies of the international police, mentioning some dynamite plot, or mysteriously announcing that consignments of dynamite had been shipped to me. I made quite a collection of these letters, writing on each of them Police Internationale, and they were taken away by the French police when they made a search of my house. 19. Meanwhile the government, apparently fearing that there was some sort of vast conspiracy to mount a general insurrection, intervened, and from the middle of October there was a series of searches and arrests in Paris and the Lyon area. The Republican government wanted to crush the anarchist movement. But they realized there was no certainty of 185. Being able to do this by simply arresting and putting on trial those that seemed to be implicated in the bomb attacks. 20 So they invoked the old law against the International instituted by the reactionary regime after the fall of the Commune, which allowed them, without much difficulty, to secure a fairly heavy sentence against the accused for simply belonging to the International. 21 Kropotkin was arrested in the early morning of December 22 just after the death of his brother-in-law. The arrest was not unexpected as the police had searched the house earlier in the month, but it was carried out fairly brutally, with Kropotkin being dragged away within hours of the family bereavement. To some extent, the fierce reaction of the authorities backfired on them because it fanned the flames of working-class resentment and encouraged popular sympathy for the anarchists. Local reaction to Kropotkin's arrest provides a simple but eloquent illustration of this. Although the funeral was absolutely civil, which was a novelty in that little town, half the population was at the burial, to show my wife that the hearts of the poorer classes and the simple Savoy peasants were with us, and not with their rulers. When my trial was going on, the peasants used to come from the mountain villages to town to get the papers, and to see how my affair stood before the court. 22. The outcome of the trial was probably a foregone conclusion before it began. As Kropotkin pointed out, there was no real effort to prove anything about the International. The prosecution sought only to show that the defendants were anarchists and involved in building up their movement in the Lyon area. The anarchists were, however, allowed to make eloquent speeches which were widely reported with some admiration and even sympathy both at home and abroad. But all this made no difference to the verdict nor to the severity of the sentences meted out to the defendants. Kropotkin, Gautier, Bordat, Bernard, Martin, Legion, and Ricard had to pay heavy fines and were each sentenced to 4 years' imprisonment. 39 others of the accused received sentences from 6 months to 3 years. There was, nevertheless, widespread criticism of the conduct of the trial and of the sentences imposed. Clemenceau, a leading radical, immediately put forward a resolution for amnesty in the Chamber of Deputies which, although it was defeated, did secure 100 votes. Meanwhile, popular sympathy in Lyon led Reclus to declare that propaganda is spreading at a great pace in the prison. Every turnkey makes out he is an anarchist, limiting himself timidly to the question of ways and means. 23 The 186 Mountaineers of Savoy fired rifle shots in Kropotkin's honor outside his home at Thunen. The anarchists had skillfully exploited the trial to publicize their ideals, and Kropotkin played an important part in this. He was convinced that the Great Revolution would soon come, and saw the trial as part of the pre-revolutionary process in which government repression against the first acts of revolt would encourage the development of the revolutionary spirit and thereby promote a rising tide of revolutionary action. Quite clearly, he believed that the role of the anarchists during the trial was to explain and promote this process. In his speech, therefore, he accused the Republican authorities of trying to suppress basic freedom of thought and expression since there was no real basis for the charges made against the anarchists, a point not lost on the rest of the socialist movement. The Parti ouvrier of the Lyonnais hastened to offer expressions of solidarity with the anarchists as a result of the persecutions. 24. He gave a blunt warning to the prosecution and jury that a judgment against the accused would be regarded as a declaration of war on the working class, which would only promote the spread of disaffection. He called on them to join the revolutionaries in searching for a solution to the social problem, declaring that he would be happy if his words resulted in some bloodshed being avoided on the great day of social liquidation. On the other hand, he made it clear that should his warning go unheeded and the oppression of the workers continue, no mercy would be shown to the bourgeois oppressors by any decent man, including himself. I believe that the workers of the old world and the new have their eyes turned towards you, and are waiting, with emotion as much as impatience, for the verdict you are going to pronounce. If it is guilty, they will say that the International was only a pretext, and that what you wanted to get at was freedom of thought and expression. It is my duty to warn you what the consequences of your judgment will be. The workers will see it as a declaration of peace or war. Oh, gentlemen, do not stir up new hatreds, do not prepare new misfortunes. If you recall the teachings of history, you will see that the persecuted have increased proportionately to persecutions. In 1869, 3 legal actions were undertaken against the International. That wanted 200,000 members more. In 1871 they thought they could drown the idea of the Commune in the blood of 35,000 Parisians, but that idea reappears today greater, stronger, and brighter. The day of reckoning is inevitable, and it will come in less than 10 years. Believe me. Must you block up your ears? No, gentlemen. Join us, search with us for the solution to the formidable problem that is going to have to be resolved soon. If you are astonished by the boldness of my language, I would say to you, gentlemen, that 187. I would be happy if everyone were to take heed of my words and would reckon myself a fortunate man if they could, on the day of social liquidation, spare some drops of blood. However, should you persist in not listening, if the bourgeoisie continues to hold the workers under the yoke and to persecute and oppress them, the duty of every decent man is plain in advance. I will not fail in mine. 25. All this was obviously calculated to ensure that the anarchists would emerge from the trial as martyrs to the cause of freedom, for after a speech like this the authorities were bound to demand a verdict of guilty against such skillful and inveterate opponents of the social order, in a situation where the flimsiness of the prosecution case had revealed that the trial was simply a device to crush the anarchist movement. Meanwhile, Trace Saoud of Marseille, one of the accused, read out a declaration of their beliefs signed by 47 of the defendants. The document was probably written by Kropotkin, who by now seems to have become the leading exponent of anarchist communist ideas. 26. To present what was in effect an eloquent expose of the ideas of anarchist communism was a particularly astute thing to do at this stage, for the sympathy and interest evoked by the speeches meant that such a document would receive maximum publicity. Moreover, it had a long-term propaganda value because it provided a clear general statement of the anarchist position which would be more likely to be published over and over again than the trial speeches, which, after all, were more narrowly related to particular circumstances. To what extent Kropotkin was primarily responsible for the way the anarchists conducted themselves at the Lyon trial is difficult to say. He was not, as the prosecution had insisted, the principal leader and organizer of the Lyon movement, because it was not an organization in the usual sense, being simply a very loose association of independent groups. Indeed, the fact that he did not exercise any direction over the movement is abundantly clear in the refusal to adopt his proposal about re-establishing the International. He was, nevertheless, very highly regarded by French anarchists as an experienced campaigner of international reputation, so it was natural that he should play an important role in the action of the accused during the Lyon trial. Also, the approach embodied in the style and content of the declaration is more characteristic of Kropotkin than of the Lyonnais anarchists themselves. Apart from Gautier, if the droit social and l'étendard revolutionnaire are anything to go by. It seems that Kropotkin did indeed emerge as a central figure in the 188th trial, partly because the police tried to present him as such, and partly because he was regarded as the leading figure in the court drama by the anarchists themselves in spite of the eloquent performance of Gautier. 27 In France itself, the sort of impact Kropotkin had on the socialists in general is aptly illustrated by an open letter by Frédéric Borde published in La Philosophie de Venir. Borde was a sort of socialist rationalist who had apparently met and talked with Kropotkin in Paris in 1879. Deeply moved by Kropotkin's defense speech at Lyon, he had hastened to publish an expression of solidarity which mixed praise with gentle admonition, by pointing out the anarchist error in denouncing all authority. This trial, which has kept the world of the workers in suspense, I have followed with the liveliest interest, and have often applauded the dignity of attitude of the accused. But what has made a vivid impression on me is your defense, above all, the words at the end of it. This time I could not resist the cry of my conscience which imposed on me the double duty, in the first place to show to you publicly, the sympathy I feel for your good intentions, and secondly to tell you frankly where you are mistaken. 28. As regards Kropotkin's reputation outside France, it was of course true that before the trial he was already better known than the rest of the accused because of his work, both as a geographer and as a supporter of the revolutionists in Russia, certainly in England. 29. But now he became something of a celebrity. Influential radicals and academics in England as well as France began to agitate for his release, even though he insisted from the beginning that he did not wish to be singled out from the rest of his comrades for special treatment. 30. In fact, in his own account of the trial and its impact, even though he made it clear that he had played an important part in discomfiting the prosecution, Kropotkin was careful to stress the collective aspect of the propaganda effort of the accused. This trial, during which most brilliant anarchist speeches, reported by all the paper, were made by such first-rate speakers as the worker Bernard and Émile Gautier, during which all the accused took a very firm attitude, preaching our doctrines for a fortnight, had a powerful influence in clearing away false ideas about anarchism in France, and surely contributed to some extent to the revival of socialism in other countries. The contest between the accusers and ourselves was won by us, in the public opinion. 31. His assessment of the impact of the Lyon trial is an interesting one, for whilst he claimed that the anarchists had won a propaganda victory, he wrote in terms of success in clearing away misapprehensions about 189. Anarchism rather than of any growth of the anarchist movement in France. This suggests that he was well aware of the immediate practical damage the movement had suffered, even though he was convinced that the popular sympathy and understanding engendered by the persecution would ensure the survival of the anarchist movement and its growth in the long term as the oppressed grew bolder. The authorities certainly did not succeed in destroying the anarchist movement. The anarchist paper in Lyon reappeared defiantly as La Lutte in April 1883 and continued to reappear each time it was suppressed under different names until June 1884. The group at Vienne managed to survive through the period of repression. 32 anarchists in Paris took a lively part in the agitation of the unemployed, and on March 9, 1883 Louise Michel led an attack on a baker's shop to cries of bread, work, or gunshot, during a demonstration. 33 By 1885 there seems to have been a substantial movement there. Moreover, even though Grave actually claims that no anarchist newspaper apart from Le Revoque managed to establish itself until Le Père Paynard began to appear in 1889, the total number of issues of anarchist newspapers gradually increased. The repression nevertheless, as Kropotkin seems to have recognized, did represent a serious setback. In southeastern France the movement had to cope with an intensification of police harassment and surveillance, as well as the loss of its leading agitators. The anarchist paper at Lyon, even though it spluttered on defiantly, exhibited that violent desperation so characteristic of a movement fighting for survival. The loose association of informal groupings of the Fédération de l'Est seems to have virtually collapsed. The groups at Saint-Étienne gradually broke up, undermined by discouragement and internal squabbles, whilst the organization in the Rouen area finally disappeared in 1885 after a new wave of arrests. 34 According to Grave, communications between Paris and the southeast became difficult. 35 Even in Paris itself, leading anarchist agitators like Louise Michel and Émile Pouget were finally arrested and imprisoned in the summer of 1883. Meanwhile, some of those imprisoned as a result of the prosecutions at Lyon began to abandon the anarchist cause, most notably Gautier, whose speech had perhaps made the greatest impact at the trial, as well as leading figures like Bernard from Lyon, and Legion from Villefranche. 36 Finally, with Kropotkin's imprisonment, the future of l'Évoque was for a time in doubt, for the responsibility of running the paper after a while became altogether too much for poor Herzig. 37 Ip. 190. Only survived through the help of Elise Reclus, who, as well as providing financial support, persuaded Jean Grave to undertake responsibility for editing the paper in 1884. 38 Outside France, the impact of the trial was perhaps more directly positive, and undoubtedly there is some truth in Kropotkin's suggestion that it contributed to the revival of socialism in other countries. In England, the trial had been given prominent coverage in the press, some of it sympathetic. 39 The socialist movement had just begun to develop, and a group calling itself the International Socialist Federation published a translation of the Lyon Declaration on January 23, 1883. 40 Perhaps some idea of the effect of the trial and Kropotkin's part in it on the socialist circles in London can be seen in the comment of Charlotte Wilson in 1885, who had herself been converted to anarchism by what she had read about the accused at Lyon. When the Lyons trial fixed public attention on the minds of men, who in the latter half of the 19th century were considered sufficiently dangerous to be condemned for their opinions alone, the corrupt and hypocritical clique which calls itself society contented itself with a sneer at mad fanaticism, and congratulating itself that the disturbing element was suppressed, passed on to seek some fresh excitement. Nevertheless, when the noble words of Kropotkin's defense rang through the length and breadth of France, they found an echo in the hearts of all honest seekers after truth. This piece appeared in the second issue of an individualist anarchist paper started in England by Henry Seymour in 1885. 41 By the time of Kropotkin's arrival in England after his release from prison in 1886, there was a small group of anarchists associated with Charlotte Wilson, whilst anarchist tendencies were developing in the Commonweal group of William Morris. Meanwhile, Kropotkin's pamphlets had begun to appear in translation in countries outside France and Switzerland. For example, translations of his auxiliary Junes Gens, which was to become one of the most translated and widely read of all his pamphlets, appeared in Warsaw in 1883, in Milan, London and New York, in German, in 1884, in The Hague and Cadiz in 1885, and in Athens in 1886. 42 And from 1886 anarchist movements throughout Europe were to become familiar with Kropotkin's writings. But the irony is that although he became such an influential figure in the European anarchist movement, he never again had that impact on the day-to-day struggles which had characterized his activity in the Jura and even in France in the late 1870s and early 1880s. The Trial of Lyon 1883-191. Once in prison, Kropotkin's links with the outside world were severely restricted. During the 3 months at the St. Paul jail in Lyon for the trial and appeal, he was allowed to continue his work for the Encyclopaedia Britannica and the 19th century. But many of his letters were confiscated. The director of the prison had reiterated to me on many occasions the formal promise of never sequestrating any of my letters, without letting me know that such letters had been confiscated. It was all I claimed. Notwithstanding that, several of my letters were confiscated, without any notice, and my wife, ill at that time, remained anxious without news from me. One of my letters, stolen in this way, was even transmitted to the Procureur Faberget, who read it before the Court of Appeal. 43. Visiting arrangements were so bad that he found he could not even hold a conversation with his wife. The situation at Clairvaux, to which the anarchists were sent to serve out their sentences, was better. The political prisoners had their own special quarters which were fairly comfortable. Visiting facilities were much more humane than they had been at St. Paul, and the severe restrictions on visits during the first year were subsequently relaxed, particularly after Kropotkin's illness in 1884. 44 But the prisoners were kept under constant surveillance night and day. They were not allowed to receive any socialist newspapers or literature, and although there was no restriction on the number of letters they could send or receive, their correspondence was subject to severe censorship. Kropotkin was allowed to continue his work for scientific journals, but only so long as it did not include anything dealing with the social question or Russian affairs. In such circumstances, Kropotkin's contact with the anarchist movement during his imprisonment was of necessity very limited, particularly until the daily visits from his wife began in consequence of his illness after the first year. Such visits undoubtedly enabled him to get some idea of developments in the world outside, but they could not enable him to affect them in any way. Of course, when we heard of the active political life which was going on in France, we resented very much our forced inactivity, he declared ruefully in his memoirs, adding somewhat defiantly, but one who casts in his lot with an advanced party must be prepared to spend a number of years in prison, and he need not grudge it. He feels that even during his imprisonment he remains not quite an inactive part of the movement which spreads and strengthens the ideas that are dear to him. 45 Manifestly, there were some breaches in prison security. For example, it is very difficult to